What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of it. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T. Shanley as a sponsor of today's video. T. Shanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
It's go time. What's going on, family? Let's talk. We're going to introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev Smooth. So love. One and only Mr. Casey. Podcast True. Stand on that. Smooth. Yeah. What's going on? How y'all doing?
Blessed and highly favored.
What's good, y'all?
Good. How you do? Hold on. Like we're missing somebody. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Oh, Darwin. Yeah, I'll check on Darwin. Anyhow, good to see you guys, man. Welcome to the show. It's Thursday. One of my favorite days of the week. Is one day away from Friday. So it's always a good thing. Look at the housekeeping out the way. Make sure you guys click that Tej Hanley link that is in the description. Click that Tej. It's men's skincare. Wintertime is when you definitely should be making sure your skin is hydrated, making sure you still put on that sunblock, that sunscreen, which Tej has. You got to make sure we take care of our skin all year round, not just the summertime. This is good preparation time. You should be your ass in the gym and you should be taking care of your skin. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat thus far. What's going on? Q Brown, Weasel, Daryl Arthur, Duke Whitfield, Dale Matthews, Diamond Ruff, not Diamond, I'm not talking about you, but Diamond Ruff, Christopher Matthews, Daniel Berry, Sports Highlight. Welcome. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel as you guys come in. Hit that like button as well. And if you're catching the replay, make sure you hit the like button. Also, how y'all feeling today? Y'all sound kind of right, man. How y'all feeling?
Doing well, doing well. How are y'all? How are you, Lapeef?
It's going good, man. Good to see you. Good to see you.
It's good to be here. It's good to be seen.
Yeah, I know. You've been a stranger in these streets, man. We've been trying to summon you for weeks now.
I've been plugged in, though. I've been busy, but I've been plugged in to the show still.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's grinding. Christmas right around the corner, so.
I know, man.
You know how it is.
It's right there.
Yeah. Are you one of those parents that just buy the kids anything and everything they want?
No, my babies are young, so they don't know what's going on. They don't have any clue yet.
Okay, so I don't know nothing about
I love that phase.
You know anything about the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus yet?
No, Ryan is 3, the oldest. She hasn't lost any teeth yet. So look, and she's still up right now.
Oh, okay. So it might be a long
hmm
night.
It is.
Yeah. For entertainment here, then when you get done, they gonna entertain you. Okay. Anyhow, what's going on, DJ? How you doing?
What's up, JR? How you doing?
No complaints, man. Another day in the paradise. Need to go get me a cup of water because I'm all out, but I'll get there shortly, man. Looking forward to having a great show. A great show
Mhm.
ahead. You know, DJ is gonna be co-hosted with me. So she's gonna be asking y'all some questions. Gonna be turning on you guys. So you see her doing that, don't be alarmed. It's all part of the program. She coming for you, Aisha. She told me that. You just don't know yet.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. I'm starting shit.
Hey, girl, I love you.
I love it. She said, I'm ready.
Yeah.
And is.
Anyhow, we do have an icebreaker before we go ahead and get into this, spending too much time focusing on your brokenness. We're gonna get to that, I promise. The icebreaker, we're gonna talk about this cooking with Kier. I know I asked you guys before the sugar Sweeney already smiling already, man. You must have been watching them. You must have been watching.
I'm laughing at the way you pronounce her name.
Was it Kyra? Kyra? Okay. Kyra's all the same. All ghetto, but you know. Kyra. Was that wrong? I should have did that. Okay. Well, judge me tomorrow. Don't judge me today. Yeah. Kyra, cooking with Kyra. Let's go ahead and we can play a little bit of this clip, and then I'll let Sweeney take over, man. Whichever direction you want to go with this. This is my first time seeing her. I did take a glimpse of her. She look kind of young. Is she young? Is she up age?
I don't know anything about this, so I'm going in blind.
She's supposed to be apparently 22.
Okay.
22, 23.
She better be the way we've been looking.
Oh, I hope she better be, because I'm sitting here like, I don't know if I'm just getting old or what, but she's like a baby to me.
I
I'm
haven't
like,
even seen the actual video. I just seen the dialogue behind it.
okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and play a little bit of snippet, get you folks caught up to speed. Here we go.
1, 2, Kaya's coming for you. Wake up and make your man some breakfast before I do. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Y'all be so jealous, it's crazy. We all can make Alfredo. Well, go make somebody some Alfredo.
If my man gonna be cooking with Kaya, eating at Kaya's, he can stay over there. And Kaya, that same plate that he eat on, when you wash that plate and put that plate in that cabinet, make sure you put his ass in there too, boo, because he's staying with you.
We listen and we don't judge. And when I say this, I'm off here. That cooking with Kaya girl, she's taking a basic skill that we all should know and over-sexualizing it, and that's why y'all like it. Oh, don't.
Yep, I need that. Come on, what's that? Come on, come on, come on. Come on!
Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, hey, cooking with Kaya. Y'all shut the fuck up, I got work. Get the fuck out of me, man. You couldn't get a fucking plate from him. See, I already got a plate, you beat husky mother. What the fuck? I shut the fuck up, bitch. Hey, man, let me get a piece. Hey.
Another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
I seen that video of that girl talking about cooking with Kaya, saying she gonna take my man with some ribs. Who man?
But my eyes can see everything.
That's what I need to tell you. What? I'm so proud of myself because today I found out how to cook something.
How? Did you use one of my recipes?
Nah, I watched a video on somebody showing me how to cook pasta.
The video I sent you?
No, I watched Cooking with Kaya actually. And she showed me how to make pasta. And that pasta was great. Oh my God. So now I know how to make pasta. Tomorrow I was thinking about making steak, but, you know.
You watched who?
Cooking with Kaya.
For what?
To find out how to make pasta.
You got a girlfriend that know how to cook.
I wanted to surprise
You have a girlfriend that know how to cook.
I understand
You
that.
have a girlfriend that know how to cook. Why are you watching another shitty video how to cook when you got me?
I want to surprise you. She started off the video with cooking with Kaya. Cooking with
I don't give a flying cow's balls what she started the video off with. You have a girlfriend that know how to cook.
I know. I thought she would be happy.
Well, I'm not.
Why?
Cause I'm not. Why you what? There's like it's cool. We got cooking with Duke Dennis.
Cooking with Kaya.
How y'all have been talking about cooking with Kaya all day. I could have swore she did something just absolutely diabolical, right? Like just crazy. Like she just wilding. So after about the 5th video I seen of cooking with Kaya, I'm like, you know what? Let me go on her page. It gotta be crazy. Like it has to be crazy what she's doing, because y'all are complaining about it so much. I go on her page, I click a video, I watch the video the whole way through, and I'm waiting. I'm like, I know you heifers are not making a hullabaloo about this girl dancing with a plate in her hand and twerking a little booty. I mean, is that the worst we've seen on social media? Like, let's be serious, y'all. Like, are y'all okay?
Y'all really mad at that little girl because she making chicken Alfredo and twerking? Because your man likes her content? Her content is not made for you. At least it's free. Go see what he subscribed to over there on the OF. Like, like, girl, if you don't make some goddamn chicken Alfredo and start popping your little ass, sometimes y'all be mad at other women because of what. It's so disappointing, honestly. It really is. At the end of the day, all she is a content creator, and you're not her target audience. If you are genuinely upset at this young lady for carving out an avenue for herself to make money, simply because, not because you genuinely have an issue with her content, it's because your man likes her content. That's something that you really need to take up with your man. Like, you're mad because you see your man in her repost. You're mad because you seen his video in her her videos in his saves. That's something that you have to take up with your man, because there will be other hers. There will be other content creators that he is attracted to, or whatever the case.
A man could never pull a cooking with Kaya. He could never pull one. His entire life, if he tried as hard as he could never pull one. Okay? Relax, she's not gonna take your man. She doesn't even want him. Y'all just mad because she cooking food and throwing ass. That's why y'all mad. And one of her things is like, did nobody cook for you? Cooking with Kaya. Right? Right? And it implies that you aren't a good girlfriend, fiance, wife, if you ain't cooking for her, and it's a girl online with some food and ass in front of them, and y'all feeling a little territorial, insecure, right? Because correct me when I start lying. Stop me in my tracks when I start lying. I remember middle of this year, we get to the end. Middle of this year, Usher was throwing his meat in a lasso around people's girls' heads, and they had their mouth open, looking for it to fall in their mouth. And men say, yo, that's crazy. If that was my girl, I never. Y'all was throwing ass on Chris Brown and paying millions to do so. And men say, yo, that's fucking crazy. People calling off marriages and all that, right? Right? And y'all said these men are just insecure. Here we have, end of the year, a random lady on TikTok throwing ass and holding plates. She's throwing ass and holding plates, and y'all mad. She need to stop. She need to cut that shit out.
All right. For the folks that don't know who Cooking with Kyra is, I got it right this time, Sweeney. What was your angle with this, Sweeney? Like, what did you want to, how you want to lead?
Oh, no, just, some viral shit that went viral, you know what I mean? See what everybody's thoughts were. Me personally, This is the tripped out shit to me. Y'all, the women followed every fucking trend known to man. They did the silhouette challenge. They did the ceiling fan challenge, the rooftop challenge. They did the bust it open challenge. They did all these damn challenges where they were shaking ass for God knows who, because it wasn't for us apparently. Somebody get out there and do a challenge for a man, and now all of a sudden y'all all in an uproar. Can we get some ladies to do some cooking with where's the cooking with Kaya challenge? Can we get the ladies to be to cook their man a meal and post it online? You ain't got to show us shaking your ass or nothing like that, but you can show him, you know what I mean, being giddy about you making him a meal. Can we get a cooking with Kaya challenge where y'all are cooking niggas a meal? Can we get a meal? God damn it, shit. Y'all did the bust it open challenge. Can we get a cooking with Kaya challenge? Can y'all finally do something for the fellas to let y'all know let us know y'all in our corner?
I like cooking niggas. I don't know about cooking for niggas. That's a different type of content. But I'm close. I'm real close. I honestly don't see what the big. I don't get it. Like, what's so clickbaity about this young lady? She's cooking. There's a lot of women that cook for their man. This is not a revelation, but I think she's cute. I think that's nice if she's encouraging people to cook, men especially. Absolutely, yes. Cook me some Alfredo, baby. Let Kaya, Kira, Kua, Hua show you how to make some Alfredo, and I will happily eat it. And I'll dance with you. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. I love it. I love it.
All right. Make it Aisha in there. What you think about it?
I mean, I just think it's clickbait stuff. Like, I'm really not taking any of it too serious. I don't know. Maybe I'm like old and I'm just not a part of whatever generation is watching or being entertained by these things. Because I cook 3-4 days a week. So I don't know. I don't know. This is brand new to me. So I think that certain things are put in the forefront. It's like we forced to talk about them, even though it really doesn't impact the culture one way or the other. So I'm just like, she wants to cook and dance around, let her cook and dance around. It does not affect my life one way or the other.
Okay.
So you don't shake ass when you cook?
I think something wrong with your mic, Darwin.
I have shaked ass while I have cooked. It just depends on who it is. I mean, not on camera, not for people to follow and watch. Like I have no problem with what she's doing. I'm not entertained by it.
My bad. I'm sorry. That's my son in the background. I'm just trying to understand, is it something innate in the women? Like whenever she's, mixing the ingredients, does it just does her body just get this tingling feeling and just go ahead and start shaking ass? Because I think it's intentional, and that's probably her way of, getting engagement and driving the algorithm, and not only the women audience, but the male audience. Me personally, I don't think the guys is going in there trying to learn the fucking recipe. I think they probably going in there with a towel in one hand and the lotion in the other hand. And they waiting on her to probably turn 45-degree angle, sideways or rear and rub one off. I don't see them trying to make fucking spaghetti or some shit like that. So I think whoever the female is that's probably offended by this, I think that's rightfully so. I mean, it's no different than watching porn these days. I mean, I think Trez said it best one time, like pornography don't transition into just regular social media, you know what I'm saying? Like the way they dress and the way they be moving, man, it's just, you don't even really got to see penetration for real to get your thing off. And that's just from a man's point of view. But I mean, I'll yield. I can go on all day. I'll yield for a minute.
All right, go ahead, Casey.
It really wasn't like a big deal to me. It wasn't. That's all I've seen. I've never heard of this person before now. Never seen anything. I guess it's not. It didn't hit my algorithm. I don't know. Haven't seen anybody repost that. So this is my first time seeing it. From the clips and the pieces that I saw, it wasn't like super crazy. Like she didn't have on lingerie or something like that. And it just seems like Aisha said, kind of like clickbait, just to get people to tune in, and get people to watch and cause some type of
She
controversy.
had only an apron on at one point.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Not saying that I follow her, y'all. I just happen to look. Just to get it clear, I never heard of her. I never seen her until y'all brought it up. Facts.
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah,
not the
okay.
worst that I've seen when it comes to cooking. I've definitely seen way more egregious or pushing the line a little bit more than that. She does look young, but what'd you say, Sonny?
I was about to say, there's a lady right now online also giving herself a round of applause, and it ain't with her hands. If y'all know what I mean.
Yeah. It didn't seem that egregious, but the reaction videos was kind of peculiar to me because the reaction videos were going harder than the videos themselves. I thought it just seemed like they were trying to get clickbait off making a video off of her. But that's all I have.
Go ahead, Jew. Got on this, brother. Seems like you may have seen the videos already.
Yeah, man. I definitely seen the videos, a few of them, man. We was actually talking about this on the Daily Wrap-Up crew as well. There's a few things that I think, you know what I mean? One thing is she is, shaking her ass, which I think a good 75% of women are doing right now every time they got in front of a phone. No disrespect to whoever does it. But I really think that a lot of women are just offended by how she's getting the attention from men because they not doing this at home. You get what I'm saying? So, because she ain't doing nothing crazy. There's women shaking their ass for real, like really shaking their ass. And they like, go ahead, sis, get that bag. She doing a little twirly twirl and cooking. What's so offensive about that? Is either you ain't shaking your ass at home for your man or you ain't cooking for him. So it's that, because when they say a woman out there shaking their ass, get your bag, sis. It's girl code or girl sister love, all this other shit. So I mean, I think differently. You know what I'm saying? I've seen extreme shit where they love and support it, and since men tend to like something, that's when the sisterhood stops and the red flags go in. So that's me.
Hey, Jew, what would you call the equivalent? If a man was obviously a man ain't gonna be shaking his ass, but I'm just saying, like, what do you call the equivalent of a woman watching a man in this nature?
We don't do that. I don't. I mean, I don't.
Well, I don't shake my. I agree with you on that. I'm just saying. Like,
really?
I was just gonna ask that. So I think the equivalent, I was gonna ask the fellas, would y'all be open to your women being like lifting with Tyrone, and he wore like
Well, I mean,
gray pants and you can see his print and he's showing us correct form,
well, we actually
while
did see
we're
a version of that.
powerlifting.
We actually did see a version of that. Wasn't Salt Bay like the thing that was going crazy for
Salt Bay is not
He was
sexy.
drizzling. He was drizzling.
No.
Shit, that wasn't what the women were saying.
Soul Bay is not like, I said Tyrone for a reason. That's a very particular type of prototype.
And then also wasn't that restaurant going viral every time because they was putting candy panes in people's mouths and drizzling chocolate all over their face and shit. And the women was going crazy over that.
Nah, we talking about the equivalent of the cooking with Kaya thing. I've seen a lot of women I've seen a lot of content where women are preparing these like very sophisticated, elaborate meals. They're pulling out all the stops for their man. They're a little more classy, demure, And I haven't seen them go viral the way this young lady is. But I think that this is like a reaction to kind of what men feel is an overexposure of women. And now I think this is gonna harken to like less is more. I think men will respond more to more, if that makes sense. Like picture a simple action with a very basic silhouette, not like overexposing herself. I think that's going to be the new commodity because men seem to feel like women are overexposed now. So maybe that's why she's getting this reaction.
Are you guys familiar with the wife that she cooks a man a plate and then she claps her ass like
Yeah,
and
that's
she hands him the plate? Like
I've seen that before.
She does this every day and she makes him like this fabulous carbs full of meat and all this other crazy shit. The plate looks crazy. And then she shakes her ass for like 10 seconds. I mean, that's more than what Kaya's doing, I swear, or whatever her name is.
Yeah, that woman's literally giving herself a round of applause with her ass.
If I was to say that,
apparently she has OnlyFans.
The things I find amusing.
If I was to say the male equivalents of that, I would say it would be just men pandering. Simple as that. If you look
Derek
decent,
Jackson.
you got biceps, your shoulders is popping, and you sitting in front of the camera, like you gotta nurture her emotions on some GQ Perry type shit. They coochie getting wet off of that.
So why don't y'all model that then? If y'all know that if y'all think that we like that, why don't y'all try to recreate that?
Because but see, that's for monetary gain. He's using your pain and your trauma and your attention as a way to build revenue off of you.
But a lot of men are telling women to recreate this Kaya prototype. But if I say to you, why don't you recreate a cut up man that's saying nice things to women and uplifting them, then it's like, oh, that's...
I am cut up. I'm cut up. I'm cut up.
Okay.
And I say a lot of uplifting. I say a lot of uplifting shit to women, but they don't like the truth. It's the truth, though. It's two different things. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Bruiser, don't ever do no titty flex again, bro.
Bro, don't try to play me like that, bro. Ain't ain't no titties right there, brother.
I just drank my tea.
But no, I did want to kind of answer the question. Hold on, I want to answer the question real quick. So, I was going to say Derek Jackson is the exact equivalent to Homegirl right here, because men, that's what women would like for a man to do, just to beat him in the head, and he does that, and most females would agree that he's, their prototype or whatever. So that would be the equivalent. I think that the main issue.
How you gonna tell us what our equivalent is? But go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, because you asked just now. Did you not just ask? Like, what you
like? That is not the equivalent.
Did you not just?
That is
just
not
you.
Does all the women know who
just
Derek
you.
Jackson is?
Just you.
Okay, so if Derek Jackson get them wet, then that's news to me. Child.
How do you know?
No, y'all. The equivalent was exactly the example she gave about a guy with sweatpants on, and he teaching a girl how to live.
We also like
either way, y'all got that.
We like
that would be the exact equivalent. That would be the exact equivalent.
But that has popped out a few times. When we seen women busting it open for Usher on TV. What about the dude, the big muscle bound dude that was giving ladies baby oil massages online?
Yeah,
and women were going crazy about that. There's a lot of instances where we've seen dudes, you know what I mean, and women going crazy over them.
Yeah.
Hell.
So
what about the dude who was a bum and all the women went nuts and said they'd give him a house?
Massages is like soft porn. That's literally a category.
What the hell?
What's the difference? What's the difference?
Cooking with Kaya is not a category on Pornhub. Erotic massages is like
her doing
the same. Yeah.
What about the gel bath?
Y'all are so basic.
Jail Bay, the blue, the green eyed dude that went viral that got a modeling
went to jail?
contract.
Y'all are talking about people.
Did he go to
You
jail?
asked about a person creating content with the same.
He
like,
became a
type of
model
platform.
after his jail photo went online.
Dude,
That
we
nigga
didn't
was in
put him in a
jail?
modeling agency, and we didn't
was
have
jail
him.
looking
Y'all
like
did.
that?
Y'all kind of did.
Y'all
The
kinda
fact that
did.
women loved him
Kind of did.
helped him be successful.
Is he out of jail now?
Yeah,
We don't
he's
know.
saying-
We don't
he been out
follow
of jail.
him.
Yeah, well, he been out of jail. He been on in like movies and all that. Not in them big time, but
point
yeah,
is, we've seen women go nuts over half naked dudes and dudes in muscle bound shirts and oiled up and all that shit, and,
Yeah,
and
so-
doing wild crazy shit. Matter of fact, y'all remember when Nick Cannon was in the working out or some shit like that, and the women went crazy over that. Like,
Now you
Yeah,
grasping at
so-
straws, bro. I ain't
yes,
gonna
So
y'all
all,
did.
all we saying is
Yes, y'all did.
whatever
Matter of fact, it went-
whatever your
matter of fact,
version was.
It went from I can't believe he got 8 kids to now I understand why he has 8 kids.
Yeah. So whatever your version is, it's available to you. We'll just say that. But I think the main issue that's
yet. I'm just saying we haven't named any
10.
some of y'all did. You didn't yet, but
What
everybody
about
else did.
that? Also, that other dude that be dancing and he be eating the food. He mad brolic.
Yeah, that too.
Big Grove.
Yeah, him.
Who's
Yeah.
that?
That's another dude that
He always eating the food and dancing. Yeah, looking
Are you?
crazy.
Are you?
What about the
are you
peach dude? The
serious?
dude that was eating the peaches? Did the women going crazy
Just
over
read
that
the
too?
women's faces. We're not impressed.
We ain't talking about y'all. We talking about women in general.
You should be
No,
talking. We
Sweeney.
are
No,
representing
Sweeney.
women in general
We're not
on
gonna
this
skip.
panel.
We're not gonna skip over what he just said. You're talking about the gorilla dude, that big dude
Oh my
that
God,
sits
not
there
him.
and
No.
is a Sambo and monkey
Oh
shine.
no, not him, not
for
him,
the
not him,
public.
not him. That dude.
I
that
know
dude,
you did not just bring that.
That dude walked out there dancing like Terry Crews. No.
Oh my God, that's exactly what he does, like Terry Crews.
What's his name? Damn, I forgot his name.
And stuffs food in his mouth. Nothing
No,
about the dancing
no,
or the
sir.
food is sexy.
No, I'm
at
talking
all.
about the dude that was eating the peaches and shit. I'm talking
No,
about that
not
dude.
you. I'm talking about podcast who just brought him up.
I'm trying to
I'll
think
bring a little
of
humor
somebody
in here.
that would be like a equivalency to the young lady.
We just
But
named like 42 instances.
listen, we a tough crowd. Women are not as
Every
easily
Look, we're
impressed
not
as
talking
you
about
are.
5 of y'all on this panel. We talking about all the women that made these
All
dudes
the
go
women ain't here
viral.
right now, but if you leave a message, they'll
Well,
get back to you as soon as possible.
we're not here to figure out what makes your coochie wet. We talking about what made all the other women
Finally, a
coochie
man
wet.
admits it.
So let me ask y'all this, ladies. If a man is cooking with some Nike spandex and his dick print showing, and the camera is above his kneecap and up to the bottom of his chest, do you think that'd be a good content strategy? Because I've been looking for content strategies from a new channel and shit.
Are you gonna get a model?
What you say, Dottie? You say yeah? I mean, just admit it, Shan. Don't be sitting here talking about help you, Jesus.
Bro, don't nobody want to see that shit, man.
I'm not asking you, nigga. What?
When
Pause,
I do
nigga.
see men online
That shit,
being
man.
sexy, when I see men being muscular, when I see them just like doing their thing and they like got some rhythm to them, I'm like, dang, they bringing sexy back. Like, cause for me, being a '90s baby, I was in the era of sexy. Okay, Pretty Willie, Pretty Ricky, all them. Like, we had the guys that love women and love showing that they love women and they took care of themselves and like looking sexy. Like, bring back those men. Like, maybe women will start acting right. Stop thinking about the money all the time. Because I tell you, them men, like, I went on a date recently and I was just like, this is like, now I understand why these type of men are entitled. The ones that stay groomed and kind of muscular, just being in their presence is like, oh, okay, this is enough. Like,
And a man
I
that's
get it.
vulnerable to a woman. That's why 90s R&B was so beloved, because that's
What
when
do you
men
mean by
were
vulnerable?
vulnerable. Men were vulnerable in music. They would be like, oh my, I
Come on.
miss my
Put
woman. I
that
want my
woman
woman. Please,
first.
baby,
My
please.
heartbreak. If I had one wish.
That's
You gotta
attractive to
put that
women. When men are
woman
more
first.
vulnerable, when men are willing to, when men are not like, I'm the prize. And that's attractive to women. That's
where
why
they at
90s
now?
R&B is 90s R&B.
I miss that music too, but all those niggas was crying and begging.
And
they all had all the
All
girls
them
at their
niggas' life is in
concert.
shambles
They
right
was
And
now.
now
crying.
y'all
Girls
laughing
in
at them when they
panties.
dancing on stage
Girls
today in
in
their old
panties.
age.
They
What is
wanted
that got
a
now?
crowd being
What's
ratchet.
dude name?
It was
Hypothetically,
2010.
of course. What's his name? What's the dude name that sung that song? And then the other one, put the woman first. What's his name? I don't even know these niggas' names.
Jaheim? Is that Jaheim?
Jaheim is
Y'all
back
ain't
on the
even come
scene
save him.
too.
Ain't
Looking
nobody try to
good.
give him no rent-free house or nothing.
But if you notice, it was the younger woman who was mainly upset, who was giving the comments because they're told to, those are the women who still like, oh, y'all tell us to act a certain way and y'all tell us that these girls are a problem, but you're supporting these girls. So that's what the younger girls, I think, felt like. And I think they was doing like a little trend because you could tell they had their fake boyfriend, fake call. But the older women were just like, I hate the way sometimes older black women talk to younger black women. It just like, or try to address them or try to get through to them because it's like the delivery be sometimes it lacks empathy and they're like, what is you doing? Da, 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 da. Why is y'all mad? You just mad. You need to do that. One girl was like, I do cook for you. Where's my recipe? Like, you know what I'm saying? Did you use my recipes? Like, what is it about me to where I couldn't motivate you to cook, but she could? So that's how I think younger women is going to think. And I think some of those women who were responding was kind of immature. I think a mature version is like the ladies on the panel, like, okay, what's wrong with it? Like, we
You mean the older
understand,
ladies?
but they wasn't judging, the women that was complaining. They was just like, I don't see the difference if you're asking my opinion. But a lot of those older women was getting on them younger girls. I'm like, dang.
Sweeney, I caught that.
What is that?
I'm just saying. She said they need to be like the older ones. Ain't all y'all the same women that was in commenting on the post, telling the other young ladies what's wrong with y'all?
That's what I'm saying.
All
It
of
seems
y'all
like
said
the
I don't
people in
see
the
nothing wrong
comments
with
be
it.
more mad than the actual users. Now, I was upset in my generation of comments because I'm like, first off, how did y'all come across this? How did y'all get in their business? I'm confused, and it was mainly men that was sharing it because I'm like, yeah, the women like you see, none of us really saw it. So the fact that y'all are still getting this in your algorithms is like, okay, what you got on your timeline right now? She's 23. Like, I'm trying to figure out.
Oh,
What they
she's
got to do with the first
23.
in China?
It has to do with a lot. Some of the men was like, I ain't seen it. I don't know what you're talking about. I seen them share it, but usually when men share stuff and it has a certain opinion, I'm like, let me just read the comment. When it's too much, I'm like, okay. And I could see the little clip of her and her outfit. I ain't got time
It's
for
a
this. This is
girl
petty.
shaking ass
It's
online
petty.
cooking
Yeah,
food.
it's petty.
Y'all saying,
But the
oh, she's
women
only
that the men
23.
are
Like
talking
we
about
all
saying
don't
they're mad,
recognize ass or
they're
something.
younger women. The older women not even saying it. Y'all talking to the younger women too. Like, why is y'all mad? Because the younger women they thought that you men wanted substance. And when you support anything other than substance, yes, the younger women are going to be mad because they don't get it yet. When they get older, they don't realize this is something that's really instilled in y'all. Look, y'all still dealing with it at this age. They don't get it. So when they get older, they'll get experience in life. And
That the
they'll see
men
that
say
that's
one thing
something that they
and
really
one
care about.
another.
Men don't really
Yeah.
care about
Oh
substance
God.
sometimes.
That's just
Uh-huh.
titillation, though. You have to understand that's not like we're gonna go ahead and try to wife her up. Ain't nobody really checking for her like that. It's titillation, and it's no more, no less. That's all it is. When you go online,
That's what they
you see
care about. They
something,
younger
and women
women.
from 18 to
That's what they
25
care
are
about.
universally more attractive to men. Sorry, physically. That's so when you're watching that on whether it be TV, whether it be your favorite OF joint or whatever it is that you get down with, you're looking for the younger woman. Ain't nobody checking for the homegirls in their 40s when they trying to get their rocks off or whatever it is that they do. They not really checking for that. I'm sorry. The women in their prime, you know what the ages are, and you could shame us for it if you like, but we don't really care. That's just what it is. You can be mad all you want, but that's just what people look for. That's not who they trying to marry, though, for the most part, right? Most of us are not trying to marry that much outside of our age. The statistics prove it. So when it comes to a wife, yes, people are looking for substance because you have to live with that every day. And it's only but so much ass shaking and food cooking that you can do. The reason why most women have a problem with this, let's talk about it, is because a lot of women can't throw down like that or are not willing to throw down like that. And that's the bigger issue. That's why it's a whole lot of mad ass women out here right now because they don't know how to throw down or they ain't willing to. They too lazy. I ain't hear nobody over here say they doing like 5-6 times a week. I would love to hear that. Are the ladies on the panel cooking 5-6 times a week for their homeboy? I'm not saying that nobody is, but I bet you it's not the majority.
Nope.
Yeah.
Casey, we ain't asked you because we already know.
Husband.
We already
Okay.
know.
All right, like
I ain't hear nobody else step up
Definitely
though.
not. Yeah.
Nah, but it
Mhm.
wasn't the older people that was upset. Like I said, it was the younger girls. And they were saying they do
Yeah.
cook. So they was just mad. I cook. You use one of my recipes. You use something I taught you.
A lot of men
Nah.
are sending these
Now I
to
do feel like
women
a lot
because
of
we're
those
trying to give
little
y'all
girls were
hints.
single though. I feel like they were single, didn't have a man, just on there complaining because she knew what a man liked. A lot of women, they do be jealous about that. I ain't gonna lie. That could be a part of it. Like, dang, you doing something he like? It's that simple. Like sometimes it's just that simple.
Hey, Shan, you ain't said
You
nothing.
just hit the. I'm sorry, Shan. I'll just say this right quick. You just hit the nail on the head. That's where the whole pick me culture comes from and all that. If women are doing anything that is around catering to a man, in the social media age that we're currently in, it automatically becomes a situation that is, oh, you must have low self-esteem. Why are you dancing and doing all this for him? And what is he doing for you? And what are you getting out of it? And oh, you're a pick me or whatever, all the different names, a mammy and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, you said something with that one. Go ahead, Shan. I'm sorry.
So bring it back. So I heard about this girl maybe 3 days ago. I think I told JR this, and I heard it in my classroom after school. Nothing that interests my kids usually interests me. We don't even look at the same stuff, okay? But the fact that my students were having a conversation about this young lady is crazy to me. And then that's kind of, I was like, is she young or something? Like, why? Because she's never come across my timeline. She just hasn't. I don't see anything. I didn't see anything different than what has been put out there. I don't think it's because she's cooking. I do think it's the twerking because people cook all the time. There's somebody said sophisticated people who cook great meals. Sometimes I look at them, get some good ideas and everything. I do think that the twerking part does bring in, because men like sex and they like to eat two things that men like. So it does bring in the attention. No different from, I like to see the women asking their men, well, what do I pay? The little paying thing, that's what moves me. So, paying them bills. So there are things that move men and there are things that move women. We can't knock men for being sexual creatures. They like what they see. And like I said, they like food. So obviously it's going to be on their timeline. It's going to be something they talk about. Women are jealous because of it, I guess. I don't see why, but because I've seen worse. This girl is actually like mildly. I've seen, so I don't know why it's such a big deal, but I don't think it's a big deal amongst grown folks. I think it's a big deal towards really, the younger population, if that makes any sense, because I've not heard it since my students.
So. Actually, Shan, I disagree. I think it is the cooking that made it even bigger.
So you've never seen people with their clothes on very well?
I'm gonna explain why. I do. Yes, the ass shaking had a point, but women shake their ass on TikTok all the time.
I agree.
They've done every ass shaking. There was women literally getting naked in front of a yellow light that was, and all you saw was their silhouette, and they did that for months. So her going viral had to be more than just shaking ass.
It was both.
Well, no, because what you're saying,
a wife get picked for and something that a hoe get rejected for. She put them together.
But what you're doing is you're telling us things that all too went viral, and they all went viral because of sex moves things, right? These are all things that go viral. This is one of those things that went viral because of the exact reason the silhouette thing went viral, and all the things that you're mentioning went viral. It's because it has a sex. People are anything about twerking, whether we like it or not, it's gonna go viral, right? And the person who I like smoke, what's his name? Smoking with, it's a guy who does food. His food is amazing. He's an older guy, family guy. I love his food. He ain't going viral. It's people who cook, like get down in the kitchen cooking, and they not going viral. So, and like somebody mentioned, the older woman who claps at the end, I've seen her come across mine, and then she wasn't clapping at the end. It's just a plate of food. Everybody cooks a good plate of food. It's nothing extra to it. It's the clapping of her cheeks at the end that gives it a little bit of, and she like, that's how I got a ring. Like, let's not play dumb here.
But we can make the argument that
do with it.
We can make the argument that there are plenty of women that shake ass online and they don't go viral all the time either. Just like there are a bunch of people that cook.
Yeah, that's because they're not doing nothing wife-like, so y'all not supporting it. Because she's shaking ass and doing something wife-like, y'all men are now supporting and pushing it.
Right. So she's doing two things. So she's doing two things that people find to be attractive. It's almost like if you were OnlyFans, if you were to get two things that your audience really, really likes and you combine them together, you're gonna, go.
So it is. So the cooking has a heavy influence on it, right?
No, I said that.
It's
but it
also
has
like a
both.
finger
It
wagging.
can't be
It's also
one,
like
it's
a finger
both.
wagging from the manosphere. They're like, see, this is what y'all should be doing. If you want to be a wife, if you want to be chosen, if you want to be picked, this is what you should be doing. It's a response. It's just the
Shaking ass for your man
manosphere.
while cooking him a meal.
It's just the manosphere feeding
I
the
didn't see no
narrative
man
because
person.
there are plenty of women shaking ass and there are plenty of women cooking, right? But for some reason, y'all feel as though y'all will condemn a woman for shaking her ass, but because she made Alfredo, all of a sudden it's acceptable. All of a
And notice
sudden
she
she
said
not.
she was gonna cook
All
for
of a sudden,
somebody else,
wait.
man.
All
She
of
didn't
a
say she was gonna
sudden,
cook for her man.
all
She
of a
said she was gonna
sudden,
cook for
she's not
somebody else, man.
exploiting herself. All of a sudden, these conversations about weaves and twerking and Christianity go out the window because she made you a bacon, egg, and cheese.
But listen to this. I think Trev said it earlier. He said that these are the women that we like to look at. We don't necessarily wife these women, right? I think that I don't think that she's what he's saying is wifey material, because obviously wifey material for most men isn't getting on the internet and twerking with a plate. But they do like the fact that they are getting to women to say, hey, this is what men like. You should try it. Maybe you want the woman you want who may not be twerking in, to take some pointers behind the camera, not in front of the camera. Maybe that's what.
I think any man will be
There's-
happy
there-
to see his wife shaking her ass for him while making him a plate. I think any man will be like, "Damn."
There's two things. There's two things that we're missing that we didn't mention. One, the shit is catchy. Her intro is extremely catchy. It's a hook, right? Earworm, whatever. And two, she's cooking with joy, right? So it's not just cooking as a duty, but it brings her joy to cook, and that's the perception, at least received by the men.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
She definitely
Most women who can twerk can also cook. Them be the ones who can cook. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. Like, if she can twerk, she be in that kitchen, baby. Like, listen, twerking that season, not like a hood woman in the kitchen. I give it all, and we can just get that mentality under control. She makes it
No.
You ladies,
all y'all who shaking ass cannot cook, so stop it.
I don't shake my
A
ass.
lot of the reason why y'all shaking ass is because y'all don't have anything to offer but your ass.
Listen, y'all know them
So
girls.
you trying to
They
compensate?
be in
You
there
trying to
cooking,
accommodate
baby.
for your lack of
But you can't
wife
wipe her
skills.
because she don't know how to act in person, in public. She don't. That's why you can't wipe her. So you just put her to the side. Won't get rid
I
of
think
her.
it's just the attachment. I think it's the attachment. Attachment. What are you attaching to? Shaking your ass. You attach a recipe to it. You got links that leads to email list. Email list leads to a recipe book that you can sell and monetize. It's good intention. Good ass,
Listen,
good intention.
I
Me personally, I don't condone it, but I can understand why she's
right.
moving that way.
different
But
take.
the regular person that's just out there shaking her ass, what is that attached to? That's attached to her OnlyFans page, funnel you into her live streams or private live streams or even in her bedroom.
Yeah, because we don't know what she has, outside of this.
Well, you can look at her
Some men
profile
was
and
like,
it'll tell you
no,
a
y'all
lot.
just
I haven't
mad
looked at
'cause
it, but
she
I'm
doing
just saying you
something
can look
y'all
at
should be
a person's
doing.
profile and it'll tell you how they have a business, an off-platform business connected to it. But I think Jude tried to go. Go ahead, man.
No, I don't think people love the person Kaya or whoever she is. I think they love the idea that she caters to her man, and most men want their woman to cater to them. We don't want
never
our
said her man. I hate that y'all
Yeah,
keep saying that.
no,
She kept
no,
saying,
no.
I'm gonna do it for your man. She kept
No.
saying that. That's why the little girls was mad.
Listen,
She said your man.
Degeneracy.
I
They
understand what
they
I
didn't
understand.
interject on that, did they, Di?
I
I understand what you ladies are saying, and I don't applaud or agree with her saying that part either. But what I'm saying is, when I sent that video to my girl, it's me giving her a hint, like, "Hey, you cook every night, but can you look good for me as well when you present my food?"
Would you
get
like
what
it
I'm
if your
saying?
woman
So,
did that to you? Hey, you pay the bills, but can you lift these weights and be cut up like this nigga here?
Yeah,
It seems a
I'm not
little.
gonna be
It seems,
offended.
hey, you
I'm
fuck,
not gonna
but
be
can
offended.
you get your dick this big? You know,
It's
like
already there. You want to
where's
see it?
the no
You get
no
what I'm
where's
saying? Like
the
it's already there.
no, I'm
You
just
get what I'm
giving you
saying?
an
Like,
example that
okay.
like where do we stop? Like where's the limitation on
Well, we're
that?
gonna have to
Like
stop at there
you
because
don't
they can't help
present
that. We're gonna
you
have to
don't
stop at
present
the
a
things you can't
fictitious
change.
person as competition to the person that you're in love with or you're in a relationship with. That seems a little
I mean,
Yeah,
you seem a little out of
DJ
pocket.
DJ has a point though. Like I wouldn't, you would, I don't approve of the man, or I don't. Yeah, I mean everything's about outcomes. But if you ask me my personal opinion, like I'm not gonna go and I'm not gonna bring something to my wife's attention and tell from another woman and tell her, hey, look, I need you to be like this woman.
no, I'm
Like
not.
that's like
I
I
would
would say
never
that's a
do
slap
that.
in the face. Like, because if you put
Exactly.
yourself in her shoes and she said, hey, look, I want you to be like this man, it's actually a matter of unimpressionability at that point. Like, she wants you to fit a disguise or characteristic traits of another man. And if you would ask her in secret, like if you give her friends, she would date that man. You know what I'm saying? Over you because he
And
has
then,
the
but
qualities that
Darwin,
you have.
The
I
comparison is
Darwin,
disrespectful.
To Darwin's point, social media is not a real place. Okay, it's also clickbait and characters,
It
and
is.
yes, you know what I'm saying. So bringing somebody to compare to a fake person, that's not. Nope.
See, I think I don't know. Maybe my relationship is different, but we have sense of humor. We could laugh at. She could send me some Chris Brown. I ain't gonna never look like that nigga. You get what I'm saying? I ain't gonna never have his money either. So you could send me him, and you could hope he come here. But you got me. Let's go to bed. You get what I'm saying? So I mean,
I
I'm
fuck with
different.
that. As long
You
as
get
you
what
can
I'm saying?
laugh, I can laugh. I'm
You know what
cool
I'm
with
saying?
it.
So I'm
If
different.
you could take a joke and we
Yeah.
could do that and we could have that banter,
Now,
we
if
good.
you talking about sending me physically a nigga dick like, oh, I want it like this, that's different. I'm not sending you nobody pussy talking
Okay.
about, yo,
Too far. Too much.
I need
Okay,
to
Julie.
look
What
like
did she?
that.
What did she
Look, I
send you?
told you, DJ. I told you we're
What if
gonna
she
have to
sent
draw
you
the
a
line at the
video?
dick.
Huh?
What if she sent you a video of a man and women's? They both co-creators and they making content. What if she sent you a video of a man caressing his woman's shoulders while she talk about the topic and shit, and she say, "Hey, this is how I want you to do me," or she send you a video of a man taking his woman out to a specific restaurant, opening the door for her, pulling the chair out for her. And let's hypothetically, you're not doing those things. She said, "This is what I want. This is what I like." How would you feel about that?
Bruise it. Bruise it.
Not
That's 99% of the reels that we get. They send
honestly,
reels
bro.
all day of
I get it, but
restaurants and
I
date
get it. But I'm
nights. And
asking how
I
do
love
how
hints.
do you take
I
digest that?
love to learn how to make my woman feel good at the end of the day. I love for her to show me or tell me, hey, babe, I need more of this. If I'm not doing it, I want to know. But if I am doing it and you still looking for more of it and you know I'm doing it, then that would be a problem to me.
But I'm saying, what if that's not who you are? Are you willing to compromise who you are to conform to what she desires?
I mean, if we
For the sake for her
intend to
happy.
make each other happy,
right?
We both have to bend a little bit. There's gonna be some
I get it,
things that
and I get it. I'm not gonna argue it. To each his own. Just me personally, if it's who I am, I'm not compromising myself because I mean I've been around a woman and I've dated a lot of women to know that conforming to a woman based on her happiness and her desires, it's an unquenchable appetite. It's a forever.
Wait, bro. So
you're gonna forever be trumping one thing at a time. So
if your wife sent you a reel of a couple going on a date night to someplace in Atlanta or wherever you was at and said, "Ooh, babe, I really want to go here," you're gonna be like, "Hell no, man, I'm not conforming to that shit." You're gonna be like, "Yeah, there we go."
Different from you
okay, so now
sending
you kind of oversimplified
you're
the
moving the
picture I
goalpost a
painted.
little bit.
I did say opening the door, sliding the chair out, rubbing the shoulders. You just took all that out to try to, but it's good, Sweeney. I see the tactic.
I just feel like it's all about the approach. Like there's nothing wrong with communicating with your partner, but you also have to consider like you don't want to compare your man to another man and say, yeah, do it like this. Like I feel like that's a little bit insensitive and comparison is the thief of joy. Never compare your man to another man and long for whatever
Understand.
that is, because at the end of the day, that a lot of this stuff on social media is performative,
For
you
sure.
know.
And that's
So
why they went
Well,
down the line. Not to cut you off, DJ, but
yeah,
that's
no,
why
go
those
ahead.
women fell for Derek Jackson the way they did, and he was a complete
Absolutely.
fraud. And he was on
Absolutely.
there simping and, oh, women, men, you need to do this and do that, and he over there a clown after the
A
camera went
whole
off.
ass clown.
but I agree
Hold on,
with
hold
you
on, hold
though.
on, y'all.
Like
Hold
I
on, hold
feel
on,
like you
hold
should
on,
be able.
hold
Go
on, hold
ahead.
on. I want to play this video with Austin real quick. Play a little bit of it because it's kind of long, and then we'll talk about it and then move on.
Prepare to be offended because this is about to piss off a large percentage of y'all on the internet. Listen, black people, the more you practice bullshit, you get good at it. So for all of you women running around talking about, I don't even know where the hype is with cooking with Kai. She's not that cute. She's not this and that, the third, blah, blah, blah. All right, first of all, what she's doing is telling you black women essentially, if you can't cook, what you can't do, another woman will. First of all, that's what she's telling you. That's number one. If you are offended or if you are scared of her because she's cooking, get your ass in the kitchen and learn how to cook some other than pasta Alfredo. Seriously, like just cooking is not that difficult. It's really not. If you scared of her because you can't cook and she can, and you think that's enough for your man to get took, well, then first of all, you and your man need to have a conversation, a major conversation. Point one. Point two, and this is most important. Her over sexualizing cooking a meal, she didn't just pick that up. She understands that sells. And my question is, where did she get that from? And this goes back into the degeneracy thing. Whatever we practice, black people, whatever we practice doing repeatedly, we start getting good at it. It is no secret to me, and it is a damn shame that the number one thing that we promote in our community is the over-sexualization of black women. 60% of black women in this country have dealt with some form of domestic abuse or SA by the time they reach age 18. What is never really studied, though, is the self-exploitation that is done when black women reach a certain age. If nobody's told them before, I'm going to be the first to say it. Black women, there's more to you than your is and ass. There's more to you than that. There's more to you than your is and your ass. You have more substance than that. Now, if you choose as a grown adult to sexualize yourself, well, then by all means, go ahead and do it. I was even listening to a conversation with Amber Rose and Candace Owens. And they did a 1-hour sit down interview about this. And it was really interesting because Candace Owens told Amber, and Amber told Candace, she's, Amber Rose, for all of you who know, she's been she's now a supporter of President Trump. She was a former detractor of President Trump, and she formerly had an OnlyFans. Amber Rose said, listen, 90% of the girls I talked to that had OnlyFans said they're not a fan of sex work. They don't want to be sex workers. And she said 99% of the women that have OnlyFans and that do sex work don't want to do it. They're doing it because they know it's fast money. They're doing it because they know sex sells, and they're doing it because men are horn dogs. That's the greater question. And for you men running around hyping this girl up, talking about, oh, look at cooking with, first of all, she's 23 and half of you is on her page talking about how great and good she look. Half y'all look like y'all about 40, 45, 50. Y'all, half y'all look burnt the out, right? Some of y'all talking this about her, talking about y'all want her. Y'all want to be her daddy, and y'all is nasty. That's the conversation that needs to be had and discussed. It's not only the fact that I don't like women solely using their bodies for material gain, but hey, it's the age of the Instagram model for whatever reason, age of the TikTok model now. But we have to also discuss the men that make these women rich. That's the more interesting part of the conversation that no one wants to talk about. Before you sit up here and just unwillingly bash women for using their bodies, let's look at the supply determines demand. Period. Supply determines demand. And obviously the supply of even the fantasy is so low for these that they will go out here and spend a college grip on these OnlyFans models. There was a 23-year-old OnlyFans model I know made, I think, $1.5 million. The number one user of OnlyFans is men. So while I'm not a fan of women using their bodies for profit, I am also not a fan of these men giving women reasons to objectify themselves. Because again, if supply determines demand, the supply of this shit would be low if the demand for it wasn't high. It's a whole lot of you men that's just as for no reason. And y'all need to sit y'all ass down somewhere and get some damn therapy. Seriously. Point blank in the story. And I don't understand why this is even a conversation we have to have in 2024 going into 2025. But hey, it is what it is. Cat Williams said it best. 2024, all lies, all BS will get exposed. And it's about high time we start having real conversations surrounding the over sexualization of both black men and, in this particular case, black women, especially young black women. Like, this is absolute total bullshit.
Lynn Lee.
Go ahead, Casey.
I don't have a problem with him. I know he participates in the Lapeef Network, so this is not directly to diss him personally, because I like his points a lot of times on different shows. But
if he wasn't
was
in
all
the
up- he
Lapeef,
was-
would you diss him?
Huh?
If he wasn't with Lapeef name, would you diss him?
No, I'm just saying I know his overall stance on a lot of different things, and so that's why I'm just saying that before I talk. But he was all over the place in that clip. I couldn't really gather what his driving force to do the video was. He came down on women. He came down on men. Men are horn dogs. I mean, we all know that men are sexual. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I wasn't feeling it. I'll get my thoughts together and come back.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. He was quite over the place. He said something about, I think he took a shot at the guys that was in their 30s or 40s or 50s or whatever, saying that they old enough to be her daddy. Actually, old enough to be her husband too. So, I don't know what the hell he was saying with that. And to answer your question, the reason why he was probably compelled to do that because it was trending. I mean, he's a creator just like anybody else, so he got it. If he's monetized, that's an easy topic to go ahead and touch on.
Bruiser, don't do that.
Yeah,
Bruiser,
I
don't do
understand
that.
that. I understand
Don't
that.
do what?
Do not
No,
do that.
what?
He's
What?
being cynical like me. When I started questioning videos and stuff, y'all was like, no, do it for the sake of conversation. Don't do that shit, Bruiser. We understand that everybody just making content. We got to humor this shit just like y'all made me humor.
I humor. Yeah, I mean, I know his position religiously, so he probably don't promote it or condone it. But you know what I'm saying? It's all about, like I said earlier, it's all about outcomes. I mean, if that girl, I think y'all said the girl has a man or some shit like that. Is she married or something? She got a man?
I don't think she is, because she
Y'all
always
said
talked
she was
about
cooking
taking
for her
somebody
man, or
else's
she
man.
just.
No, she kept saying, "Cook for your man, or else I'm gonna take him." So I doubt she has the man
Oh,
pregnant
so
to
she
take
said
other
that?
women men. Yeah, she said that.
Oh hell
She
no!
said
You
that at
can't
the
go
beginning
on.
of her video.
No,
She said, "Ladies, cook for your man."
I
or
didn't
I
know that.
will."
Now I got a whole different. I don't even.
That's what,
She said, "Cook for your man, or I'ma take him."
bruh. Yes, she did. I'm gonna let you finish your
Why
statement.
y'all didn't tell me she said that?
I
We did
did.
tell you she
I
said
It's
said that
just
a
that.
couple of
marketing.
times.
Literally
It's
said it in
her.
the
It's
video.
just
Hell
marketing.
no!
Like, why are we?
Hell
Did
no!
4
That's why I said
times.
these
Bruiser,
younger
you watched the
women
video
are
right along
mad
with us.
because
No, I
they're
came in
their
whenever
age.
after she
No,
said that.
yeah,
Probably.
Trev, I didn't hear it in the video. I heard Di say it she says it on every video. That's what Di
I
was
said no.
saying.
She said in the clip he just said. I mean,
Oh, I
in
didn't
the
hear
video
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
she had the breakfast in her hand, was like,
Remember, she
cook
said,
breakfast
"Cook
for your
for your
man
man,
before I
or I
do, or
will."
some shit like
Yeah.
that.
Before
She said
I
it right in
do,
the video
or hold
we
on.
watched.
That's two different things. You said cook breakfast for your man before I do. Okay, so that's translation for I'm gonna take your man and I'm gonna be cooking
Yeah,
for him.
Yeah,
basically.
pretty
Like,
much.
I'm
Oh
gonna cook it
yeah,
for
no
my
sir,
man.
no.
I'm gonna cook for your
You
But
man.
that's satire, man. That's satire. She's not
No,
literally gonna take
She
anyone's
likes
man.
psychology type stuff.
Because niggas is eating that shit up. Niggas is eating that. You know it is trash. Niggas is
First
like,
of all,
oh,
what really
But we not
technically
gonna
made her
act
go
like we not.
viral
We
was
just
that moment
it's a
right there.
third of
Women
dudes
getting
ain't
we not
viral.
gonna
getting
act
no
like we
sex and
weren't
they
trying to
looking at that
understand
as an
what the
opportunity.
brother
It's
was
niggas
saying
out here
though.
that ain't getting it.
Back to the
Bro,
video.
come on, no. You can't be a woman. That's a girl code issue, right, sisters? You can't be going on the line shaking your ass, talking
That's why the
and
younger
directing
women
it
were
towards.
mad. The older women
That's
understood
why
what
she
was trying to
went
do, but the
viral.
younger women were mad about it. The women her age, they were mad about it.
It's girl
That's
code
why
if
they
you
were
know
mad.
her. If you don't know her and she's a stranger, it's not really girl code. Like she's making
Yeah.
content at the
No,
end of the
it's
day.
girl
And
code.
if you
Oh, so she's a
secure, listen,
stranger.
I
But if
don't
she's somebody
care.
y'all know
I
down the
don't care
street
if you
doing it,
don't
it's a
Shook my
problem.
hand
No,
and
yeah,
if
tried
you
hold
to
on,
shake
don't
hold on,
my
cook.
y'all.
hand.
Hold
We
on,
got an issue.
It
hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
matter.
guys.
Sorry. It doesn't matter if you don't cook or you do cook or you cook half the week. You know the value that you're bringing to your relationship, right? And your man should know the value that you're bringing to your relationship. And he knows your strengths and he knows your weaknesses, just like you know his strengths and his weaknesses. So to see somebody on the internet and try and compare and contrast to a contrived fantasy is just extremely immature and it's just a waste of time.
You know
Period.
your ass ain't cooking. You know the value you ain't giving your man. So
I don't
if you
know why that's
I don't
even
think it's that.
valuable.
I
Like
think
both people in
it
the
was
house
more
should be
principle for the
cooking.
younger
Like
women.
hold on,
that's
wait.
a
So
basic ass
now you're trying to
adulting
Okay, yeah,
push
skill.
she cooking.
structure on us.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just saying that cooking is an adult it's an adult skill that
See,
everybody
that's
should
where
be
you crossing the
doing.
line. I don't
So
cook.
paying
Why?
bills.
Yeah.
I'd be damned if I'm cooking if I'm paying all the bills. Hold on. Is any man on this panel cooking?
You should cook every
I
now and
cook
then,
about
even
once a
if you pay
quarter
bills.
just to keep sharp.
I mean,
What's
I go
once a quarter?
okay. I
Once,
go boil some hot dogs a few
once a
times
quarter,
or
once
some
every
shit
3
like that.
months.
First of all, the
Nobody at
fact
home
that
by
you making
myself.
hot dogs at all is diabolical.
I'm talking about
Hot dogs? No, wait. Who's making hot dogs? I made
I made a
Thanksgiving
hot
dinner. I know
dog.
how to
What the
cook
fuck?
everything. I know how
I
to
didn't
cook
listen. Just because
everything.
I say I'm not okay, I don't know how to
Bake,
cook.
all
I'm
that.
gonna
I
go on the
cook.
record.
I will battle anybody on here. I cook for
But
real, for
I'm
real.
thinking DJ.
I
DJ.
spiral
I think I
inside when my
misinterpreted it.
husband
I'm
say he
thinking
about
you
to cook.
saying.
He
I'm
can
thinking you
cook, but he
saying
cook
that
messy.
both adult are like a man should be preparing a meal in the house, like for the household type shit like that. Is that's what you talking about when you say cooking?
That's usually how it works.
Oh hell no. Mm-mm.
So as a let me ask you this. As a married man, you know the statistics, right? That there are about 70+ percent women that are initiating divorce. And one of the main reasons they're initiating divorce is because women are carrying the brunt of domestic duties. So does it mean anything to you that as a man, you should every now and then step up and cook a meal and help out in the house?
That is not the reason why
Oh,
the vast majority
You
of
I'm a
women are
should.
humor it.
initiating divorce.
First of all, come on, Sweeney, you got to humor it, remember?
That
I'm a
is not the
humor it.
vast. That is bull.
It's not true at all. It's disgustingly false. But I'm a humor it. I don't build how I operate in the marriage based on the chances or the probability of divorce. Basically, you asked me to front load the cause of the divorce so it can shape my behavior and my interaction with my wife in the household. It's not how I actually front load my faith and what I believe in the word. And then I dictate my choices of how I operate with my wife on that, not based on the chances of it failing. So you get what I'm saying? So
So the
actually,
word told you
I
not to
guess I
cook?
record that so next time they bring facts to me, because that's how I be feeling when y'all bring facts to me too. I ain't gonna lie. When y'all bring numbers and shit to me, I be feeling exactly like that, but I don't know how to say it like that. But what he just said, that's
gotta
how I
go to
feel when
college,
y'all
probably.
bring bullshit numbers to me too. That's how I feel.
There's no
Oh,
bullshit. Over 70% of women are initiating divorce, but we're not talking about why they're initiating.
we do. We know exactly why they're
I've
initiating.
looked into it, and it really is a big part of it is women feel
because you don't want to wash the
overworked
dishes.
and underappreciated in the home. A lot of married women feel like married single moms, to be
That is
honest.
So
inherently
you
false.
telling me you gonna divorce your husband and then
I
go to
didn't tell you
another
that.
man
I'm
and go
telling you what the
wash his
data
dishes
says.
and wash his clothes?
I'm telling you what the data says. Now, if you care about it or not, that's up to you. You
No, I
know?
Here's the
actually care
data.
about it.
Okay.
Here's the data.
We can't see that, sir.
Because if what you're saying is true, DJ, that means all of the content I've been making is pointless because
I
I
could have
thought
told
that
you
was
that.
Wait, what does that mean, Queenie?
I
What
could
does
have
that
told you
mean?
that.
Basically,
I
the
got
household
okay,
duties.
okay,
The
I'm just
okay.
household
playing,
duties.
Darwin. Make your
Di-
content, bro.
basically, the household
deserve
duties
it.
are split based on how many hours somebody has to work outside the house. But
Okay,
for the
that's
most
probably
part,
true for
both
marriages,
family.
but not the 70% of people who got divorced. What does this have to do with those divorce
Well,
numbers?
I would argue that one, we do know why people get divorced.
Because she
A
didn't
lot
say
of
most people in
I'm
marriage do
speaking
it.
to
She
the
said
women that
those
initiate
divorced
divorce,
people.
not all
Yeah, not
I
all
know.
people in
I'm speaking to the
marriage.
women that
Just the
initiate
marriages
divorce,
that
and they
fail.
tell us the reason why they get a divorce, and it's not because they feel overworked or underappreciated in their household. There's a
How do you
number
know
of
those
reasons.
women
No,
took these? How do
that's
you
one
know
of the
those women
reasons.
took this survey? There's no guarantee that those women that she's
So
talking
there's
about
no.
took the survey that you're said.
I'll
They
show
don't
y'all the
contribute to those
study. I'll show
numbers.
y'all
Those
the
are two
study.
different
So
There
statistics.
are multiple
then
studies. Wait, there are multiple
Then we could
studies
throw
that
out every study if that's the case. If you want to throw
no,
out this
listen.
study regarding family,
There
regarding
are multiple
good
studies.
Pew research,
There are multiple studies that are
Do
speaking
you
to the
understand?
idea. There are multiple studies that are speaking to the idea that women feel overworked because they feel like they never can clock out. If you go to your 9 to 5, you clock in at 9, you clock out at 5. When does she get to clock out?
you do know most people feel overworked
No,
because
and just
everybody has to feel it.
answer my question really quickly. When does a housewife get to clock out?
it takes 2 hours to cook on average.
When does a housewife get to clock out?
In the middle of the day when the kids are at school.
When she go to
Wrong.
sleep.
She
When
never
she,
gets to clock out. Her job
yes,
When
is
she
she go to
does.
24/7.
sleep.
What?
No, she does
What are you
not.
talking about?
If she goes to sleep and that child is crying because the child has a fever, the child is sick,
Y'all act like
the
men
child
don't exist in
she
these
is the
relationships.
one she is the
So
one that wakes
can I
up.
say something?
And she's the one that addresses it, and she's the one that takes the child to the doctor's appointment, and she's the one that does
Yeah.
all of that stuff, all of that extra domestic duties. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I agree with everybody. I agree with DJ and I agree with y'all. I don't there is no clocking out, but that's what I signed up for, being a wife and mom. And I'm okay with that responsibility because I know what it is and what comes for it and from it. Um, it is what it is. There is no clocking out. I grew up hearing my mom and dad say, I don't care if you're 70, 60 years old, you're going to still be my kid, my son or daughter, and I'm going to still parent you and I'm going to still try to guide you um, until I go into the grave. And so I see that for men and women. I don't think when you have a family unit and when you're a spouse and you have children, there's no such thing as clocking out. I've just accepted what it is and I'm okay with it. But DJ is right. Like if a child goes to sleep, my kids are waking up, one's potty trained, one may cry, like it's 24/7. When I'm at work, I'm thinking about home, I'm thinking about doctor's appointments, I'm thinking about dentist appointments, I'm thinking about my husband going to the doctor, I'm thinking about the house, I'm thinking about maintenance, I'm thinking about everything. Like constantly. Then when I get home, I'm thinking about what's for dinner, grocery store, I'm doing inventory in my head. So it's literally 24 hours around the clock of managing a household and everybody in it, as well as managing myself and making sure that my cup is full and my brain still has space to make sure that I'm functioning properly, as well as the house. And I'm not a
What else would
housewife. I
contribute
also
to that?
work
Because I'm
too.
pretty sure that your husband does things to make you be full like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what
That's
So
does that look
most
like?
husbands do.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean that
that's why I want
you
to
have
know
to
how.
both people have to be functioning in full capacity to make it work. If not, then
Does
it's just not gonna
appreciation,
work. But
like
look, but see,
matters?
y'all said something about, I think Sweeney said out of the home. My husband works from home, but the thing that I do, I leave my job and I'm done. My husband, he's working constantly. Like it might be 9, 10 o'clock at night, and he's on the computer, like pen and paper, doing whatever. Or he might be up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, work hasn't started, but his work is constant because of he's using his brain constantly and he's stressed constantly. So even though I'm leaving and he's at home, he's still working, or he may be out in the field on a business trip. His I cut that off and I focus on the family. I can leave my job and be done with it and put it down. I don't open a computer at home for work. But for him, it's vice versa. He's constantly working, constantly answering business calls, constantly. It doesn't stop for him. And so I realize that, and I can pick up and balance that out to take off. Oh yeah, you've been at home. I've been running around. But no, he's constantly stressing about the entire family as a whole, plus his job and his career. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
As a woman that does both, I can say that definitively that working a job is so much easier than being a full-time housewife. My hat goes off to women that dedicate their lives and all of their time to interacting with children and hearing children's songs all day and rearing children and reeling them in and chasing after them and not having adult interaction and just being locked up in the house all the time and running errands. It's a little bit of a nightmare after a while. It starts to feel like Groundhog Day every day. Actually, the reprieve is going to work.
You know
If
what's
I'm being
hilarious?
honest.
It's both,
I
DJ.
hate
I
every
agree
time
with you
like
on
the cook.
both.
That's the part I don't like.
But also when you haven't, because I stayed home a year with the kids as well, and well, like 2 years with the kids as well, and so I feel like I see both sides of it. It can feel like Groundhog's Day, but also you're not pouring into the world; you're pouring into your home 24/7. So when you
Yeah, you're
both
right. It is
both,
a labor of
you know what I'm
love.
saying? Like you literally have
But
to
that doesn't make it
take
any less
yourself
intense,
out.
child. Because
Yeah,
after a
no,
while,
both
You know
I'm
of
what's
them,
like, turn
hilarious?
off the
both
cocoa
of them.
melon. I don't want to hear one more single.
You know what's hilarious?
Yeah,
Like it's
Being a
it's
household,
difficult. It's
being a
difficult.
housewife or being a house
both.
person is the hardest thing in the world until a man says, "Let me do it."
Huh?
Then
What
all of
you
a
mean?
sudden it's hell
Have
no.
y'all
I talked
ever
about
seen the
this yesterday,
videos?
What you
Sweeney.
mean?
I
So
Until
love
a
wait,
it.
man
no,
I
no, no,
says,
love
no.
doing
until
the
we
The
tell
Hey,
y'all
videos.
switch
I want to
roles.
see.
I've been
What you
through it.
mean?
I've been in it, Sweeney, and I loved it. For
What
personally,
you
I
mean?
loved it. I
Man,
love
Oh,
going to
oh.
work.
normally in
I
these
love going to
conversations,
work. I
right?
love the fact when I came home that my baby was already cool, the food was already cooked. I like the fact that at
Ain't
nighttime, as a
that
newborn, that the baby, I didn't have to wake up and get the baby up and get her ready.
nice?
I
Di,
I didn't
I
You
have
get
to
to
do
be
understand.
the
I
that.
plum
understand.
I
parent,
love being
right?
Di,
around kids too, though.
Di,
Don't get
You
twisted.
mean
I
wait,
The
wait,
Sounding
wait,
like
parent.
nurturers. Y'all are not
Di,
sounding like
wait,
nurturers
Sweeney?
right
You
now. I
mean
don't
a
know.
woman? You mean a man not working at all and being a house
No, he
husband?
was still
he's
working
been the
towards
house
something,
this
but because I
because
was the
she
breadwinner, I
said
would
a
rather him
housewife is
been
the
at
hardest role. It's so intense, right? And I
until a
ask
man
women
has
this
to
all
do
the
it.
time. Then switch spots. You go to work full time and you let him do it. And
You
it's
It
know
depends
what?
always
on what
I'm
no
type
gonna
of
because a
send this
man ain't
person you
video.
are.
I'm
supposed
gonna send
to.
this
It
video
just
to
depends on what
And
type
JR.
of
it's
person you are.
dog,
I
don't
would
do this.
love
And
if more men would switch roles, like on a serious note, for more than a couple days or a day here or a day there. Switch roles. Let her go to work
no,
for a
give him 6
year,
months. Let him
and
sit at the
you
crib for
stay
6 months
home.
and take care of the
And
house while
but
you
you
go to
make
work.
sure that you do it on the level she's doing it. Make sure
No,
that
he's gonna do it
make
his
sure
way.
that the
You
child
don't get
down
to
to his
determine how it's done. He's gonna
see,
do it his way.
see,
Because
aha,
we don't tell y'all how to do it.
aha.
Yes, I do. I want
That's
to cook this way. I
and
know
that's
a
the
lot of
part.
wives that say they cook their spaghetti without meat because their husband preferred
Actually, we
that
know
way.
that
But
they
No,
do
before
but
it
they
this
better.
got
this
married,
is
they
the
cooked
part
it
where
with
we
me.
get them
I
Actually,
hear
right.
women
say the
talk
men
about
do
how
Y'all
do
they
it
make
not
better.
doing
beans
it
to their
on a
children because their
level.
husband like it, and they don't really.
Y'all
You feel
not
me?
doing it on
Yes,
the
they
level
are
that the
because
mothers
the
do it
men get better
though.
results. Yes,
No.
they are. The
When
men get
when
better results,
when y'all have the kids come home with dirty fingernails, they
and they
got boogers
still
in their
somehow
eyes,
come out of
their
life
clothes
better.
is stained up, they the only thing that's looking pristine is their
I
sneakers.
agree
I
with
give
that
y'all
part
that.
too. Yeah,
Y'all
that's
will
not,
sit
but
there
The
I
and
didn't
men get
mind.
better
I
scrub
didn't mind
results.
fixing it
scrub
as
the
long as they.
sneakers with a
The
toothbrush,
men
but
get better
everything else
results.
look raggedy. Everything else is just tore down. The meals are super basic. If they're not from McDonald's, they're
There's
not
a
But
basic.
that's
nutritious.
why
They're
You
not
that
acting like these
balanced.
women are
How
cooking
about
9 course
DJ.
I've
meals.
been bringing my baby to me
They
without
That's why
putting
you
food.
need
they
two.
Hold
cutting
That's
up
why
on.
you need. That's why
apples
you
and
need that yin and yang. That's why we're there. We're there to add that
Yeah,
soft touch.
because
We're
men
there
don't.
to make it pretty.
Yeah.
We're there to add the Vaseline on their faces before they go to school. Make sure they all shiny with a clean nose, freshly brushed hair, clean
Bundled up
clothes.
quickly.
That
Clean
is something
nails.
that we
Don't forget
take
the
pride.
nail sis.
Yeah, I gotta like clipping
I love
literally
it
my
though.
daughter's toenails and nails twice
I
a
don't
week.
like
They
doing the
grow
house
like they
stuff.
grow so freaking
They grow
fast.
fast.
But the other parent, the man may not pay attention to that and see that
But
little
that
detail.
takes
But
so much
that's why why
thought.
we do
All
it.
all of that
It's
takes
how we
thought on
work.
but this is my point though. We're already still a lot of us are in the workforce, right? Because a lot of let's be honest, a lot of homes it takes two incomes to really make it run. Like let's be honest. So a lot of us are still working, we're doing these jobs, but then we're also still these meticulous, detail oriented people as mothers, and we don't want to see any hair out of place. You know, we make the house a home, we take the groceries, as y'all like Kaya cooking with Kaya, we make meals out of the groceries. And at the end of the day,
Everybody cooks.
it's really labor. You now you saying everybody cook, but before you were saying men don't
No,
cook.
No, I
I
agree.
put up the data.
When I had
I
to
put up
start
the
doing the
data.
stuff that your highness had to do, and
Wait,
I had to
so
start
DJ,
like getting up in the
No,
middle
y'all
of the
want my
night,
y'all
taking
want
care
my
of the baby and doing that stuff, I'm like, dang, this was kind of stressful. But imagine doing it as a man, where it's not instilled in you, and you know to do these things, but it's kind of forced upon you based on where you at in life. Like I do think, like if men was to do it, it'll be hard on them too. Like it ain't that easy, like as what you think it is, because yeah, I think it took a toll on him sometimes. Like,
Oh my
and
God.
then me always having to correct what he's done in the household, I think that made him feel even less. And it's like, it's not that you was doing
you
it
can't
wrong,
do
but
that.
you
You
got to
can't
wipe that.
do
No,
that.
You
That's
can't
the
no,
do
no, no,
that.
problem.
no. When I say
You
correct, let
can't
me
do
tell
that.
you. No, when I say correct, I'm talking about it's stuff I have to correct. Like you cannot drive my baby to me without a coat on and it's 20 degrees outside and you have to buckle her in. You cannot use your seat to press it up against the other
That I
seat
hope you weren't
to
talking
keep it
like
Who's
in.
that.
doing that?
No, no, I'm saying no, I would never say it like that. But when I came outside, I was like, this is something serious. My baby need a coat because she was only like she was less than a month. She was less than a month. So I was really like, that's just the maternal instinct kicking in. But I didn't, like I said, we were young. This is me at 20, 21 years old. So I didn't understand how it had an effect until after, a whole bunch of stuff happened. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I feel like I can understand how it could be hard on a man. And it is harder than what you think, sweetie.
Okay,
Especially if you're not
What
born with that empathy. It's
hold on.
like,
what do you mean?
Let me say something. Let me chime in because
it's like
I get this.
it's
I
You
like
get
act like
this.
we
I
natural
not
get,
in us to
parents.
know what to do.
We not
No, it's
let
not
me
parents.
even that.
chime
It's
in,
just
man.
some
We
things
didn't
are
even
just
get to the
natural
first
within
time. This is
women.
still
What
the
we talking
icebreaker, right,
about?
Let me
JR? Is
No,
this
I
still
don't
the
know how to
icebreaker?
explain it.
let me try to
Like
chime in real
what?
quick. Let me chime in real quick. So, because I get everybody's complaint about work and how, but I just got a question for the ladies. If being a house mom is harder than working a job, and y'all talk about y'all claim, well, one of y'all claim is the reason why I divorced. If being a house mom is harder than working a job, how does adding the responsibilities of being a single parent after divorce make things easier?
It don't. It don't.
Because you could do
Motherfucking mic
battle
drop.
by yourself. Y'all know the
That sounds
adage.
stupid.
It
You
don't.
know
So
the
Depending
adage.
Not
on the
you,
man
J.
you
Not you,
marry,
DJ. But when
If
women
depending on
say
if
that,
you
it's
got
that
another
sounds
called
the
dead
kid
same.
weight, it's
instead of a
called dead
husband.
weight. If you're not
okay,
pulling
so
your weight,
okay, you say it's that way. I'm gonna humor that. Okay, so if a mother if a mother divorces and she, let's say she got to work and she got to raise a child alone, doesn't that mean that the children lose not only the father's presence but also the mother's availability due to her work obligations?
absolutely. But
So how the fuck
her
do
struggling and feeling like a single mother makes sense because she is a single mother.
Feeling like
It's
and
an
being one is two
added
totally different things.
it's an
damn
added
thing?
trauma to a woman to know that she is married, but she is operating in the role of a single mother when she is married. She shouldn't be feeling like she doesn't have any help when she is married and she has a helpmate in the house.
But
DJ,
wouldn't
the
That's
the
problem.
what but what
that's
hold
the
on, sweetie.
issue.
But wouldn't the child benefit more from having both parents in the home, even if one of y'all is even if one is a stay-at-home mom, rather than losing a father entirely to divorce?
Of course, but wouldn't a child benefit if their mother wasn't miserable and
Oh my,
overworked and
She's
drained and
miserable and
exhausted
overworked
and
anyway.
underappreciated? Wouldn't they
she just
also
told me
benefit
that
from
she was gonna
that?
be miserable and overworked when she become a single parent.
Oh no, 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 no. She's not
I think
necessarily
appreciation,
miserable. She
yeah,
just has more on her
it has a lot
plate.
to do with it.
Oh my god,
That is the craziest shit I've ever
that
heard
don't
in my
make any
life.
type
Soak
of
it
sense
in,
at
No,
all.
No,
gentlemen.
it's
Soak
a
it
lot of women that
in.
will
that
leave
is the
their
most
relationships for
illogical.
that though. It's the
So
truth
hold on, y'all.
though.
It's the
Hold on.
Because it's
truth.
not all about money. When it's a woman finally telling you that it's not all about money, y'all are baffled. It's
Hold-
not about money at that point. She's not caring
Damn.
about
Die,
the
die,
finances and stuff like that.
die.
She's
There
caring
was a
about
woman.
how she.
There was a woman that told her husband, "Oh, I need more help around the house. You're not around enough." He said, "Sure." He took less hours at work. He was working almost 80 hours a week. He started working a regular, like 50-hour a week job. And he started being home more. He was cooking more. He was doing all these things she wanted him to do. But when it came time and she wanted that extra money, he was like, yeah, you remember I had to take those hours off of work to be home more. And then the money became important again. The thing is, here's the problem. The problem is that everybody feels unappreciated. Men feel unappreciated for their efforts when it comes to the home, going to work every day, working 12, 13 hours, 4 or 5 12s a week. And women feel unappreciated doing what they do at home. However, the reality is that you do everything based on the hours that you are outside the home. Men do help out around the house. But if you got to work 4 12s and 5 12s, you're out the house 16, 17 hours a day. It's almost nearly impossible for you to help your wife out if you're working 5 12s.
You don't have to just show appreciation by helping out. There's other ways to show that you appreciate your wife. Just as, thank you, babe. Here's something. It don't even have to be bought. It could be something that, okay, a candlelit dinner at home. There's other ways to show appreciation. So that's what y'all going back to money, and it don't always have to do with money.
I haven't went
No,
to
we was
money.
talking
Some
about the
women
woman
just
complaining
wants
about
to
being
feel
overworked.
appreciated. They want to make it seem like just because I'm a housewife, don't make it seem like my work doesn't matter. Don't make it seem like my work for a woman isn't stressful as a woman. And some men don't get that. I get what you're saying, Sweeney, but it seems like the ones that might be getting it because of divorce, they're dealing with the men who were just like being entitled instead of appreciative.
How do you
It's a
know
difference
that?
between being entitled.
That's no way
Because
to
I've seen it in like regular relationships. I didn't see men not appreciate things that women would do, even at the baby mama, baby daddy stage. And it's like they don't understand, like, she wants to be appreciated for this, but I do this and I do this. Okay, that's you doing something to show. Sometimes they need to be told.
Do you
Sometimes they need to be held.
Die?
Sometimes
Pause right
it's
there.
other
Pause
things
right
that
there.
they need,
Die. Pause
especially if
right
a
there.
woman is
Die.
successful.
Pause. Did you hear what the man said? Man, I'm doing all this for you. They're both feeling unappreciated. It's not a one-way street. It ain't just women feeling unappreciated in relationships. Men are also feeling
But y'all have
unappreciated.
to speak up. Just because y'all
They
don't
do speak up.
Okay, then. So the woman should do
So
something to fix it too. That's what I'm saying. But when a
You know what
person
speaks.
feels completely checked out, that means they voiced it and it didn't change.
You
That's
want
how
to know what
divorce
speaks
happens. It's
louder?
not just for a moment of an
You want to
unappreciation.
know what
It's
speaks
the
louder,
unappreciation
and we
that's
should
like
be able to hear it.
continuing.
We should be able to hear it because we get so many examples day by day. What I'm trying to do is get you to understand that it's actually more valuable to value what's important over what's easier. We're exposing that the women on this, not all of y'all, the women on this panel, and per the data that she proclaimed, is valuing what's easy over what's important. And it's sad to say that our women specifically, since we argue, and this is the reason why women are walking away, I'm gonna use that. Women specifically are not finding out that it's more important to raise these children in the house with a father until after they already grown. You know what I'm saying? Until after they already dead, until after they
I think
already in prison,
emotional
till after
stability
they
is
already
equally as
repeating the
That's
important.
behavior.
subjective. There's a lot of children that would argue otherwise. There are a lot of children that grew up in two-parent homes and they saw their parents completely miserable, argued all the time. They weren't cohesive. They weren't a cohesive front for
Only
that
one
family, and
person.
they wish that they would have separated. So
But
you
Because
can't
now it's
apply that
affecting their
because
current dating
there's
life.
actually a
Like
study that
seriously.
shows that a lot of children where they truly find solace is in knowing, and I know this seems woman leaning, but this is a study, I will send it to the chat, where children feel more whole when they know that the mother is happy and content in that household. There's a reason why there's a saying that says happy wife, happy life. It isn't because we're trying to dismiss the presence or the
That's literally
value of
what
the
that's
man,
doing.
yeah,
but it
That's
really,
literally what
no, no,
that's
no,
doing.
no. It's literally, stop being jealous of women in their position in life. It's weird.
That's
Okay.
not being jealous. You're
It
saying that
is. There's a
a
No, for
man
real.
doesn't
Women
jealousy.
have
matter.
a certain
Hold on,
position
y'all.
and men have a certain position.
There's a
She's telling the
jealousy. Let's
truth.
talk
One
about
mic,
the
one mic,
Like
jealousy.
when it
one
comes
mic.
to respect.
We gotta address the jealousy because that's what it is.
No, we don't.
Let's call a spade a spade. A lot of men are jealous of a woman's position. It's almost like they want to be the women now. They want to be the
whoa.
prize.
What?
They want to be centered. Men can't be centered. You can't be the prize and be the protector, right?
This
The
is crazy.
protector protects the prize.
I feel
All
like
right,
they
You
feel
so
like that
can't
about
DJ,
their
there's
be
a big
both.
husbands.
problem.
I just don't
DJ,
feel
there's a
like they feel
big
like that
problem with
about
what
other
you're
You
saying.
women.
can't
I feel
be
like they feel
both.
like that about their
There's a
wives, but
big
they
But
just
problem.
don't
it's
feel like that
okay.
about
It's
other
Hold on, hold
women.
on,
okay.
hold on,
It's
hold on,
okay to operate in your masculinity. Like, don't
Hold on,
be
DJ.
jealous.
hold
Host
on,
said,
hold on,
hold on.
hold
Hold
on,
on.
y'all. Hold on. Let's make sure we include Shan and Jew in there. I know you haven't said anything. I know Trev haven't said much either. And Casey, so
All
let's
right.
make sure we get them in there.
So I was just going to say, DJ, the problem with what you're saying is that you've expressed how the children feel, right? And that's typically how females operate. We talk about the feels, but we should get to the facts, right? And the statistical data shows that no matter what you're talking about right now, that the product of a two-parent household is objectively better in every measurable metric, period. That's just the facts. So we can't go against the facts. And that's what's important. And then once parents and women in particular start to understand the duty of parenting and stop being so selfish and cut it out with this hyper individualism, we'll have a much better community. That's the problem. Everybody's worried about themselves and how they feel and forgetting about the duty. And that's why we're losing as a community right now. When you go to other cultures, you don't see that as much. People are less selfish. They are selfless. And they pour into their families and they invest in their families and they make sure that they don't leave them with debt. They leave them with wealth, generational wealth. But it takes two parents. It starts with a strong family. Then you can have a strong community, then a strong society. But until we can get the first part down, if we can't get to the point where men and women could get along and understand our duties rather than how the hell we feel, we are going to continue to have this problem forever.
All right, let's go ahead and get Shan in there. Go ahead, Shan.
So you just added another piece to it, and I'm gonna hit that at the end, okay? So what I was hearing, I think that what works for Bruiser works for him and his wife, right? If she's okay with staying at home and he's the provider, first of all, not everybody's providing, okay? So he has a home that's not the norm. Most households take two individuals to take care of the bills. So if you guys are both working, I think Sweeney was one of the people who said that, hey, I help out with the kids. That works. And that's probably why he's still married. The people here are obviously doing things to help their wives out. And that's the reason why they are still married, right? We're talking about people who the marriage failed. When it comes to, and sometimes it is being overworked. People get drained, and you say, well, single moms is a single mom, I will say that if you are dead weight, it will be more than just taking care of a kid, right? But I would hope that you wouldn't be with somebody who's just dead weight, like, wait, he's literally doing something. It's kind of like being with a woman. She's not doing nothing. She's not cooking for you. She's not giving you sex. That would be the equivalent, right? But on the back end, when it came to Trev, one of the things he brought up, he's absolutely right. Families do better with two parents in the household, but I want him to have that same smoke for men who say, well, I wasn't trying to wife her in the first place when she got pregnant, because it's still kids that are being produced, right? So if we're going to use that as a logic, if they're going to say that that's what should be going on, then those men should just suck it up. Like, I got her pregnant. I got to man up because I need to be in this household with my kids. Yeah, I didn't want to wife her, but at this point, she's my baby mom. I got to wife her so we can raise our children together. It's both people who are being selfish in a situation. You can't just say, okay.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
So I think that, and I just brought in towards the end, I think that people have to do what's best for their household, and both people should be given 100%. If he's working all day, then he should be paying them. I mean, he working. Where the money going? To them bills? And you take care of the house. When he come home, have that food made for him, massage his feet, make him feel good about himself. Daddy doing it. Make sure the kids are okay. If it's not like that, you guys are both working. You guys need to both be in there tackling that meal. You need to both be doing things other than, working. I think it's teamwork. It's not about it's about us. What works for us, two people. And you got to discuss whatever that is for your household. Pinpoint blank.
All right, go ahead, Drew. Then we go to Casey.
Oh man, yeah, I definitely said a lot, and it was like so much stuff I wanted to jump in on, but I'll just go on the fact that I don't know who said it, but I just keep hearing this single mother thing when there's both parents in the home. Like, how are you a single mother if the father's there? I wanna understand that, because there's a difference between being a single mother and a mother that's single. You get what I'm saying? Like, I keep hearing that y'all single mothers because you guys have to do the house. Some women have to do the house duties. Like Sweeney said, like, we ignore what men, all the things that men do for their children. We take them out. We teach them so many different things. We help you guys out, but all of this stuff gets ignored because you guys have to cook and clean for the most part. Y'all act like men don't cook, men don't clean, men don't do nothing, men don't make you guys feel good, men don't tell you guys you look good. All these other things is getting ignored because y'all in y'all feelings. So I just want to understand, where's the whole single mother thing if there are men there? You guys are talking about women that's divorced, getting divorced. That means the man was there. So how are you a single mother?
Go ahead, Casey.
No, Trev just said something that I agree with, and I kind of touched on it when I was talking before, but to much is given, much is required. And if you want certain things in life, there's going to be a lot that is required of you. And you have to make your mind up to know what the work that is going to be required to maintain with whatever you've prayed for, you've asked for. Yeah, I think social media was probably the worst thing that ever happened to Black people, because just like how the church has changed when it comes to emotions and preaching into people's emotions and their feelings and preaching feel good sermons and feel good situations with welcoming people in, I think social media is propaganda to speak to people's emotions on how they're feeling, and their emotions are then heightened and becomes the driving force within their decision making, and they stop using critical thinking skills, they stop using logic, they stop using rational situations. They don't look at it rationally anymore. It's all emotions driven. And it's a sad thing because, like Trev said, other cultures are going to bite the bullet. What do I want? What is required of me? And they're just going to do it. They're not going to complain about it. They're not going to get on social media. A man who wants to be rich knows that he's not going to be rich by laying in the bed. You have to get up, you have to do something, you have to get degrees, you have to study, you have to learn, you have to pour into yourself, you have to work. A woman who wants a family, you're not going to be able to maintain a family by laying in the bed all day. You're not going to be able to maintain a family by going to work and coming home and going to sleep, and the house is not going to take care of itself. You're not going to be able to be a wife and the relationship takes care of itself. There's going to be work that is required of you. Heavy is the head that wears a crown. You want to call yourself a queen? You want to have this queen life? Black women want to be, I'm queen this, I'm queen that. Well, a queen rules over and takes care of her kingdom. A queen is responsible. A queen knows how to balance more than one thing at a time. If you call yourself a woman, you should be able to do more than one thing on a daily basis. That's the part of being a woman. Little girls do little girl things. You go to school, you do what's asked of you, what your parents require you to do. But women have to take charge and have to take control of what is in their wheelhouse. And the things that are in our wheelhouse, the things that God innately gave to us is nurture, right? We nurture, we take care. The things that we have within us that grows as we become women, those are the things that God gave us. We can't be mad at men because of the things that God gave us. Those are the things that are in us, and those are the things that we're responsible for within a family unit. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, so what? It's a lot on Nick Saban too, but he's still winning championships every year. People that are in big positions in life that are responsible for a lot of people that have to balance a lot of things, they deal with it because they want that title. They want that. So if I'm going to have this title, this is what comes with it. If you're going to call yourself a good mother, this is what comes with it. If you're going to call yourself a badass wife, like people like to do on social media, all this type of thing, that is what is required of that title. Otherwise, take the title off. That's not who you are. You're a fraud.
Right.
And this whole, like, I saw we were talking about social media can be fake. Yeah, nothing about me is fake. With my mom, I saw my mom never leave the house without makeup. I saw her never leave the house without a decent outfit on. I saw her cook. She was a stay-at-home mom for 12 years, and then she went into the workforce, and she's still in the workforce now. So I've seen her do everything in every different type of scenario, and I've seen her do it to the best of her ability in every situation. If our family required something differently, we did something differently, and she was right there working along with my dad. Like Shan said, it's a family unit and it's teamwork with a husband and wife, but women have to not be afraid of the title of wife and mom. If you're going to call yourself those titles, you better be willing to do everything that comes along with it.
So, and I wanted to add something too. Appreciate that cooking. Appreciate the Casey cooking. Casey be cooking, boy. Gotta give you props when we can. I got to do that. But we live. You gotta understand, ladies, man. You gotta understand how hard it is for a man to be in a situation like this. We live in a system where no fault divorce allows women to walk away, and most of the times they take the children with them because they got the favor of the family courts. So you gotta understand that it's only reasonable to expect a woman's full submission, her full cooperation and willingness to compromise. She got to be down. She got to go do the hard work. And without these qualities, men are pretty much at a systemic disadvantage. We at a disadvantage. So at least, like I tell men all the time, at least set up the marriage structure the way you want, because you're at a disadvantage coming in anyways. And this thing about walking away from your family because of your feelings and all this shit, man, you got to understand, for many generations, men stayed on the front lines, putting their duty first and not letting their feelings walk them away from war, like for hundreds of years. And today it's sad because today we see some women, a lot of women leaving marriages because of their feelings instead of staying committed to their family. Just imagine if men, imagine if we operated like that off of our feelings. Where would this world be? Where would the world be?
One little piece what Darwin just said. I don't think people realize, like, and I don't mean to get too heavy, but this is where I am as a parent, because I'm thinking about everything and every person my child is exposed to. When it comes to a father being in the home, just his mere presence is going to be a deterrent for pedophiles, people that are looking to prey on them. There was a viral clip that went viral of a pedophile who was getting interviewed, and this is, really dark and heavy clip, but he was saying he always, when he worked as a coach or worked in schools, he always went for the kid that had a single mom. He always went for that kid because he knew he could slide in there some type of way to be some type of father figure, or find a loophole to help out and help with that child getting to and from practice or school some type of way. He knew he could slide in there, and that was his go-to when it came to finding and picking a child to prey upon. So there's so many different elements for a father. Just his presence alone is protection. Just his presence alone is protection. So we have different roles. Women and men are not here to do the same thing. We can't keep watering and trying to iron us out to be so equal, because we're not. We're not equal. We're not equal in the family unit as well. That's why it's a yin and yang, and we're meant to work together and be together within that family unit.
I want to add this because we bring up the data, right? The reality is we do understand that while it may be true that women initiate 70% of divorces, that specifically Black women, that does not mean that over 70% of the instances is because the man is at fault. There's a lot of like relationships fail for a number of reasons. And I always tell people we do to one another. Those couples are doing to each other. One just decided to walk away. You know what I mean? And one decided not to. But the reality is that specifically speaking to black women, you have the most liberal group as your men. You have the group of men that is most likely to help you out around the household. They're most likely to take care of the kids with you. That is most likely to cook in the household. That is most likely to clean the house. That's black men. We're the group that's most likely to do that. And we've been that way for decades because we've always been virtually equal. There's never been a time where men were placed on a significant pedestal over black women. There's never been a time of that. So that's why we're the way that we are now. So for us to sit here and I see us doing the tit for tat thing, but the reality is that we're divorcing for our feelings. And there is no real conversation about what you're doing to make somebody feel unappreciated and what you may be doing that makes your partner feel unappreciated. Both people are feeling unappreciated in the relationships. And the quicker we get away from, oh, it's only the men's fault that women are divorcing, the faster we find out, okay, well, how do we solve those relationships? How do we keep those people from divorcing at the rate that they are? Because a 70% divorce rate is a failure, not just for the men, but for the entire group. That is a failure as a community.
And that's what yeah, that's true. And that's where people in the, I mean, I know JR don't like this reading the comments, but you say that the family or whatever, it's not supposed to be a war or it's not a war. It is a war. We just had a king talk where this man has to fight to keep his son from being, well, it's already too late. That done already happened. They transitioned his son into a daughter. That's a war. It's been an attack on the family, the nuclear family, since I don't know what, since integration, since the welfare state. That's war, man. That's war against the nuclear family. It's a fight. But we use our feelings to bow out of the trenches. But power to those who can keep their families together. I know it ain't easy. I know it's a struggle, but power to those who still holding it down going into 2025 and able to keep their families together.
And then
Hold on, Sweeney.
Where was
Hold
feelings
on.
not being important when I asked y'all this question about the woman you would marry, and y'all decided that y'all was gonna get the woman with the 1,000 bodies because y'all feelings wouldn't allow y'all to take the woman who has changed and reformed.
Can I just
Like y'all
recognize,
use
because
y'all
Darwin,
feelings all the time to determine what female you're gonna work with based on however her childhood trauma shows up. So I just be confused when y'all act like y'all don't make decisions when it's time to leave a woman alone or anything like that. Like it's not an emotion that causes that thought that strikes that trigger in your head. Like I'm confused.
You
Hold
asked an
on, what are you
impossible
referring
question.
to?
That question she asked last
Men
week.
leaving situations because of their emotions. Y'all saying
Men
y'all
don't
don't
leave.
understand why women leave situations for being emotional, but when men do leave a situation, it's because their emotions are triggered too. But y'all just show it in a different way. It's just triggered in a different way. So
Can
I'm
you
just
give me a
confused why
scenario
it's
where a
disregarded when
man left
women.
Wait, I have something to add to this, right? Because Sweeney just said something interesting. It's okay. You need to get your asthma pump before I talk. Y'all seem real. Y'all all right? Y'all good? All right.
You've been on dark mode for 45 minutes, man.
Listen.
We're trying to move along.
Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, okay? Listen. All I'm saying is that Sweeney said men don't leave relationships, but just because you're physically there doesn't mean that you haven't emotionally checked out. A lot of men will physically sit in a relationship and emotionally check out, and they will antagonize the woman until she initiates the departure. Just because your
There we go.
physical
Sticking of
being
the
is
egg.
there does not mean that you're not doing things that are not conducive to being in a healthy relationship. There are a lot of people that sit in toxicity. That doesn't make you any better. That actually makes you a coward because you're not doing anything to contribute to the health of the relationship and you're not departing the relationship. So What are we really doing?
DJ, that's like I could just go and say, oh well, men are emotionally checking out of a relationship because the woman did something to him. That's basically a chicken or the egg argument.
It's not a chicken or the egg argument. What I'm saying is that when women get fed up, we leave. Like, we have a limit. You just because you're sitting in toxicity doesn't make you the higher being in a situation.
Well,
Do you
maybe because the
understand?
man, maybe because nobody said that the man is the higher being.
Separation is the only option. I'm not saying that that should be the first option or it's the best option, but sometimes in some scenarios that is the option, because guess what? If you're not working towards doing something better
Can you
or
give us a
improving the
scenario so we can have more
situation,
understanding?
or
I
improving
just got
the
I got a quick question
situation.
about it.
Go
I got a
ahead.
quick question about it. DJ, where are you pulling this from?
What do you mean? Where am I pulling what from?
You said it's a lot of men who are emotionally checking out. I was trying to see where you were pulling that information
You can see
from.
it in the numbers, because
I can
okay,
answer that.
let me put it to you like this. If a woman, let me give you a better example.
Can I give you?
A coroner comes onto the scene and he pronounces a person dead. Does that mean that he killed that person?
What?
Just answer the question.
Ask the question again.
When a coroner comes onto the scene, a coroner is the person that pronounces a person dead. If a coroner comes onto the scene and pronounces a person dead, does that mean he killed the person?
The coroner?
Yes.
No.
The coroner.
No, the coroner's usually not responsible for the death.
So my point to this is, just because a woman pronounces a relationship dead doesn't mean that she's the killer of the relationship.
That also
She
doesn't mean
is
that
just
she's
the
not
person that
complicit.
has proclaimed the status of the relationship. You're not. A lot of y'all
Damn,
don't want to
DJ,
go to
I thought
therapy.
you was about to say some
Hold on, and
profound shit just now.
I'm almost finished. A lot of y'all don't want to go to therapy. A lot of y'all are not improving your behavior. A lot of y'all are not communicating. When a woman communicates with you, you call her a nag. So when we get to this dead end and we're constantly getting to one dead end after another, then after a while, somebody has to proclaim the status of the relationship.
Hold on, I think
dead.
Sharon wanted. Hold on, Sharon wanted to add something. She said she got stats.
So to help, what was that? What, I can't see. Y'all know I got my glasses.
No, DJ.
Yeah, DJ. So to give an example that we see happen a lot, like not majority of the time, but sometimes, right? A way of checking out, maybe you have a side chick now, so you're emotionally checked out. So that doesn't happen, Sweeney. We don't have a side chick era.
What the hell are we doing?
No. I said this is not majority. I'm just
We're
giving
talking about a 70% divorce rate.
So Sweeney, let me finish
Yeah,
talking.
we skipping points. It's really confusing.
So let me finish my point though, because he asked her how do men emotionally check out? Wasn't that a question a few minutes ago? Give an example, right?
The question was where was she pulling it from, and I already had an idea of where she was pulling it from, but I just wanted to see if she was going to say it. But go ahead.
Right. So I'm just going to give you an example. Okay. So emotionally check out can also be, okay, if you have another person who is basically you're in a relationship, but then you have another relationship outside of your relationship. That's a way of emotionally checking out, because now you have something to offset what's going on in your relationship. You're not having to tackle it head on. Now you have something like, okay, I'm gonna deal with this. I'm not gonna leave, but I have this person over here satisfying me in other ways that maybe I'm not getting in my relationship. And that's a way that people emotionally check out, because unfortunately, when you're dealing with somebody else, you're taken away from the household. And so what we see is a lot of people, not all, not even most, but a lot of men who do that. And I would say even women, but if we take emotions out of the situation, right? How often do y'all, what's the drama for? Am I speaking?
Yeah, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. No, keep going. I'm just laughing.
Or do you do this, Winnie, or something?
Yeah, always laugh. Come on now. I've been laughing at Bruiser for like 45 minutes. Come on now.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, we're not gonna, because we're all intelligent people here. We do know that there are side chicks, right? Did I make that up?
No,
okay.
No, Shan. You know what the problem? I can tell you what the problem is, Shan. That you came up under the guise of supporting her point, and you just made it like even worse. You didn't support her point at all. You're just saying a possible scenario, but that doesn't mean that doesn't have anything to do with the frequency of that happening. And that's what I was asking. How do you support that data? Because we're pushing a narrative at this point, right? And I'm trying to figure, why are we making it out as if dudes are just literally checking out? And you're saying that it's a lot. That doesn't really mean anything. There's nothing tangible there. There's no data to support that dudes are doing this a lot. We do know for a fact that women are the majority of the initiators when it comes to divorce. Why it is what.
Hold on, y'all. Hold
What's that
on.
statement you said about data again?
So when we talk on here, we don't always bring up data, right? But we know
I do.
We do know that some men cheat. Is that
some women cheat too?
Right, exactly. I'm saying both, right?
Statistics say that women cheat more than men now.
Absolutely. Either way. What I'm saying is this is as an example of how people emotionally check out of the relationship. Whether if y'all want me to say men and women, this is a way that people emotionally check out of their relationship. I'm just giving an example.
Shane, okay.
Can I
hold on real quick.
Can I support my assertion with a switch? I want to do a switch real quick, right?
Hold on real quick. Okay. So, Shane, the problem is that when you answer the question that way, we're talking about a 70% divorce rate. So we're basically trying to answer for why that is. And constantly it's being said, oh, well, because women are initiating 70%, it must be the man's fault as to the reason why why the marriage is falling apart. So when we say, man, that can't possibly be it, and then people start trying to pile on and say, well, it's because y'all are doing this, or it's because you're doing that, or it's because you're doing this. What I'm basically saying is that we know that men and women are doing to each other. You can't say that just because 70% of the divorces are being initiated by women, that means that 70% of the relationships are failing because the man is at fault. That's all we're trying to.
So no, so let me say this. I agree with that. I do think that I do think that men have a way of sticking around, longer in the relationship. They don't initiate divorce like women, but that does not mean that I can sit in something. I can be at work and be working and checked out. Like, I don't want to be here no more. And you're going to know it, that I don't want to be here no more. I could be on a date with you and you can tell I don't want to be here no more. I'll be here. I'll stick it out because I promise I'll be here as a duty, but you won't feel it. You ain't getting none. It's a lot of things I can do to make you feel it. And I think that that's what happens. You can be in a relationship and make a person feel that you don't want to be there anymore. I know y'all
let
do.
Me just give this example really quick.
And I'm not. Let me finish saying this real fast. And I think that when you're talking about 70% divorce rate, we're talking about different people. That's a whole lot of people with different reasons to be in a divorce, right? We're just giving you some of them. We can't tackle them all because it's going to be per person, but we're just giving you some examples of some ways that so how these things are happening. It could be men and women. Like, it could be that she cheated and he like, hell, I ain't trying to be with no, I ain't trying to, it could be, she could find another man. She don't want to be with him no more. It could be tons of things that have taken place. I'm just giving you an example of a few.
So I just want to give this example.
So we're going to close this out. Hold on, we're going to close this out with DJ. Okay. We got to get to the main topic. Go ahead, DJ.
I just wanted to switch it on its head really quick and give y'all an example. Everybody see what's going on with Ram and Pap and everything, right? This is an example of someone, but in the opposite, who emotionally checked out, which is Rem, right? And what happened? Can the men summarize what happened in the opposite?
She cheated.
He reacted by also checking out of his marriage. So sometimes things happen before you initiate a divorce, but just because the person is initiating divorce doesn't mean that they're the cause. A lot of times people check out and they don't do the more respectable thing, which is to walk away. I think that leaves a person less unscathed to just walk away than to demoralize somebody in a situation. Like, I hate to see what's happening to that person being publicly humiliated. And a lot of the times men do actions like this. They stay in a relationship and then they cry wolf when a woman initiates the divorce. Well, what did you do to lead her to the divorce papers? And I yield with that.
And that's exactly
why we cry wolf. We cry wolf because we're being ripped. First of all, our marriage is destroyed, our family destroyed. We value that as men. We cry because we want to make a difference We done seen this shit happen so many times where it failed, and we thought that we can succeed. And when we fail at anything in life, if it's a football game, a championship, men innately cry tears when we lose. It's just something that we can't get y'all to understand. Not only that, our kids are taken away, our seed, our bloodline is taken away from us. That's why we cry. That's why we're willing to stay there. If you even deem us emotionally checked out, we willing to stay and do our duty. We do that in every aspect of our life, even if it's on the battlefield. If we got to walk miles and miles away to go to college, whatever we got to
Staying
do,
is half the battle, Darwin. You have to do the work.
But and it's only in marriage,
I hate
though.
when y'all compare y'all work, just like the same way y'all feel about being respected and talked to with a certain tone and a certain appreciation is how women feel about being feeling appreciated for the work they do in the household. And like I said, appreciation for women look different across the board. And that's not something, like y'all said, you're going to be able to get in data, because it depends on who's making the goddamn survey. Did he even include that as part of the survey when he gave it to these women? I hate when y'all use certain data and certain surveys, but you need the details of these surveys to see what were their choices, and did they just overlook this choice? Let's look at the surveys and look at their options. It's more to these surveys. But one thing I do know across the board when it comes to good women, I don't know about these hoes. I don't know about these fucking women who use men for money. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about good women. When I usually see good women leave men alone, it's not always because of their check. It's also because they're not doing something emotionally. Their lack of emotional intelligence contributes, whether it's him being immature about not having the job he's supposed to have, him complaining about the duties he's supposed to do, him not appreciating what she has to do. Like, there's so many emotionally immature men when we are coming into adulthood, especially when people are having kids at a young age, and y'all just like, why the baby mamas deciding to leave? Why they? Because a lot of these men are emotionally immature, and it's hard to get through to them. Sometimes these men be thinking like, I didn't see my sister
Why let
work
him
on things,
impregnate
and
you?
I didn't see the women in my life, the single mothers, talk to these men and tell them, hey, I need this from you. I need this type of consistency. I need this. I need that. And sometimes their reaction is not always the best. They're like, okay, I'm gonna do it, but they don't never follow through with it. Like, they don't never do what they say they're gonna do. And this is just coming from women that I see trying to make it work with their partner. And then they become to a certain entitled treatment, but they're not doing their part in the household. And it's like, they just feel like, because as a man, if I'm not getting this, you're affecting me. But y'all not thinking about the women that's like the good women that's leaving. Y'all thinking of the women that's just.
And I hear you. The thing is that you keep talking about just the women. The men are also having these conversations. They're also saying the same thing on the other side. That's all I'm saying is that's why when we talk about the 70, because the whole thing started from, oh, men are just leaving these women. And that's the only reason why we brought up the 70% divorce rate. We know that these couples are doing to one another. We know that it's both sides that are feeling unappreciated in these relationships. And that's all I'm trying to get people to understand, is that it ain't just one group that is at fault for the divorce rate. It's both of them.
No, it's both.
So,
It's definitely both. But I think when it comes to men, I don't think it has to do with appreciation. I think it just has to do with other things. So you know what I'm saying? It's different for men than
it is appreciation.
Like that, but you can't speak for men.
So
you got to be able to
that's why I'm
listen to
asking. That's why I'm saying what I think. I'm not saying what I know. I didn't say that was a fact.
You have 5 men on this panel telling you that this is how men are feeling.
See men leaving, like you said. I don't really see men leaving. I see them sticking, like y'all said, sticking it out.
Have you ever asked them why?
You don't even know what that looks like. That's why.
So let me ask you a question. Where did y'all get the data for the divorce at? Because I'm looking at something totally different.
What are you looking at? Share 7 statistics.
No, so I think that it's important too when you're reading stats, right? So I don't think that most people. So how did you say how many people get divorced? Period.
No, Pew Research tells you what percentage of divorce.
No, we were talking about the percentage of women. The people who initiate divorce most is the women. It's at a high rate. Over 70% women are initiating the divorce. Not the fact that people are just getting divorced in general, but who's initiating.
But Black women, right?
Well, and then amongst Black women, the divorce rate is at roughly like 60%, 69 to 70%. and then it's like 50 something
For the
overall
black
throughout
women that
for
do get
everybody.
married, which is and the black men.
All right, y'all. We gotta move on, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Almost for-
Lapeef, before you wait, before you play the video, I was trying to say it after Darwin brought it up, but kudos to Tuesday's show on King Talk. Amazing show. I haven't been seeing anybody create content that heavy. It was a phenomenal show, phenomenal topic, and I really really enjoyed the conversation. So kudos to you for that.
Yeah, shout out to Darwin. Darwin played a major role as far as making that happen.
Good job, Darwin. That was good. I enjoyed it.
All right. Let me just play this, then we get to it.
Was forgetting what you want to say when people are talking for a long time. It can feel like a tug of war between listening attentively and holding on to your own thoughts. Like, you don't want to interrupt them because that could be rude. But also, the longer they talk, the more you lose track of what you're trying to say. Why does that happen? Well, it's partly because of how we approach conversations. Like, often we're preoccupied with preserving our own thoughts, so we fail to truly engage with someone else's. We may hear their words, but we'll miss their meaning. Trying to remember everything they say while formulating everything you want to say at the same time is like pouring water into a glass while you're drinking from it. You'll just choke if you don't do one thing at a time. So what should you do? Some people will just interject and say, hey, I'm sorry, can I share this thought before I lose it? And then I'll let you finish. And depending on who you're talking to, that could go well or not. Some people like to take notes during long conversations, but that's not always practical. And besides, sometimes you can't make other people stop, depending on what position they might be in. In those situations, let them finish and then say, you shared a lot, and I appreciate it. Now, can you help me focus by sharing what you'd most like me to respond to? You can always revisit the main points again. Like, don't be afraid to advocate for yourself and ask for clarity if you need it. Here's another reassurance. Your thoughts aren't actually gone. They're just stored. Often they'll come back the moment you relax and shift your focus. So just focus on doing one thing at a time. Listen fully and then communicate fully. Your thoughts will eventually find their way back to you.
That's actually pretty solid fucking advice.
I've been trying to practice that.
That's pretty solid fucking
Hold on, wait,
advice.
God, did you say you was gonna try to practice that?
I said I've been trying to practice it, and y'all can go look at my first clips versus now.
Man, you just went on a motorcade last week. Quit playing.
Hold on, y'all.
And I was quiet for 2 hours.
It's these super chats. Harrison Davidson, $5 says salute. Harrison Davis again, $5 says, that's right, Shan. Harrison Davis, $5 says, much respect. KCB. Appreciate you, Harrison.
That's how I was able to listen for 2 hours and then go on the motor, because I was listening for real. So then when it was time to think, I was ready because I wasn't thinking it while I was listening. I was ready.
Yeah, like when I heard that, I'm like, man, I need to play this on the panel because we got to try to get some type of etiquette going on.
I ain't gonna lie though.
And for the people that's long-winded, you got to keep in mind that people are not patient. They're waiting to try to get. They're just waiting. You just keep talking. Like some people don't know how to read the room. Like just look at the face expression.
I'm a note taker.
Okay.
I have ADHD, and I really make a concerted effort to try and not interrupt people and to take in what people are saying and revisit thoughts. It's not easy. So that was great advice.
I don't got an issue with people interrupting. If you gon' the issue I have with interrupters is you interrupt and then you literally don't even address what the man is saying. You literally change the whole topic. So we don't even address, like, let's just say that Sweeney is talking to Di makes a claim. Sweeney challenges this claim. Shan to come in and talk about a side chick or some shit. Like, we never even got the clip. Like, so when we're editing the clip, and I'm not saying I'm editing JR's clips, but if we're editing the clip and we're trying to make sure that the packaging is synergized, we can't even, the clip literally falls apart because the claim that one person made was never addressed, or they never came to a solution, or the rebuttal was never, nurtured and digest to where DJ might say, oh, okay, I'll recant my statement. We never can get to that because it's like we're just flowing on different nodes of topics, and we never really saying, okay, I get it. We never come to a point where I agree to disagree or some shit like that because we just flowing totally away from it.
But can I speak to that and just say that sometimes I don't always want to rebuttal what somebody has to say. I want to let their opinion just live and stand with what they said. It's not always so much that you want to combat or rebuttal or respond to some. You want them to say what they say, and then you want to say what you're going to say, and it's in the same wheelhouse, but it's not necessarily responding to what they're saying, because everything doesn't require a response. Sometimes you can just take it in and then pivot.
I think when you listening for real, sometimes you realize that some of the points that you trying to keep in your head that you don't even have to say. Like that's what I noticed by keeping quiet a lot. Like, well, the first I try to keep quiet in the beginning because I know 9 times out of 10, most of the women is gonna touch on the point anyway. So then, if I really do listen, I notice that I'm not repeating what the other women said. Now I'm just giving a thought that probably wasn't given. But sometimes when you just listening to respond, you do end up repeating things that were
Yeah,
already.
and then I think Congo English made a good point. Just mute. I have to do it on phone calls sometimes because I just know I just want to say something, and I'm just let me just mute. And that's why you may see Sweeney animated because he probably unmuted himself so that he don't talk and it bleed over to the mic. But now we
I've
just
been
got
talking mad cash shit about y'all.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
been going off on you, mom.
It's not, you don't have a problem listening. I think you do that very well. It's just you're a run-on sentence. It's like you don't I think where you'll be powerful on these talk shows if you would just make one point and then force us to acknowledge it and then continue on your next one in your fifth and sixth one or some shit. Not saying that you go that far. You actually go to like 12. But if you would just stop and say, can y'all acknowledge that, and then keep going, it'd be so much more healthier and better to communicate with you. But you do a
I
phenomenal
like that
job
advice.
listening.
Thank you.
You do a good job listening.
All right, we got to move on. I didn't want to make that to a topic. We did have a couple of super chats come in. Premier XL breeding 499. So y'all argued about men cooking and helping, but talked about the men looking and cooking with Premier again 499 says never wanting to cook, but talking about men watching women with energy cook. Thank you, Premier. Let's go ahead and get to this main topic right here.
Say something real fast before you get to that?
Everybody always wants us. We just never can.
Because I don't like information being, because people, it's so much communication that's bad in this community. I want to emphasize that he is right. 70% of Black women initiate divorce, but only 30.8% of Black people divorce. So of that 30.8% of people who divorce, 70% are women. Because when you say 70%, all they hear is 70% for divorce, 7% divorce. You know, you got to break it down for us because we don't like to read. Some of us don't.
All right, thank you, Shan.
No problem.
All right, let's make sure we get Jew in there too, man. So should we get Jew, Trev? I know they've been kind of pretty much quiet. I appreciate you being respectful.
By the way, that's still bad, Shan.
Oh, absolutely. But 30% and 70% are two different numbers.
She just basically said it's not two turds. It's not three turds. It's only two turds.
What I'm saying
is still a shitty situation.
So all I'm saying is I want the numbers to be correct, because people have a way of taking things to another, and we have to know that 30% is totally different from 70%. Yes, it's bad, but it is 70%.
All right, let's go, y'all. Let's go and get spending too much time focusing on our brokenness. DJ, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
She's probably smoking. No.
Shut up, darling. I don't smoke.
That's bullshit. The formula. Stop acting like there's anything wrong with you. Live your life like you are the baddest bee on the planet. Live like that. Stop reminding yourself that somebody left you, somebody cheated on you, somebody betrayed you. Because as long as you have that in your consciousness, you will continue to attract that. So live your life like there's not a damn thing wrong with you. If you a size 16, live your life like you a size 10. You a size 10, live your life. Look at me. I ain't living my life like I'm 72. Woo! Yes! Okay? Live your life. Stop picking on yourself. Live your life like there's nothing wrong. And if you step into that Everything that needs to be cleaned, healed, released, surrendered will come to the surface. If you step into the vision you have of yourself, the things you need to let go of, the things you need to release, surrender, forgive, whatever, they'll come to the surface. When they come to the surface, do the work, let it go, and then go back into your best vision of yourself. We spend too much time focusing on the brokenness. Focusing on what's wrong. That keeping it in your consciousness attracts more of it to you. You understand? You got to bless the X. And if someone shows up that looks like that, sounds like that, smells like that, bless them and go in the other direction.
Keita, we got to bless some X's.
Yes. And now
All right. Is it true that some of us spend too much time focusing on our brokenness and not our best selves? Go ahead. I'm going to go with you first, Ju. Your thoughts.
Man, I think, you know, as a people, we all seem to dive into our negative things more realistically. Like, I could be good at something, but I could be good at 10 things, but I'm only harboring over that one thing I'm bad at. 9 times out of 10, I'm wondering, I got 100 on the test, but I got one question. I got a 99 on the test, and I got that one question wrong. That's all I'm focusing on. I don't know why it's so hard for us to, you know, look beyond that. I even find myself doing this. So I know we're not perfect, but I also think we got to dive into the reality aspect. You know, sometimes, like I heard what she said, but, you know, some people will listen to someone who accomplished a lot in life and then run with it. And, you know, we got to understand that our words are powerful. So to tell somebody, just do whatever you believe, we also got to live in reality, and everybody's not capable of doing what they think they can do. Now, you can try. I'm not saying don't try, but, you know, I don't want us to lose reality trying to go for something that's just not sustainable to reach.
All right. I'm going to go to Trev. Hey, DJ, get a couple questions queued up. Go ahead, Trev.
She started out really well. I don't believe in beating yourself up about things, pause. But I'll say that there's such a thing as a balance, right? So before social media, I was my absolute worst critic, right? And I believe that sometimes it is healthy for us to focus on the things that are wrong with us, because it will allow us to improve. And me not accepting less for myself is extremely important. I also think it's important to surround myself with people who are not afraid to critique me when I am doing something wrong, because I think that there's something to that self-improvement. She mentioned if you're a size 16, live like you're a size 10. No, work towards getting that damn size 10, right? I think that's more of the attitude that we should have. Again, you don't beat yourself up. You don't hold your head down, but you should look forward to improving as a person at all times, because I don't believe in that acceptance. If we know that there are improvements that we can make, we do it. If there's some things that we can't do, if there's trauma we're dealing with, we handle it, right? We tackle it, whether that means therapy, whatever that therapy looks like for you. But I think that should be a greater focus on the improvement. I didn't hear her say very much about that. And I think that's where we should focus, is more so on the improvement. Definitely, again, do not, you have to hold yourself accountable. You don't have to like holding your head down is unhealthy. Being in sorrow, that's unhealthy, right? And things that you went through, you have to try your best, whatever that looks like for you, to get better, to improve at it. And that's just where I stand on it. I don't feel like we should I'll stress it again, do not beat up on yourself, but at the same time, you have to look forward to getting better.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you, but there's only one part I'm kind of skeptical about, is what you stated was unhealthy. You said it's unhealthy to hold your head down. Me personally, in my experience and people I help, I look at holding your head down as a sign for help. Like, a lot of people want to be stoic and hide their pain, hide their tears, hide how they feeling, hide the gesture of or signal for distress. That means they're devastated. I look at that as a call for help. you know, I want you to cry. I want you to show your pain, because somebody's going to be listening. Somebody's going to see that and they'll be able to help you. But if you walk around here strong and shielded and nobody knows what's going wrong and you actually need help, we're not going to be able to see it. You know what I'm saying? Unless we actually have a conversation with you. But it's okay to cry. And I tell guys all the time, it's okay to walk around sad. I want you to do. So if I see you, I'm like, man, what's wrong? And maybe I'll be able to help you. But if you walk around like ain't shit going on, I'm going to assume ain't shit going on. That's my only thing, man. That's my only caveat.
Yeah, so Darwin, that was the importance of me mentioning that I surround myself with people who couldn't critique me, right? There's some people that you should all have a small circle of people you confide in, people you talk to. And also, I definitely touched on the therapy part of it, because you have to, as a human, once you're an adult, you have to be able to identify things when things are wrong. It's just something that we're going to have to do, or we're just going to self-destruct. It's our duty. Like, and I understand that some people may not be able to handle it, but at least identify it. And if once you can identify something's wrong, you go ahead and get that therapy, whatever that looks like. If it's your local group, whether it's a professional, but you got to do something about it.
How are we supposed to tell a woman there's something wrong when she don't really want to hear it? Like, you know how you want to probably tell a woman, hey, look, man, I don't like this shit, or your cooking is bad. But then she run and cry, and then now she start withholding shit from you. Like, how do you deal with that shit? Like,
I've done that. And there's a way to do it. So let's use the example that you stated. Let's say you were talking about the cooking is bad. Then you'd be like, you know what? Let me throw some of this on there. Try like that. Put a little bit of that in there. And then check it out. See if it's any good. You know what I mean? You don't have to demean her. You don't have to beat her up about it. But you be like, hey, try that with that in there. Do you like that a little better? All right, cool. All right.
But what if he don't know what to put in there? Like, what if he don't even know how to fix the cooking?
Oh, you're screwed. One of y'all motherfuckers got to know how to cook, man. Come on. Come on. Then you have to get on YouTube or something. Like.
So wait, I have a question for y'all, because when I was listening to Ayanla, I heard a lot of optimism. Now, depending on your perspective, you might have heard a delusional person. So is there a thin line between optimism and delusion?
Correct. Yeah, I think she was riding the line of delusion. When I heard that 16 to 10, that shit drove me nuts. So I would absolutely say, if you were 16, do not ride around like you were 10. Like, you need to be working towards. I mean, you got to work towards that 10. Don't ride around like you were 10, because you're not going to yield the results that you want, as Darwin would say. That's not it. So you have to get to that 10. You can't ride around like you were 10 until you get to it.
And women are already doing it. I feel like it was unnecessary to say that. I think women are already doing that. I think Kevin Samuels precisely exposed that women have already been doing that without even nobody telling them to. That's just innate. So I don't know if she's trying to
wait,
that.
Dara. What are women doing?
They're going around as if they're like, for example, I'm a 10 or some shit when they probably like a 6 or something.
No, what I think she's speaking to in that post is the women who, I'm on my healing journey. I'm not ready to date anybody. I'm working on myself. I'm not dealing with anybody. All I do is go home, go to work and go home. But you're holding on to whatever past traumas that you've had in a relationship. I think she's talking to those people, women or men, who hold on and kind of seclude themselves from the world, but say they want certain outcomes, but they don't realize that their pain and their trauma and their sorrow, they're literally walking lockstep with it each and every day. Those people, Kevin Samuels used to interview people and they're like, oh, well, I don't really date anybody. It's just, so what you're doing, how you're living, is not going to get you to the outcomes that you are asking for and that you desire. I think she's talking to those people. But I do know what you're talking about, women who can be delusional and not work on themselves and say, oh, I'm the best thing since sliced bread, but you're not really looking at why you're not getting the outcomes. Those are two different groups
The only
of
reason why I
people.
said that, she said live life. Literally, live your life like that. And for me, there's no room, or she didn't compensate for. Okay, you live your life like that, but make sure that you're intentional about improving and on the back end or some shit. Like, no, fuck that. I'm 300 pounds. I'm gonna live like I'm 120 pounds. Fuck it.
But don't you think that sometimes it's a little healthy to be, I don't like to use the word delusional, but isn't it like healthy to operate in what you consider your highest self? Not who do you think you are currently,
Your
but who
truth.
you want to be. Kind of like dress for the job you want. Move in the confidence in which the person that you want to be. That was the
Yeah.
problem I had with the Kevin Samuels rhetoric, is that he was projecting onto a lot of people his reality. But the truth is the old adage goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So your 6 may be my 10. And as human beings, as individuals, we all look at beauty differently. We all look at what's valuable to us differently. There are a lot of men yelling at the top of their lungs right now, I'm not make $100,000 a year, but I'm still a man of value. And I agree with you. So the same rhetoric that tells you that value is different for different people, that applies to everybody. So what you may view as a 7, somebody may view as a complete beauty, and what one woman may see as completely not valuable because he's not making $200,000 a year, a woman might love because she may cherish other things about him, and that may bring up his status in her mind.
Can you
So it
acknowledge
really
that?
is subjective.
Hold on real quick. Can you
I think she
acknowledge
was.
that Kevin Samuels was a certified or on a image consultant on a masterful level, in which he practiced being able to determine beauty, fitness, and all these other fashions, and then working with men in corporate America, pretty much regurgitating the needs and desires that they wanted out of the women, which were those guys were particularly high value. Can you acknowledge that his expert level is not necessarily a projection? It's just a matter of looking at the body type, the beauty standards that are most appealing to most men. Can you acknowledge that?
I'm going to acknowledge that he was an image consultant, but I'm also going to acknowledge that he did not have any credentials in any areas such as self-help, relationship advice, psychology, all of those fields that he was playing in. Even the most basic credential, life coaching, he did not have. He was a glorified wardrobe stylist who tried to give life advice, relationship advice to people that he couldn't even emulate in his own life.
Well, I would.
Well, as far as the lady who was speaking, I think she was talking about when she said, "Don't walk around like a 10." If you want, basically, that woman wanted to feel like a 6. So when I first heard the message, I did get like a red flag drawn, like the one that Trev did. Like, okay, she's walking on a thin line now, because when I feel like she's talking, the reason why I shared it, because the part I resonated was like when I was in my depression. After a while, I had to realize, like, damn, I acknowledged where I was, right? And I never expected myself to be there. So I was loathing in that, like, damn, how did I get here? How did I get here? But the only way I got myself out was to be like, okay, I have to act like the woman I want to be. So like, what do the woman I want to be look like? Okay, she work out because she healthy. So I had to start, like, as soon as I drop my daughter off at school, even though I didn't have the motivation, I'm already outside. I'm going straight to the gym. Like, that's something I'm doing now. What else do the women I like I want to be like? Oh, well, she wants to have a good relationship with her family. Okay, what do I need in order to have those tools? And then I will work towards that versus being like, oh, I didn't made all these mistakes to my family and they hate me now. It's like, okay, well, how can I fix those? That's the mind frame I had. The delusional part is, I think when she was saying 10 and 6, she was talking about weight wise, right? So she's saying, like, if you're a 10 but you want to be a 6, just walk around, pretend like you a 6. And I can understand from a man's point of view why that's wrong. Men instill, like, we instill like the belief that you could do it, but men kind of like push you into doing it, if that make any sense. So they like, that's delusion. You cannot just walk around and acting like you look as good as a 6, knowing that's where you want to be personally, but you're not doing any work to getting that. You can't just be walking around being entitled, like, because some women, they would think like acting like a 6 is not going to the gym, starting to eat healthy. They think it's more of a like, oh, well, I deserve this and I deserve that type thing. And they don't want women to get that delusional. But they're like, if you're a 10 and you want to be a 6, you can't just walk around like, oh, I'm a 6. You got to actually be doing work to become that 6. Because when she said that, I'm like, I think that's gonna enable women just to stay where they're at, knowing they want to be somewhere else when it comes to weight and things of that nature.
So I understand what you're saying, and it's a lot to unpack. But this is potentially what I was trying to talk about earlier. How somebody made a big claim, and we're trying to address it and acknowledge it and put it to bed, and then someone interrupted and pretty much take off the I guess the momentum of where we was going, and then insert something else like it's. So it's really hard to like drive a point home and come to an understanding between a conflict between panelists if we're gonna just say fuck what they say. I'm just gonna take my turn on what I thought on the clip. You get what I'm saying? We could get that. I get it. You want to get to your part on the clip, but we still got to be cognizant of
That's
finishing
why
the
I brought up
points.
what Trev said. Like my point related to Trev's thought.
That's why I said I understand it, but she made a claim about Kevin Samuels, and I was just trying to put that to bed. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't get to do that. That's
I
all I
didn't
was
know.
saying.
No, got you.
But
Got you.
but
I
you have
thought
the right to reply on the video, everybody on
I
here.
thought the
But
Kevin
it's just
Samuels.
this is just an example of trying to actually
Gotcha.
secure, an understanding between a rebuttal between us, and then moving on to the next person. But
I
my only
apologize.
thing with DJ is that she said that he didn't have any credentials for the relationship to give relationship advice or anything. And most people who talk about relationships don't even have it. Like, and if you're saying that is the reason why you assume he was projecting, then my question to you, DJ, is: are you projecting as well, since you don't have the relationship credentials?
I just feel
That's
like
what it is.
believe in yourself. Stop letting other people project their fears onto you. Just because it's not going to work for you at 300 pounds doesn't mean it can't work for me. Period. That's not delusional. That's confidence. And confidence will take you so far in life. It'll take you further than a person that looks 10 times better than you, that's 20 times smarter than you, that has all the money in the world. Confidence will take you to the top. A
Can
lot
I
of
ask you a question,
geniuses
DJ?
are borderline crazy because they believe in themselves. They believe in whatever it is that they're determined to accomplish. They believe in that shit.
Can I
And
ask you a
I
question?
really am. I'm a firm believer in believing in yourself, no matter your circumstance. You are not your circumstance.
Can I ask you a
You
question,
are
DJ?
limitless. Like truly.
Can I ask you a question, DJ? Honestly,
Yeah.
like, think about what I'm about to say. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
Did you listen? What the fuck are you talking about?
Did you hear what I said before you even spoke?
Yes, I heard you.
What did I say?
A whole lot. A whole lot.
She ain't hear shit.
But why do I have to comment on what you're saying? I just said that.
It's okay to say I didn't hear you. It's okay. Just say I didn't hear you.
Said that I don't want to acknowledge, I don't want to combat everything that other people say. What's wrong with that? I don't have to acknowledge and everything that you say.
He just pointed out that you was contradicting yourself based off what you were saying about Kevin Samuels. You were doing the same thing, and then you doubled down on it by really contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. I am actually affirming exactly what I said. I said that I really had an issue with Kevin Samuels because he's telling people what their reality should be. You're telling me that this man is a 5 because he's 20 pounds overweight and he makes $70,000 a year. But for me, I might acknowledge that there are qualities about him that are invaluable to me, and that's my reality. So you can't project onto me what is valuable to you, what you deem valuable. And I'm saying that over and over again in every ideology that I have. You believe in yourself, you're confident, and you move forward. There's gonna be somebody that fucks with you and your confidence. There's gonna be somebody that fucks with you and your belief in yourself.
Well,
And
here's
to
the
be
thing.
successful
Here's the
in
thing
that
though.
area, you gotta
Is
conform to a
that
white man's ideal.
hold on. The thing is that you're mischaracterizing what Kevin Samuels did. He didn't go and tell anybody anything. Women called into his show, told them what they wanted, told them what they should and deserve, and then he asked them questions based off of that and said, "Now, how likely are you to get this looking like that?" And most of them, and the thing is, he looked at most of them, and you can tell that they're not getting the results. Otherwise, they would not be calling in. So when he tells them, "Hey, Is it beyond a realm of possibility that you're overshooting because you're not getting the results that you want? He has 1.5 hour long conversations with these women. He's not just like popping off at the mouth and saying, you bitches don't deserve shit. He's literally having a conversation with a woman.
He's projecting his requirements onto a mass group of people.
They're asking him because he talks to those people. So when they come to him and they say, hey, well, what do I have to do to get this? Now we can't sit now. We can you can make the argument that maybe he doesn't talk to these people. We don't know that. All we know is that he says he talks to these people. He says, I'm an expert in this group of men because I talk to them. I talk to thousands of them. Fair. So women called into his show and said, how do I get the men that you're speaking about? And he tells them, well, the men that I spoke to about this particular thing, this is the things that they're looking for in a woman.
No, what I saw was that women would call and he would say, how would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? And the first thing he would do is knock them down a peg or 10, whatever it was. So if they said they feel like they're 8, he would sit there, smirk and laugh. Ha 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 he.
No,
and then first thing he would do,
Did you watch the whole thing or just
tear them down. First thing he would do is tear them down. Then after he teared them down, he would say, okay, and what is it that you looking for? And then they would say what they were looking for, and he would tear them down again. Let me ask y'all this question, though, right? Hold on. Have y'all ever Googled
before you ask the question, we got to be able to address that.
Let me just ask my question. Google billionaire wives, and you tell me from a Kevin Samuels perspective, if those women look like Instagram models, 10s, celebrities, Rihanna's, the Beyonces, the Halle Berrys, you tell me if the bill. Hold on, because this is the top 1% that so-called everybody's aiming for. So I'm just asking a question: Do a billionaire's wife look like Rihanna? Look
Nobody's
like Halle
aiming for
Berry?
billionaires.
Look like whatever it is that your top is.
So DJ, she probably did before her kids. So let's just say that she probably did before her kids.
No, they didn't. Google them, die. I promise you.
Okay, I'm gonna Google them. But look,
they look like plain
Jane.
You
gotta hear what Sweeney's
from
saying.
Spain.
Let me try to get through to you what Sweeney's saying, right? When I watched Kevin Samuels, like when I see this podcast, I'm like, I'll call these guys and ask them for advice, right? When I seen Kevin Samuels' podcast, I didn't need his type of advice because I wasn't trying to attract the type of men he be around. I wasn't trying to attract a certain type of men. Those women were I feel like my friends because I had a friend who was actually on the show and spoke with Kevin Samuels. And I'm like, okay, I expect that from her. She likes that type of criticism, and she likes for it to be given to her that way. So he attracts a certain type of woman that knows she has a certain type of entitlement, and her ego kind of needs to be kind of knocked down because she understands that she have unrealistic expectations, but she really wants to know why from a blunt perspective. And when you see all those women that were on there, when I actually started watching the women and was listening to their expectations, and they said what they would give, it was nothing of true substance of value to what those type of men want. And not just those type of men, but it was just basic stuff that I don't even think men with substance would want. You know what I'm saying? They weren't looking for men with substance, and I don't think they really cared. Those women, I feel like, got the chewing out that he kind of deserved. Like, I mean,
you see, it's a variety of women that he's showing, right? Billionaire wives.
Mm-hmm.
And my point is that a man is going to value different things. A man of a certain
135 pounds and below.
A man is going to value different things for different reasons, and for you to try to project
that's like a needle in a haystack, though.
But I'm just saying, there's no prototype for what a person wants.
So
DJ,
there's a difference before you go, Trey.
Materialistic guy, you're specifically going for a man with money. he's not going to care about certain things that those women was caring about. And that's what he was trying to get this to them. You want a man that thinks like this, that acts like this, and be like this, and these men attract these type of women. And if you don't, if you can't understand that, you need to change the man that you're trying to attract.
How would he
And you
know
can
that? He
attract
couldn't even
them.
attract the prototype that he couldn't even attract the women that he was tearing down.
I don't think he really wanted
Hold
to
on.
attract.
So hold on. Look,
He
wait. So
didn't?
DJ,
You
answer this
sure?
question for me. How is what Kevin
I know you like
Kevin
me.
Samuels was doing any different from what in a person who works at admissions at a university telling you you have to have this X, Y, and Z meet this criteria to get into college? How is what Kevin Samuels doing any different than what a hiring manager do when you look at your resume and see if you qualify for the position? How is that different?
So you're comparing a college recruitment to a relationship. It's that matter
That's
of
not college
factly.
recruitment. I'm talking
Hold
about
on,
admission.
because when we talk about looking
Can
for
you
a
address that
prototype,
first?
If
I
90% of those men
am.
prefer
When we're talking
something,
about looking for a prototype versus actually vetting a human being, two completely different things, right? We can't compare the two selection processes. We can't compare looking for a job or getting into a college to seeking a mate. It's too
Why
nuanced
can't
of a
we? What
conversation.
if I told you the reason why you can is because Kevin Samuels has access to a network. These are a collection of high value men that the women that he's
A
addressing desire.
network.
He has
What
he has
network? What network did he have access to, Darwin?
I just told you. He has a
What
LinkedIn network for
a
X amount of
LinkedIn
years.
network?
I don't think those men had
He's a,
too much
he's a
substance. I
part
think
of
those men
he's a
was just
part.
all about money. You know,
How
Can
that's
you
what
y'all
they
can you
was
know
acknowledge
that?
focused on first.
can you at least acknowledge that he had access to a group who would give him information, a criteria, the requirements, their desires that he would actually pass along to the women that would confront him about
Where's the
their
data
worth,
on that?
Even
Who are these
the data
people?
on it.
Who
even
are
if
these
let's
All
say
right, no. So
people?
here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. So if we're talking about these billionaire men, right? Like let's just take Jeff Bezos, perfect example, right? If you look at his starter wife, she looks very different than what he's working with right now. So if you were able to
Starter
obtain one of these,
wife.
yes, if you were able to obtain one of these men during the come
Amazing.
up, then you could be good. But a lot of women don't do that. They want to meet you at the finish line. So that's how you do. You have to look at the man with the potential and luck out. Right. If you get with a man and he was solid, they probably had a great relationship before then, and then she was able to get that, and she didn't look like what he's dealing with right now. When he goes to seek a woman right now that he's already at the finish line, of course he's going to have certain standards, and that's the problem. And there's not enough of those men to go around. So of course you're going to have to be exceptional as a woman. You can't. There's not enough faith in the whole world for you to be able to obtain a dude like that if you ain't got your shit together. That's just the facts. Ain't none of us over here talking about we about to bag a supermodel. It just don't really work like that. We know where we stand. We like, okay, if I want to get that, I'm gonna have to get a couple more commas in my bank account. And we understand that. We're just trying to get women to understand the same shit, because that's where we're talking about this point of delusion, because it's not a lot of them. You're talking about less than 1% of men, like way, way less. You're talking about these, even if you start talking about you want somebody who's 6 figures. Most cats ain't making that type of bread. You got about 20% of people making 6 figures? You're not going to get that. If you ain't in the top 20%, what makes you think you have access to that? And you don't even know what men are looking for.
So Trev, you just referred to a human being like property. When we talk about
Holy shit. Is that what you got out of that?
Hold on. I'm starting from the beginning, and I'll gladly work my way into the monologue.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
you started off with talking about a woman like she's property by referring to her as a starter wife, as if she's like property, because we refer to houses as starter houses. We don't refer to people that way. That is weird.
All right. We could dive into the semantics if you want to, but
It's
all
not
I'm saying
semantics. Let's call it
sure
what
it
it
is.
is.
DJ, it sounds like you disregarded his whole point because of how he started it.
It's dehumanizing to address a human being as a starter anything. If you married, that should have been your beginning and end, right?
It should have been.
Why would you address a woman? Why would you
panel.
address a human being as a starter wife? That was already a
Let
weird
me ask you
rhetoric
this,
to begin
DJ.
with.
DJ, what state do you live in right now?
Why?
Well, okay, what state do you live close to?
The tri-state area.
New York. If you wanted to be a New York Giants cheerleader, on a scale from 1 to 10, do you think you'd qualify and make the cut today?
No, I don't know how to cheerlead.
Why do you think that you won't?
What?
Why do you think that you cannot make the New York Giants cheerleader squad today if you tried out?
Because I'm not a cheerleader.
Okay, that's one thing. What else?
That's the whole thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
literally the whole
Here's the-
thing.
here's
I
the-
am not a cheerleader.
I think you purposely don't want to follow me, because if you did, you would be forced to concede to my point.
What?
It
You just
doesn't matter.
asked me, do I
Because
think that I would
because
make
because the person
a football cheerleading squad?
listen to what I'm saying. The person
He wants you to go into details. Like, what does a
Hold on,
cheerleader
Daphne.
do that you can't do?
I am not
the
cheerlead.
person who's actually running the rehearsal, the official who's actually in charge of the rehearsal and giving people access to the team and granting them access to be a part of the team, it's no different than what Kevin Samuels was doing.
Kevin Samuels was a fraud, and he
Oh my
played
God.
y'all.
So here's the
Period.
problem. Here's the problem.
Put that in your
Hold on, wait.
misogynistic pipes and
Hold on.
smoke
Here's
it.
the thing. Here's the thing. Even Kevin Samuels would ask the women, how many, like, for instance, it'll be a woman up on this show, right? And she'd be 260. And he would ask her straight up, how many dudes do you know that, how many men do you see? Up on this show, right? How many men do you see who make that kind of money and they're not with their first wife, the one that was in the trenches with them? How many do you see at your weight and your height and look like you? And most of them, and most of the women would literally answer, I don't see it. So even they recognize in their very real lives that they do not see it happen in real life. A lot of the times we would point to a billionaire and be like, oh, well, look at this billionaire. Look at his wife. Well, that was the wife that was with him in the trenches. Now look at the billionaire after he divorces his wife and look what kind of women he pulled. And look what kind of women he have on his arm. And that's basically what he was trying to tell these women is, you want the man at the finish line, then you got to look like the women that they're going to grab at the finish line. Or you can go and start with a man and build with him and do it that way. And he's not giving them anything. Like, let's say for the sake of argument that his advice is pretty much logical for anybody to follow. It wasn't like he was giving the secret to life. We all know this to be true. Everybody knows it to be true. And you're calling him a fraud for basically stating the obvious that we all already know.
He's a fraud, and he was projecting. There are a lot of high value men that don't just look at superficial markers as something of value. And I know that for a fact.
He's basing it off of like the
There are a
percentage
lot
of
of
people
men
they
that
want.
have, hold on, there are a lot of men that have obtained their success, and they're not looking for an airhead trophy wife. They're looking for women.
But
Wait a
DJ, he
minute.
described
They're looking for women. They're looking for women with other qualities. I don't want to, it's crazy because on one end we have men that are saying, oh, these women, they're taking me for alimony, they're using me, they're gold diggers. And then we have the same men admitting that the standard, the gold standard, is to get a woman that is 135 pounds and this height and looks like this. Look at your qualifications for what you think is a high value woman when you become a high value man. Don't complain about your results, because you're not actually investing in the quality of the person. You're not investing in good, solid characteristics. You're telling us about superficial shit, and then you're complaining about your superficial ass results.
DJ, nobody
Except the
said
gold
that.
digger.
So,
Because
what
if you go
about
get,
when?
y'all,
What about
I watched y'all complain about the trophy wife on
DJ,
King
you got to let
Talk.
somebody else talk.
It's hilarious.
I just want to ask you one question. What about when
he
he asks the women, the women that have children? What about when he asks the women with children, would you want your son to get to be with a woman like you? And they all are stunned. What about that?
I don't know. I don't take in that much Kevin Samuels.
How do you know all of
material.
this if you don't
You
So
know?
she's
Bro,
detracting.
call
I
him a
don't take in
She's
enough
a
fraud.
Kevin
detractor.
You're
How can
asking
you
me
call a
about
man a
Kevin
DJ, let me
fraud if
say
you
this.
don't know
Samuels.
DJ, let
him?
me say
I'm
this.
not
DJ,
subscribed to Kevin Samuels' channel
DJ, let
like
But
me
you
you're
say this.
are.
calling him a
She's
Let me
fraud.
detracting.
let me
He
You
say
is
this.
a
calling somebody a
fraud.
fraud and
Okay,
you're a
He
detractor.
DJ,
is
How's
the
that even
fraud
make
because
sense?
y'all
they,
allowed him to dictate to you what is a quality man, what is a quality
that's
So
what I'm
you
woman,
saying.
check your
and he
pastor's
died
credentials
alone
before you
under
went to
an
church?
overweight prostitute.
So DJ,
Period.
okay, so let me try y'all. Let me
Don't lose
talk. Let me
sleep
ask.
and don't have nightmares about what I just said about Kevin Samuels.
Oh
The
my
truth is the
God.
truth.
DJ, let me okay, so let me say this.
Y'all
I
gonna lose
do
weight over this.
wait, listen, DJ, I want to tell you, I agree with you that his definition of what all the things that he considered a high value man, I didn't think that was a high value man. I think there's more than money to a high value man. But every time he described a high value man, he was very
Come
clear on
on.
let me finish talking. He was clear on his channel, right? So then all these women started calling in because once they heard those things, and notice he didn't like he was really smart about what he did because he wouldn't say nothing with substance. He'll just say the basic things: 6 figures, do this, do that. Not a man that know how to communicate, not a man that know how to love. Nothing. These women with those type of intentions who don't care about communication, who don't care about none of the substance, they decide to say, I want to know how to get these men that he's talking about. So think about it. They want the men that's specifically about their money. They don't want the men that communicate nothing. They want those men of those substance. Those men are not looking for a woman who can communicate. I can agree with you. That's not what a high value man is. And what he was coaching them to me, it's not a high value woman because he wasn't talking about knowing how to communicate. He wasn't talking about knowing how to love. He was just talking about basic surface level things like cooking, your weight, and he just said just knowing how to shut up, just knowing how to go with the flow. But he was coaching a woman to the man she wanted to be. So he wasn't telling them anything wrong. You want this type of man, you want to be entitled to this type of man, you need to come with you need to be skinny because I hang with these type of dudes. You need to know you can't be combative. He don't want to raise your kids. He don't because that's what this man cares about. So he wasn't wrong for the advice he was giving to those entitled women.
Go ahead, Casey.
And
I
she
want
misquoted
y'all
him too.
to. Oh yeah, I want y'all to actually, if you're gonna be have this much venom for Kevin Samuels, y'all, you gotta know, you gotta have watched like his shows and really know what he stood for and what he was talking about. He didn't grow a following off projecting. He grew a following because he spoke to the masses of people who agreed with him and understood his point of view. It wasn't fluff. It wasn't flighty information. He did deep dive deeply into relationships and what men and women desire and what they require and how relationships work, regardless of what he actually was dealing with when he passed away. Me being a married woman, me being surrounded by a lot of women, single, married, divorced, dating, not dating, all kind of different women. He spoke to the masses of people, regardless whether those women were actually calling in. The people who watched his show got a lot from his point of view and the advice that he was giving during those calls and during his lives where he spoke by himself with nobody on the other end for 2-3 hours. He wasn't always demeaning women. He wasn't always talking about surface level things. That's not true, you guys. I was a avid Kevin Samuel watcher, and I can tell you I wasn't watching for BS. I was watching because people left with knowledge that could actually help him, regardless of, just like there's pastors out here that don't actually have theological degrees or degrees from seminary schools. They have God and they have knowledge on how to help people. I believe some people they just can analyze and learn and help people based off their own experience and people around them. I do understand what you're saying, Di, about having credentials when you dip in the lane of sociology, psychology, and all those different lanes. But at the same time, I cannot discredit who he was and what. Not me and not Die. I'm sorry, DJ. I can I cannot discredit who he was and what his content did for the quote unquote culture and how he helped men and women, black, white, Asian, wherever their background was.
All I can say is it's important that if you're gonna watch or if you're gonna make a claim, like sort of like what Casey said, just be cognizant, you know what I'm saying, of the statement you're making. You know what I'm saying? This guy didn't have to do what he did. You got to understand the people he spoke for didn't have a voice to speak for themselves. A lot of people, most of the people he spoke for, if they were going around saying that shit, they would get hit with an NSFW claim or not safe for work or bad work, whatever you call it. I've been out of work for a while, man. I'm retired. So you got to understand who he was speaking for. So when you say he was speaking for himself, you got to understand how false that is. If he's speaking for a, what up? Damn, is that Trigger Mike? I couldn't see you because you know how black you is. You were kind of blending in with
I've
your
been here
outfit.
5 minutes. Shut your bald ass up.
Go ahead, Trigger Mike. I want to
Nah,
hear what you got to say.
continue your diatribe, nigga.
No, go ahead, man.
I don't even know what y'all talking
Get
about.
you a throat lozenge, man. What is you doing, man? Coming over
You
here.
know what? Damn right. I just been in his office. I haven't been talking.
Clock done struck
Bro,
zero
this
on y'all,
dude
bro.
said the whole word lozenge.
She said, okay, she said Kevin Samuels was projecting and he didn't have any credentials.
No, you know what? Kevin Samuels was the bravest. He was the bravest because he played the anti-hero on purpose. I think I listened to him a little bit in the beginning and didn't know who he was when people were not sharing his stuff. And then of course, like 2020, he was everywhere. And I really started tuning in. What really got me to focus on it wasn't just him and what he was saying. It was that immediately when I heard his rhetoric, I said, oh, women not gonna go for this. They're not gonna stand for this. They're gonna cancel this dude. And then I realized that it's women voluntarily calling in. So as I watched him a little more and a little closer, I realized that he's telling these women everything their father should have told them. And he's like stepping in that role because I don't know if people really get the fact that the person that really loves you is that honest with you. All these people out here telling you that you a 10 and all this type of stuff, those people don't love you. Those are simps. They would never say that without an advantage for themselves. They're trying to get in your pants or they're trying to get you to work for them for the low, whatever. The people that are the most honest with you, the way he was, are like your father figures, your brothers. They need you to be realistic so you're not getting hurt out here, right? Value yourselves, etc. So when I realized he had a female following that was perpetuating him to, the YouTube and Instagram prominence, I was like, whoa, they somehow after they get over or they react to what he said, they got to deal with the truth in what he said. Right. I think that's the way I even learned how people listen in these conversations. Yeah, we go back and forth. We talk trash to each other, but you got to deal with the realness of what was said after the fact. You're going to go like sometimes we get into debates up here. I'll go to bed and just lay my head on a pillow and be in deep thought about it for an hour. Like, let me take that. That's a different perspective. Let me think about that. And I think that's what he did better than most people. And he was willing to have the uncomfortable conversation that people keep trying to dodge. Right? We still see it today. People keep trying to dodge those hard conversations, but we adults, and he forced people to start having them. And that's why we're here today. Still having the conversation. And unfortunately, DJ's still ducking, but it's okay. I'm just picking on
And the crazy thing is that you're starting to see anybody that came after him who are starting dating shows, specifically ones where you're talking to someone one-on-one, and they're all starting to hear and see the same thing. They don't say what Kevin Samuels said because of what Trigger Mike said, but shit, watch Kendra G's show. She took his whole thing and she's trying her hardest not to sound like him, but you can see it in her face like something's wrong with this bitch right here. Like on every time she talks to a woman, she's like, something wrong with this person. Ain't no way you think that you should be getting that and you out here moving the way that you are.
I'm gonna give y'all somebody more comparable than that, right? I don't know if y'all aware of this this influencer. Her name is Ashley Dalton. Y'all know Ashley? Ashley is also an image consultant. and she has women come up there and she critiques them. She to ask them to stand up. Let me see. Okay, you look like you know. She talks to them. She gets a feel for them, and she says, you know what? I like this outfit better than that outfit. You gotta get your nails done. You gotta get your hair done. Maybe you could lose 20 pounds. It's not so much the critique, it's the tearing down that he did that was so toxic. And that's my main problem with him. It's not your critique because everybody has a right to their opinion. If you go up there and you solicit somebody's advice, then take the advice. My thing is, you don't have to tear somebody down in order to advise them or to guide them. You can also lift them up. No, it's not that the truth hurts, but the truth without compassion is brutality. And that's the thing that I think that Kevin Samuels missed the mark on big time.
So can I?
Also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, also, a lot of people have an issue with my perception of Kevin Samuels. That is my perception. That's how I experienced him. That's my reality and my lens. Just like you have your
Aren't you
reality.
concerned that everybody's
Hold
disagreeing
on,
with?
let her finish.
No, go ahead. He can go ahead.
Aren't you concerned that most people have disagree with you? Like that ever ring a bell that maybe you should consider to try to understand the other side?
Most people, what, in this space?
I didn't say a particular space. I'm just
Okay.
repeating what you said. You said most people disagree with you.
I
I'm
didn't
saying
say most people I said that most people haven't in this space right now are having an issue. A supporter. I'm talking about supporters of
well,
Kevin
you
Samuels.
included that it's in this space, but when you first made the statement,
Supporters,
you
all
said,
right, let me be more specific.
"Thank you."
Supporters of Kevin Samuels obviously have an issue with how I view their king, their God, their prophet, their alpha male, their father figure, whoever he is to you. Because I really do believe that Kevin Samuels is a manifestation of what a lot of men think is an alpha male because they didn't actually have a male presence to look up to. So when they see polarizing figures like a Donald Trump, like a Kevin Samuels, they cling on to it because they think that these toxic traits are alpha. Well, that's not real alpha. That's not real
What about him?
masculinity.
I was on the show Lapeef Let's Talk, and the brother JR asked me a question about a moment. He was like, my sister is allowed to speak to me in the most disrespectful ways, and I'm supposed to take it. And she knows she's crossing the line. She will even get that way with my grandfather. And he will ask her to check it, and she still basically gives him the finger with her tongue. And I could hear the pain in that black man's voice when he's trying to say, why are our black women, allowed to verbally assault us beyond the violence line? And they know we can't do anything because his sister knew, just like every other one of you know, that if JR or anybody were to do what a man should do and check that shit, the first thing they're going to do is dial 911 white and come talk to the very white man that they keep telling you is oppressing you. The system, the man, white supremacy,
What
and
is
such and
this?
so forth.
Oh.
So again, that's where it came from. You cannot be pro-black family, pro-black community, and allow one-way aggression from black women towards black men because it's that very system of white supremacy that she relies on to keep black men checked.
I seen your question. I seen your question in
No,
the
you
back
need
chat, right?
to
He
let her
wasn't talking
respond.
about
I remember
like
that show,
physical, right?
JR.
He
I remember
wasn't
that
talking
show.
about that, right?
They are flexing out here.
I
He wasn't
remember
talking about
that.
being
No,
physical
you
with
need to let DJ respond to that.
Die.
Huh?
So I seen your question in the back chat, right? If somebody was being verbally disrespectful to you, tearing your ass up, how would you respond?
Oh yeah, I'm in that situation now. I want to fight. I don't fight. That's not the right way to handle it. But I'm just saying, that's not. Yeah, I'm learning that's not the way to check it. But I hope that's not what he was implying.
No, what he's saying
I
is
feel like that's a
basically
childish way of thinking. I feel like our community taught us to respond to things that way. But I don't feel like like. I want to know what he meant by checking that shit. That's why I don't support everything that Kevin Samuels do, because sometimes that just adds on to
how
whatever
would you hope that
childhood
we
trauma
check?
that
How
they
would you
dealing
hope?
with.
how would you hope that we check? Because did you hear the first part that he said, where he talked about
I'm
how
dealing with the same situation with my sister right now.
right?
So
So
that's what I'm
he's
saying.
talking.
How would he check it?
So he's talking about a woman that's being verbally disrespectful to her grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
being
I think
verbally
people have
disrespectful,
family.
being disrespectful to the men around her. Now, granted, now here's the thing. Here's the tripped out part. Most women understand that when somebody gets out of line with, if a man got out of line verbally with a woman, the first thing she's gonna do is call another man to come over there and whoop his ass. That will be the first thing she's gonna do is I'm gonna get my brother to tear your ass up. I'm gonna get my uncle on you. I'm gonna get my dad on you.
I
So
don't know.
what he's
That's
saying
like a
is
woman
basically
might want to fight herself.
so basically what he's saying is we're in a situation where men are being verbally abused and women know we can't cross that line with them. We're basically that's essentially bullying. When you do something
I
to
agree.
someone and you know they
I
can't
agree.
respond. So my question is that for a group of people that are experiencing that right now, how do you hope for us to deal with that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm going through that right now. I'm actually in that situation. I've been disrespected by one of my siblings for a year.
You're
not
not
asking a
going. You're
question. He's
not going through
asking
the
you.
situation because you're not a man. You gotta take into account what Sweeney's asking.
I
He's
deal
asking
with things like a
a
man, so that's the reason why I'm answering it. I'm
no,
different from most
die,
women.
you're
That-
not a man. You
She's
could be
not
dealing with a
understanding.
But
similar.
he's talking
You're
about how to check the woman. I'm a woman. So let me finish my statement on how I feel like he should check the woman. I understand how the man feels. I understand. But if the problem is the woman, you have to resolve that woman. You have to fix that woman. And one thing I noticed just from experience, fighting aggression with aggression does not always work. Sometimes one thing I'm trying now, because I already tried fighting aggression with aggression. It does, especially if that woman haven't had a father figure in her household to, respect and know how to respect. No, sometimes you have to pull yourself back and you have to try other ways and other avenues. Sometimes, like, I don't think Lapeef should have dealt with that. I felt like the parents should have dealt with that. She probably needs therapy. She probably so grown at a point where can't nobody tell her nothing. But him being aggressive towards her will only make the situation worse. It's not going to make her feel,
So
especially
what
if
should
she's
he do?
already rude and disrespectful.
So
Him
what should he do?
yelling at her and doing that, it's not going to make her be like, oh, I'm finna stop. It's
So
actually
what
going
should
to,
he
I'm
do? We
pretty
know
sure the
that.
behavior is
So
going to
what
get
should
worse.
she do? What should he do? Since he shouldn't do those
What
things.
I'm planning on doing with my family, I plan on getting us therapy because I don't know what to do.
No,
But
we asking you what
I know for a
we
fact
asking you
fighting
what should
aggression
the
with
man
aggression is
do?
not going to
What
work. I know
we
You
that
asking
know,
you
for
what
a fact.
can I just interject really quick? Because
And then for who I am as my sister, and this is what my
let's say
mom
you don't
told
want to
me,
answer the question,
because
Doc.
we're such a
yeah,
we're
Because
an
you're
important to each
lecturing
other
instead of
lives.
answering the
What I
question.
can do right now is just remove myself, and then when she see the importance, when she like notice I'm not around and she misses having me around, I set boundaries. In order for me to come back around, I need you to take accountability for the last situation that's
So
happened. I
leave.
understand I can't make you take accountability for the past, but in order for us to have this situation, and I even tell my mom and them that if you want me to be around her for Christmas, you got to make sure that you're holding her accountable for her emotions. I need an apology, and I need to know how we're going to go forward to make sure this doesn't happen again.
But you got to understand too is that some people don't see it like that, right? People that have gone through some traumatic experiences, they looking through a different lens. So with that particular situation, I don't think it was on me. I think it was up to her husband to be able to handle that. So it was during Christmas time. Christmas, I believe it was Christmas. It was at my grandfather's house, and grandma passed away, so it's grandma, auntie, it's the immediate family. And so what I know based off of history is that sometimes when people have traumatic experiences or they in pain, it comes out on the external in a different type of way. And so I can either entertain it or I can just understand that it's not really going to go nowhere. The one thing that my grandfather always told me was that he don't want no yelling in his house. He don't want no yelling in the house. And that stuck to me when I was younger. So the first priority of thought is that I'm not going to disrespect my grandfather's house. I also notated to myself is that you're not going to get nowhere with this person. Sometimes you got to leave people where they are, even if it's family, right? So when she began to get out, when I seen that she was unstable, you just be unstable. Don't think I'm here. I don't want no yelling in this house. And so I know the type of, hate to say it, man, but it is what it is. She can only attract a certain type of person. And so I still expected for her husband to intervene at the time to be able to look at the situation in its entirety to understand that this is beyond what my grandfather wanted within the house. So you got to be the bigger. Somebody has to be the bigger person in the moment. And I don't mind being the bigger person. So even when it comes to family, the first thing I'm thinking about is respecting my grandfather's house, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. I know the problem is not me. That's all the energy that she's doing is on her. That's a lot of energy that you have to do to get upset, and you don't know how to shut up. You don't know how to close your mouth. That's cool. Somebody got to be the bigger person. I'll be the bigger person. I'll be quiet. I respect my grandfather's house, and it is what it is. End of the day, it's still family. It ain't gonna go no further. This ain't like it's no stranger on the street. And so I just left it at that. But I still expected for her. I thought about it like, damn, my husband don't even contain the situation. Like she's out of control at this point. But also on the flip side, I also understand there's a lot of pain behind it because we did have a conversation maybe about 2 or 3 months later about some things that happened during childhood that I wasn't really aware of. But a lot of things when you see people taking it to times 10 is usually because of trauma. And I don't think that we really unpack that. I'm not going to match that energy. It's just so much energy for me, especially at this age. I'm not going to be arguing with nobody. I'm not going to try to fight nobody because if I'm not about fighting, I'll just wipe somebody out. That's just what it is. I'm not about to. So if I ever get to that level of where I want to go toe to toe with somebody, it ain't no turning it off. It is what it is. So because I'm self aware and know how I am when I get down, I'm not just going to engage because if I engage, it's going to be a different type of way. So when it comes to family, sometimes even relationships, somebody's got to be the bigger person. Somebody got to understand what you're dealing with. But people that's married, if you marry that person, you know how they are. So unfortunately, you got to deal with it at this point because you're married, right? But it's going to be all it takes is one person to be the bigger person in situations. And once they understand that, then maybe y'all can get somewhere. But y'all look like two fools going back and forth. I ain't about to argue with this damn woman, especially not my damn sister. So that whole situation was just kind of, I was just like, she just couldn't shut her mouth. She was out of control. I kept hearing was my grandfather getting upset. At this time, he like 70 something years old. He don't want no yelling in the house. Grandma gone. Respect the house. She didn't understand the assignment.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
This is an issue I've been dealing with my family for a while. I just feel like at first I felt like it was a burden, but I realize now it's insight to what a lot of Black families go through, and the same issues that you was having with your sister, I've had with my sister and my mom. And I noticed that a lot of us, sometimes we beat ourselves up because we can't. I don't know if you believe in God. Sometimes I don't know, how you believe in God, but I feel like sometimes He do work that we can't do, and He do the work that we can't see. And I had to get somebody in my family on the same page as me, and it was my eventually, and I didn't think it would be my mom, but it ended up being my mom, and she was a single mom, and she wasn't understanding at first, but when we started praying for my sister, and we like it's still some shit, but we noticed one thing. Like this year, out of all the years we've been praying for her, like this year was the year she's starting to learn more about God. She was talking about the book of Cain and Abel. So we noticed, although her attitude is not changing immediately, we're noticing that she's integrating things in her life that could help, and we didn't even tell her to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because she was so stubborn that she didn't want to hear nothing from nobody. So we had to kind of take our hands off of her and pray for her and have faith. And it just started changing. Even like when I would get mad, usually when I get mad, because I'm a lot like you, and that's why my family try to make it seem like I'm the problem, even though I articulate my boundaries and what causes me to cross those boundaries. But somebody energy threw me off, but I just feel like faith is a big thing in it. It's a big part. I'm gonna continue to pray for your sister and your family. I feel like you can't give up on the best version of them. I do feel like when you're in that situation, the best thing to do, somebody has to be the bigger person. And if you know more and you have the ability to do it, definitely do it. But yeah, you do still have to set those boundaries and just pray sometimes, just like I think prayer had a lot to do with the change that happened within
So,
my family.
I got a little bit of pushback for that particular situation. I have a saying now: you can't reason with unreasonable people. There are certain instances in your life where you just have to check out and separate, right? And you have, especially if you have the option to, like, because some people aren't going to change. So no matter how you are or how progressive you are towards a situation, it doesn't matter, because if you're not going to get that cooperation from the other side because they're not reasonable, then you just have to learn to remove certain individuals from your life, right? I see the good in people when there actually is, but when there isn't and they're unreasonable, then I leave that shit alone. Sometimes you have to separate from some people to be able to get to the next level in your life. There are some people who will hold you down and you won't be able to progress because you're keeping that old baggage in your life. There are some instances where there's some people who are just toxic or, again, unreasonable, or damaged, or maybe they just might be dealing with some mental issues or some trauma. And until they heal themselves, it's nothing that you can do for them. It's nothing that you can do with them. So in some instances, you just have to leave some people alone. You got to know yourself. You know how you are. And your best scenario would be to avoid them.
I agree, but I still think you should still pray for them, even in their absence. You should still pray for them. That's family.
Well,
Like
that's different. Praying for them,
you
you still
can't
got to
give up on.
separate,
When
though.
I say don't give up on them, I don't mean like in a physical realm. I mean in a mental realm. Like, right? I'm always gonna believe. I'm gonna pray for you, but I'm gonna keep my distance, and I'm gonna have faith that God is gonna work on you, and you're gonna become your best self. I think sometimes when we detach ourselves from our family, we detach ourselves with the hate, with the resentment, or with them. I'm just not gonna fuck with this person at all, and you're not even praying for them no more. You're not even considering their well-being at times, and from losing somebody that close and being in a state of anger when we lost, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. When you actually release somebody with love and you still praying for them, that bond it's easier to let that person go and be, because then now you know it ain't got nothing to do with me, and her acting the way she acting has nothing to do with me. It's because she's fucked up. So I'm gonna just let her be fucked up. I can't let her fucked up affect me, but I'm gonna wish her peace being fucked up, because you got to understand, with him gone or there, she's still gonna be fucked up. When he remove himself, he gonna be good, but regardless, she gonna be fucked up. So it's like, yeah, remove yourself
No,
to make sure you good, but and like I would still pray for my sister, and I wouldn't hold resentment to her. I just keep my distance. I'm not fucking with you.
but
I can trust you. I
y'all,
can't
this
be comfortable with you.
not to cut you off, but this is what Darwin was talking about earlier. Like Lapeef played the clip, and we took the whole conversation from what Kevin Samuels was trying to talk about to a whole different, like, generalized conversation about family dynamics. And that's not what Kevin Samuels was talking about. That's not why JR played that clip. It was based on the women and men dynamics, and men being disrespected by women, and we've taken it to a whole different conversation. This is what Darwin was trying to point out earlier. When there's a point being made by the host or by a person, we have to stay on to what the topic was talking about, because then once everybody glue in and get ready to respond for the clip, now everybody's checked out because the topic is completely lost. And that
From
I
what I
wasn't
heard
trying. I
from
wasn't
Lapeef,
trying.
it just seemed like when I was only responding to Lapeef, and the energy I was getting from him, it's almost like what Kevin Samuel said. When you tap into a person, you could feel their pain. You could feel that. And his pain is not just the fact that she disrespected him, but it's the fact that he wasn't even able to connect to bring her down, to remind her the importance and the rules of the house. And she wasn't allowing him to lead her as a man. Like, it was a little bit, to me, deeper than just the disrespect. It's just the fact that she would disrespect him, and it was a pain there. So I was kind of
But
trying to speak to his pain. I was
but
speaking
that's
to
I'm trying
Lapeef.
to give a point to when I was telling you, you said I know it. I know how JR feels. And that's why I interrupted and said, you don't know how JR feels, because me and you being women in a position of, even in a family situation, he brought up the point of balance and the fact that her husband did not insert himself and bring her down. So then he's wondering how he, as her brother, can play in a situation to protect the integrity of their grandfather's home at that moment. So he's speaking about his grandfather, himself, and the husband, and the dynamics of men when dealing with a woman who cannot be calmed down or is therefore unruly in that manner. It has nothing to do with just having a sibling and not being able to deal with them, or having family dynamics with mothers and fathers, and that's a family situation as a whole. But the whole reason he played the clip was for Kevin to address the manner of men not being able to really be free to help women.
Feeling powerless.
I don't. Yes.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is just like a lot of men say when they tell us. The reason why I brought that up because I was dealing with an unruly woman too. So, and I understand where you're
But
going.
the way we deal with the unruly woman is different than what a man
Yeah.
can, or how it is judged or looked upon
Yes,
from other people. That's
I
the whole
agree.
point of the clip.
Let
You
me get
understand?
let me get in here real quick. I think just to watch the dialogue just play out the way that it did. One of the Kevin Samuel's biggest topics was that it is the victimhood of the woman. There's no situation in which a man can be the one being hurt. Right? There's some things that when he laid the framework for that entire discussion, especially after JR played the clip, he's basically saying in that situation, a woman can't be a victim. You see, and that is a situation, unfortunately, Western women are uncomfortable with. That is what I was talking about when I said he forced people to have the uncomfortable conversation. I can't be a victim. I could be hurting a man. The problems in my life could actually be my fault. The decisions I make void of a man are actually all my fault. He forced women to deal with that. It's like you making the decisions for your own life. You could be affecting your own, not you die, but you could be affecting your own family in a negative way. And it has absolutely nothing to do with anybody's behavior but the woman. So that is what that particular clip I think was meant to do. And not only did, I've experienced that, I watched it happen. And it goes back to that word we're always talking about in these spaces, which is accountability, right? We know every punishment, we know every action, behavior that we deem undesirable from men. All right. We know if a man do anything wrong, he going to jail. He losing his job. He's losing opportunities. He's losing friendships, relationships, etc. Everything in this world built for punishment is built to punish a man. And because we've been that way so long, women have no accountability for anything that they do, and they run to the victim role. All right. So what he was talking about was basically saying we have to stop this one-sided affair between men and women. I'm going to tell y'all how deep this goes for me. I got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. If my daughter hits her brother, which she's in that age now, I just hear him, da-da-da-da. I spank her first. If she hit him, does anybody know why I do that? He can hit her back. I'll get both of them. I spank her first because never in her life will she think it's okay to raise her hand against a man. Her hitting her brother will turn into her hitting somebody outside, and I can't control what happens to her when she hits somebody
Did you just
she
say
does
your
not
son
know.
can hit your daughter back?
No, I said if he hits her back, they're both getting punished. She's getting punished.
I thought you said he could hit her back.
No,
I heard that wrong. Okay.
No. So I'm punishing her first. She needs to learn that she can never, or her safety depends on men seeing her as a vulnerable figure. A woman that hits men is no longer protected by men. To be honest, when we see a woman swing on a dude, if he just swings back on you and knocks you to the ground, in our minds, we really think you got what you deserve.
Let me ask you
right?
this, Doc.
So we're trying to create. Hold on, let me just say this. We're trying to create an atmosphere where men don't have to respond to the negative behaviors of women because women are not supposed to have those negative behaviors. You want to know why these Arabic dudes don't really be out here wilding? Because their wives would never try them like that. Some of the shit I've seen, I've only ever seen happen to black men. Some of the shit I've seen in public, I've only ever seen a woman disrespect a man in public like that. Right? My mom was a very, what do you call it, submissive wife. She had a lot to say, but she knew when to say that shit. She thought we were asleep behind closed doors. She let my daddy have it. You hear like, oh, they arguing. She would never do that shit in public. So we got to get back to that. People got to learn how to have decorum and when to have conversations. We got Remy Ma and Papoose tearing each other ass up like that's anybody's business but their own. We got to stop that shit.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question? You said that you mentioned Middle Eastern men have their wives in check. Is that do I have that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll. Go ahead. You might as well spin the chair, Sweeney. Might as well. Go ahead. Do a 360, baby.
All the way left. You just gotta go left. Like
Go
all what he
ahead.
said, and that's what you wanted to address.
Just do a donut
Come
with
on.
me, baby. Y'all be
I
so
just had
bothered
a
when
question.
I turn that mic on. I love it.
All the shit he said, and that's what you want.
I love it. So the question I had is, the thing about the Middle East is it's very, very, very toxic as it pertains to women. I just had this conversation with a good friend of mine. Don't panic. He was like, "Oh, I can see you. You're gonna become a Muslim in like a year. You're gonna come home, blah blah blah." And I said, "I would never be a Muslim." And there are things that I admire about Muslims. I admire their dedication. I admire them, how frequently they pray, and their constant connection that they have with God. But the reason why I would never be a Muslim is because of the degradation of women. And specifically in the Middle East, they are very, very abusive, actually. So I found that caught my ear when you mentioned Middle Eastern men, because raping, for example, like in India, is like a huge issue. A huge issue. And in the Middle Eastern world, as it stands, women are in danger. Like, this is not, I'm not joking. Like, women are subjected to abuse, graping. They're subjected to essaying. They're subjected to genital mutilation. The list is so long.
So
So I
DJ,
find it funny that you're using Middle
She's talking to
Eastern
me,
men
so let me
as the
respond.
standard of, oh, they have their women in check. At what cost? At what
All right.
cost?
So
okay,
let's
so you
take the Middle
interrupted me.
Eastern. Let's take the Middle Eastern out of it. What behavioral standards do you have for Western women?
Behavioral standards? That's a little vague. What do you mean?
No. A man is not allowed to hit a woman here, right? We're not allowed to hit women or we go to jail. Things
That's a
like
good
that.
thing.
Yeah.
You should not hit
Okay.
people.
All right. So what behavioral standards do you have for women alone? Well, how do you think women should treat men in this country?
I think that in any standard, whether it's a man or woman, everyone should keep their hands to themselves.
No, just for women. Just for women.
Women
No.
should keep their hands to themselves.
Okay. How should women treat men, like in the household, with respect?
Of course. That's always the standard. In any scenario, women, men, children, everyone should be treated with respect. But if you feel disrespected, which women feel often disrespected, what do you think should be the response? I'm confused.
What do you mean? If I feel disrespected?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well,
What
no.
do you feel like should
Yeah.
be what do you feel like you should be empowered with? If you had it your way, what would you empower yourself? How would you respond to disrespect from
Yeah.
a woman?
No, she got the right one. Choice. The one thing nobody can take from me is my ability to choose. I'm not dealing with that shit. I'm leaving.
Okay. I like that. Good.
Okay, good.
You
So
should.
DJ, I got a DJ. Here's the only problem. What's happening? This is the second time tonight you did that. You did the whole straw man argument, whereas you picked the very beginning of one piece of verbiage you didn't like, stuck on that point, even though you promised you were gonna, address the rest of my stuff later. You didn't, and that's fine. But you did the same thing again, where you just grabbed the one thing where he said the Muslim thing, and then he made a whole array of points just now, and you missed it all except for that little one piece.
No,
there,
I didn't
so.
miss it all. I addressed the part that caught my ear.
Which
That
is the
doesn't
very
mean-
beginning.
He's
I
listening
don't
with a
need to
bias.
address every single thing that's being said. I'm addressing the thing like everybody else does. I'm addressing the thing that caught my attention.
The only reason why I said it is because it wasn't the message. You missed the entire point of his message, right? So you just took, again, in my opinion, semantics.
I didn't miss anything. I'm just speaking to the fact that.
So you disregarded everything else, is what
No,
you
I
mean.
didn't discard. I
interrupted me
didn't
because I was
discard.
supposed to go
What
after.
I
I said
did-
disregarded.
No, I
Well-
didn't disregard it. I just simply addressed something specific because I find it crazy that somebody would model, they would want to model men that actually have an issue with showing respect, the most
No,
basic
so-
of
so
respect and
I
decency to
personally,
women.
I
Middle
personally
Eastern men.
I personally wanted you to complete that whole thing, that whole sentence and diatribe, because what you did was actually single out an entire religion, which is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. It's
Wait,
my
hold
opinion.
on.
I told you why I would not be Muslim.
Most men anywhere do not do the things that you named. So that's why it was crazy when you said it to begin with.
Who
Most
said that?
men,
Did I say that?
hold
most
on,
men do that?
hold on. What we tend
did
to
you hear
do in
me
these
say that?
spaces, is we speak in hyperbole. We take the most extreme situations that could possibly happen. All right. I have clients from Dubai. That's not the way they be getting down out there. All right. These people have whole families. There are some men that just go to work. They take care of their family. They love their wives and their children. The women shop like crazy. And the one thing they do in appreciation to all that the men in their family, not just their husband, give them is that they are submissive wives. So you said something that was so hyperbolic that these men do all of this stuff.
It wasn't though, because Dubai is like the commercial part of the Middle East. I went
All
to
right.
Dubai.
So what percentage of men do
Dubai
those
is like
behaviors?
Dubai is like the
I
like
think we
what
just
Montego
went
Bay
off,
is
and I
to
can't even
Jamaica.
get
Do you
in
want
here
to
because y'all done
if you
went
want
down
to
a whole rabbit
experience
hole.
real Jamaica, you go to Kingston. You don't go to Montego Bay. Montego Bay is the nice tourism pretty part. Dubai is a nice pretty. Abu Dhabi is a nice pretty touristy part of the Middle East. I'm not speaking to that. I'm speaking to the really ugly parts of the Middle East that are super problematic for women. And
But
as a
see, the
matter
thing
of
with,
fact,
hold on, can I interrupt? Because what
Sure.
you did was we were trying to make a case for men being put in a harmful situation, and you stole the light.
The victim.
what was
You
the
put it-
harmful?
Hold
What's
on,
the
hold on.
harmful?
Can you
What's the harmful situation? I want to
can
hear.
you just hang on a minute? You
were the
stole the
first. It was
light.
pussy.
We tried to get y'all to resonate with our position in these instances. And instead of being able to resonate, you took the light off and you put it back on the women. So now we gotta try to help you figure out your demise when we just telling you that we're in a demise too. And we're just trying to get you to acknowledge and answer, how do you expect us to carry ourselves when we're disrespected? And my question was, and I was gonna pose it to Die, I guess I'll just pose it to you. If a woman hit you, slap you in the face, what would you do?
Restrain her. Leave.
Okay, Die.
If a man or a woman hit me in my face, I'm
As a
I'm not
man,
gonna, I
you
don't give a
asking me?
fuck.
You
I
asking
don't
me
give
as
a
a
fuck.
man
I
or
don't
as
give
a
a fuck.
woman?
I'm
As a
asking.
person,
I'm
if a
asking
person
you. Let
hit me,
me
I'm
let me
hitting
just
their
ask
ass
Die.
back. And if
Wait,
you
clarify.
Die,
a man, you better
without
hope I
going
ain't
on
got
a
nothing on you,
tangent,
'cause I
without
promise
going
you.
on a tangent and just answering the question, because I think I got to preface it. Without going on a tangent, just answer my question. If a woman walked up to you and slapped you in the face right now, what would you do?
Smack her back.
We would fight.
Okay. If a woman walked up to you and called you a bitch, what would you do?
I just walk away. If she's a random girl and she call me a bitch, I'm gonna walk away. Cause something
Okay.
must be wrong with that bitch.
Okay. So if a woman, if a woman walk up to a man and slap him, what do you think he should do?
Smack her ass back, and if his sister right there, she should beat her ass.
Why should she go to jail?
Yes, if a random woman walk up to a man and smack him, I feel like he should smack her
What if
back. I
she's
bet
not
you she
random?
gonna smack another random
What if
man.
she is his wife?
Calling the cops. Everybody going to jail.
What if she's his wife?
I don't
I
agree
don't
with
know.
that.
If she's his wife, I feel like he should have more patience.
If a wait, hold on. If a woman and
Because
this
if it's
is
my
me.
husband, I'll bet I'm gonna try to be like, okay,
If a
baby,
woman
but
to
it's only
woman,
so much a man can take, and he's gonna eventually
hold on.
reap it.
I don't want us to be intellectually dishonest in this conversation. If a woman and
Now
a
we getting into
woman, if a woman and a woman get into an altercation, then that's a fair fight. If a woman strikes a man and he strikes her back, that is not a fair fight. His blow,
definitely a fair fight.
his blow to her could be deadly. So
Got it.
No, he
let's
could just
What?
backhand her.
Follow
But
me.
he don't have to
What?
hit her
wait
with
a
the
You
same punch
answered
second.
it.
that
Now
she
Wait.
follow
hit
this.
him.
Hold on. Now
Let
follow
me.
this. You answered it. So follow this.
Okay.
On a panel, if you disrespect me or you call me a bitch, what should I say back to you?
Y'all gonna go.
You can say whatever you want. It's this
If I
fair
called you a
game.
bitch, you think that would be okay in your eyes, in the eyes of the audience and society?
If
Yeah, they'll
I
say it's
called you a
okay.
bitch, then you're within your right to call me a name back.
Okay, what if you just simply disrespected me and I just said, "Shut up, ho"?
I mean, that would just reflect. Why you laughing, Ty? That would just reflect on your character. I can't control how you're
Why would
going
they
to
reflect on his
respond.
character?
I can't because you're okay. If you're one upping a person on a disrespect, that's on you. But I can't control how you choose to respond. That's how you choose to
Well, basically,
respond.
what I'm
That's on
saying is
you.
our only
Yeah,
ammunition
black people gotta find a
is
different way to deal with disrespect.
sometimes
I can
to
agree with that.
respond to
I
disrespect
can agree with that.
is to be frank and be candid with women. We don't want to put our hands on them. We don't want to call them out their names and all that stuff. We just want to be candid, and that we can't even be candid.
Who
You get what I'm
told you
saying?
that?
Kevin Samuels just proved to you that he couldn't even be. When have you ever heard Kevin
Samuels
Samuels?
is
The fact that
deceased.
y'all put that to all
Is he
women
this?
is
Okay.
like we
Well,
understand
I'm
it
I'm
shouldn't
just trying to get
happen,
you to
but
acknowledge
DJ,
something.
y'all end up losing DJ when y'all put it to all or majority of women.
Yeah.
That's when she ends
DJ,
up clocking out.
let me ask DJ real quick. Did you
Oh, you
say that?
noticed?
Like
So
I notice
I
when you
think,
clock out. I'm paying attention.
yeah,
I'm paying
DJ, I
attention.
noticed that you did the thing where you gave a woman an excuse for her behavior again. Because at first you said everybody should keep their hands to themselves, right?
Yes.
But you said if a woman punches a dude or hits a dude, a man should show restraint, right?
Yes.
But
Okay, watch this.
how
This
do
is
y'all
how
think that's letting her
hold
get
on. This
away
is
with
how
it
messed
though?
up it is. This is how messed up kids are from their upbringing. What do we teach children? Or this is what children have been taught since I've been growing up. When somebody hits you, what?
Hit them back.
Mhm.
So we taught the children that
That's
if
before
some
puberty, honey.
wait.
No, that's in
Don't let
life.
me put it
That's
together.
self-defense.
Let me
There's
put it together.
context.
You taught
It's some
them.
strong
No,
bitches out
no,
here.
no.
You ain't
So
seen these
so
women
remember
knocking
this.
men
We
out?
cannot
Some of these
teach.
bitches
My son is
strong.
Hold on.
7.
Hold
He's
on.
on
We
the
can't.
same
Hold
level.
on.
I don't
Hold
teach
on.
him
DJ,
to
you
hit
gotta let
girls
him
back.
finish.
I don't
DJ,
teach
Because
him
you
to hit
know I'm
girls
about to.
back.
DJ, you have to let him finish.
You know I'm about to bring it all together.
Okay, sweetie.
Because you cannot teach nuance to children. That's why we don't want them choosing their gender. They can't understand that yet. We teach children if somebody hits you, hit them back, to be protective over your body. As a matter of fact, that's a natural instinct, right? Hit back. The answer to FU is FU too, right or wrong? Okay. So we teach them from youth
Wrong.
that if somebody strikes you,
Don't step
strike
for
them
my
back.
parenting,
So they
baby.
take that lesson all the way up into adulthood. But then you want to interject with, well, if a woman hits you, show restraint. Mm-mm. What we need to be telling people is everybody keep their hands to themselves, especially the women. If a man hits a woman, the other men are going to dog that dude. But if a woman hits a man, make sure he don't kill her. That's all I'm gonna say. Make sure he don't kill her. Because look at what we've done to society by giving a woman an excuse to strike a dude. We basically let y'all off the leash to do what the hell y'all want to do
Why do
because
you
y'all
feel
just
like
gonna
making
call the
y'all
cops.
be the bigger the person? Why do you
What?
feel like bigger
But
the
Doc,
see? This is what I had to learn. Being the bigger person is not giving the other person an excuse. Me walking away from a situation is not giving another person an excuse. It's me being the person that I know I can be. It's me taking that person for who they are. You get what I'm saying? So if I was a strong ass man and the bitch hit me, I probably wouldn't take my mama advice on hitting her back. If I was a strong ass man, I would do what you said you would do, Trigger Mike. I'm going to remove myself because I know my capabilities. I know my strength. It's some man that's super insecure because maybe his mama beat on him. Maybe his ex-girlfriend beat on him. Maybe that bitch was strong. So you hit him, he going to knock your ass clean the fuck out. Maybe he don't have no type of endurance, or he don't
Doc,
have no type of anything.
really quick, I just
But
got to
I
admit
don't
that.
think that
Have you been in a
telling,
fight
I
before?
don't, let me finish talking. I didn't cut you off. I don't think telling somebody else to do the right thing is making excuses for the other person.
So let me just, you've been in a fight before, Di, right?
Yes.
In fact, no, not even just a fight. Have y'all ever been punched in the face?
I've been
Like,
physically
have you ever
assaulted
seen
by
the
my
white light?
boyfriend for a
Like,
few,
have you ever been
not one
snuck?
recently, but
Yeah.
a
Have you
boyfriend.
ever
And
I've
been
had the
snuck?
wind
Like,
knocked out of me before.
hold
And I have
exactly.
not
You
done
seen the
anything.
white light? All right.
Yeah.
Do you know what it means to ask somebody the first response after you get hit? The first thought you're asking us to have is a rational, submissive thought. That is unnatural.
So you've had
When you
the wind
hold
knocked out
on,
of you by a woman?
Hold on.
I
No.
believe that's
I'm talking
unnatural
about
for the average man. I do
getting
believe that.
hit,
I
getting
do believe that.
struck. Getting
I do
struck.
believe
It's
that.
called fight or flight. Your endorphins are up. Your
I do
adrenaline
believe
just hits your body. You're ready to lift someone, but you're asking a human to have a rational thought in that moment.
Let me ask something,
So
right?
But you've
Wait,
experienced it.
wait, one thing. When somebody gets certified when they're a boxer and their hands become a deadly weapon because we understand that they have a skill or they have a strength that most people don't. If they get into a fight with somebody, right, and they decide to inflict harm on that person, what happens to that boxer?
They get in trouble.
Okay.
But that's the reason why they are also.
Wait. No, but after
No,
everything
that's
after but is
I'm not.
bullshit. Hold
There is
on, let
no
me
but.
finish.
I'm
Let
going to
me
give you
finish, Sweeney.
context.
No,
Oh my
no.
God.
Wait a minute.
No,
So what I'm saying is that the reason why that they get in trouble is because you have a particular skill set or a particular strength and what have you over that person. So what I'm
But women
saying
get in
is
trouble too.
let me finish.
Men cry
You're
too.
being intellectually dishonest if you're going to really sit here and say that regardless if a woman slaps you or pushes you or hits you, that is a fair fight for you as a man with your skeletal system, your level of testosterone,
Okay.
all of the things, all the
Yeah.
advantages that you
Okay, we
have
get
as
that.
a male,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
think that is a fair fight.
DJ.
And I'm not just and I want
So
to be
both
clear,
can be
I'm
true.
not
Trigger Mike, you
justifying
gotta
her.
let Sweeney
Wait,
respond because he's
can
trying to
I
make
finish
a
my
context on
can
his
I finish
point.
my
Oh,
thought,
yeah,
You
one
gotta
y'all?
let
mic.
Sweeney
DJ,
respond
we
to
got your
DJ.
I want
point.
to finish.
One
I
mic,
just
one
want to
mic, one
finish
mic,
my
y'all. One mic.
thought. Like I've sat here and listened to y'all,
Go ahead.
What I'm
Sorry about
saying is that I'm not justifying a woman hitting a man. I'm not
You are.
justifying that. I
You
think
are.
that's extreme. I think that's
We
wrong. No
got
person
that.
should hit. But just because I'm saying don't hit them back, it doesn't mean that I'm justifying it. It's me being honest in this conversation and saying you have the strength of a man and you're going to impose that on a woman. Think about that.
Okay, we get that. All right. So here's the thing. You just mentioned the boxer, right? Do you not realize that one, most people know not to try boxers, and two, those boxers tend to be the most protected people. They always have security around them to regulate the people around them, just so they don't experience that. So
Go get security.
what you're telling us to get security against our women?
That's what you're presenting
So
that example. Get
I
security.
wouldn't just
Hold
say
on.
fathers.
What you're
We're
not
not going to talk
understanding,
about
what
the
you're not
women because we're
understanding,
supposed to be
what
focused
you're
on how
not
the man is feeling. Our women would need
exactly.
fathers.
You keep trying to remove focus from how y'all are treating men because to
I'm
trigger
not.
Mike's
I'm
to
getting
trigger.
down
Hold
to
on,
the bottom
God,
of it.
DJ, to trigger Mike's point. Y'all keep removing yourselves and removing the fault of y'all behavior. The whole point isn't to try to give a consequence or say that men should be able to hit y'all back. The whole point is that y'all should understand that because y'all are the weaker vessel, because y'all know that we would not be, because y'all know that we cannot do anything to y'all without consequence, that y'all should know maybe I shouldn't do this to him.
Yep.
Maybe I should take control over what I'm doing so that I don't put him in a position to where he has to put his hands on me or something like that, because I know what can happen to him and I know what can happen to me.
And we
let me bring it to you.
Let's talk. Domestic discipline, in a nutshell, is me and Courtney are married, and Courtney
and I are vibing, but Courtney knows that she can get on one sometimes. And we sit down and say, when you get on one, and after we go through the process, and I use the safe word, banana split, and you still stay on one after I say banana split. You heard me say banana split. I acknowledge you heard me say banana split, and you stay on one. Well, then it's time for the domestic discipline. And it is exactly what it sounds like. Lay across the knee and on our actual spanking. I am not kidding.
It's a myth.
Kevin, I have a question.
All right, that box.
Because I do see that where the 20-year-olds are wanting to learn more and are looking to other resources besides their mother. However, us in our 30s that looked at, our parents that.
Let me
He
say
lost
this.
me at
Hold
domestic
on,
discipline.
I had
Are
something I
we
get to get
serious
off
right now?
because that. Listen. First of all,
So many
that whole
unemotional,
registered
emotionally
weapons thing, as
unintelligent
far as
men.
boxers' hands, is a myth. That's not even real. And I did want to pose a question to the ladies. Like, do y'all feel like women should be treated equally as men?
In what sense? What do
Every
I
Good
need you? I need
question.
to know
all
what y'all
senses,
mean.
just in general.
I
No,
don't know.
it's not loaded. We're just asking in general. Do
No,
you think women
because
should
what
be, or
I
every
feel like
facet?
what I used to think of equal is different than the definitions I've heard on this podcast. So I need to understand what you mean treated equally.
That's a good question, Di, because when women are saying that they want equal rights, they mean of equal value. They're not saying that we think we're the same as
Equal left.
men. That's where y'all get lost in these
Exactly,
No,
and
conversations.
that's
no,
the
we're
reason
not.
why men are
We're not lost. We're not
When
lost.
certain
women are
things that
We're not
speaking,
women
when
lost.
women are speaking to their rights, they're talking about, hey, if I'm doing the same job,
Well,
I
DJ,
expect to
wait, let
get.
him answer the
It was
question
a yes
first
or no
before we
question.
start giving
No,
our
no,
Yeah,
thing.
it
you don't
really
get to
was.
dictate
Like
how I
we
answer
gotta
the
answer,
question.
but I'm saying if we tell him our definition of equality, he will never be able to ask his question. We need
What?
to know his
I'm sorry. Go
definition
ahead.
of equality, and then
Go
we can
ahead.
answer his question. It's not based on what our idea of
No, but the
equality is.
definition of
He asked
equality,
about equality.
but there's context when we're talking about, because they always do this.
It's
Do you want
different
to be
types of
equal or not?
context. We
So
got to figure out what he's talking about before we
when
can
women
disagree with it.
no,
You
but
can't
listen,
tell him
they
what he
think that
thinks
when
rather than
women are
ask him. Just
asking for
ask him.
equal rights, they think that, oh, I can opt out of being a gentleman. I can opt out of being honest in a conversation and saying that if I'm a
DJ,
man and
you
I hit a
can't just
woman,
DJ,
assume. But
that could be
DJ,
deadly to
DJ,
her.
DJ, breathe. First off,
I
DJ,
am
you're like
breathing.
me. You're an ADHD person within an overthinker. You're
Oh
going to
shit!
points that he even get a
Overdiagnosis.
chance to make it. Let
I
him, if
already
that's what,
see where
but
it's
listen, let me
going.
finish talking. Let me finish talking. If
Go
that's
ahead.
where he's gonna go with it, allow him to go there first, and then you eat him up. Don't go there for him. Figure it, let him do it himself, and then you go at it. That's why it's so hard to gain this back at, like, to have like a on
No,
topic
because
conversation,
listen,
because this is just
Di,
me from the let me finish talking, because I let you finish talking every
go
time you were
ahead.
talking to me. But this is just me from me watching the
Look at God.
What
sorry, I
happened?
accidentally muted my it's a little overwhelming because it's like you're always on the defense. And when you're always on the defense, you're never going to find a middle ground between both extremities. You know what I'm saying? You're always going to be the tit for tat. It's never going to end up coming to a common ground. And I feel like I know guys on the podcast sometimes take it there, but being tit for tat ain't going to get us nowhere. Like, you have to sometimes breathe, let them talk, let them get, and even though you might disagree with what they
Is
start.
Di telling me to let them talk?
Yes, you have not been letting them talk.
You
If you
got it,
know
Di.
me, I'm gonna be honest.
You got
But
it.
every time I heard you respond, DJ, because I love when you respond. But today, you've been responding to things that you disagree with versus the point. Like, they might not give the best example to their point, but if you're listening to understand the point and not just listening to disagree, then maybe you wouldn't stress yourself out in your responses.
Baby, I'm not stressed. Go
Oh
ahead.
God, Jesus Christ! You
Okay, so
doing this?
look, all right.
Fixated 99% of the time.
My
when you
main
say
thing
fifty,
is,
for sure.
I get interrupted first, but all I'll say is that if women are concerned about a man's physical prowess and they don't want to be injured, then wouldn't it behoove women to be conscious of that prior to violating him? Like, shouldn't you know, like you're not going to go punch a lion, right? Because you know better, right? Even though that lion might make me mad as hell, he might have came and violated and ate all my food. Unless I got the strap, I'm not going to go contest that. I'm going to be like, oh, okay, he got that because I know what the lion can do. It's the same thing. If y'all understand that it's unfair for a man to pummel you, then you probably should be conscious of that prior to violating you, because you wouldn't do the same thing because you think that everything is supposed to go your way. You think that, oh, well, he better show restraint or he's going to. No, you could get yourself hurt out here like that. So all we're saying is that you have to have a certain amount of respect. And that's why men generally
I just want
respect each other, because the only reason, we always have that low level threat of violence, right? So men generally conduct respect. They're respectful when they see each other, right? Unless they want that smoke. If they want that smoke, that's a different story. But they're not going to start talking a whole bunch of shit in your face and then be like, oh, well, you hit me. Like, we know what's coming. And we're just saying that women should exercise that same caution.
They don't think men would hit them back. I don't think that's the
No,
reason why
no.
women do it.
So
I think women do that because they have a problem. Because the same people, same women that I've had an issue with it in my life, they do that to their partner. They hit their partner, and they also do that to their friends. That's how they deal with situations with everybody in their life.
yeah, let me
Everybody,
let me
not
just
just
say this.
men.
Yeah, let me say this
I'm
to
gonna have to
DJ.
trigger. I'm gonna have to trigger. Go
Let me
ahead.
say this to DJ, because I think the reason y'all cape so hard for women sometimes is that you think we're trying to remove the accountability for men. The accountability is never removed. Remember, I started my diatribe off with accountability. Anything ever built to punish anybody was built to punish a man. So what we're actually talking about is dual accountability. That's why I used my own children. I said, she hit him and he hit her back. They 7 and 5. I'm going to her first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm yelling in her face. Don't you ever not see? This is the modern thing to do.
No
Take
matter
your
what the
son. Don't
situation.
you hit your sister. What did I just teach? What did I just model for her? That's a lack of accountability on her part. She's going to hit him. She's going to hit people at school, and she might get off if she hits somebody out there in the street as a grown
I
woman.
agree.
I'm talking about dual accountability. Take both of their ass to jail. I expect a man to know better. He knows what's coming. The second he knock your ass to the ground, he's going to be like, oh, shit. Take me to jail, chief. But that woman going to jail too. That's what I'm talking about. These domestic disputes that people have, which did y'all know 70% of the time?
I feel like men
Are
should start calling the
hold up.
police. They
Initial
should
about
start
women,
calling the
they
police.
take the
Get
man.
bitches locked up.
Take both their ass and put the kids in child protective custody so she could think about that shit the next time she want to raise her hand to a man. We are talking about dual accountability. So and this is why it's called disrespect of the man, or in a discourtesy to us.
get what y'all
We
saying.
know y'all know better. Do you steal from the self checkout line at Walmart?
Hell no.
Why not?
I get caught with why not? Because when I was little, I always tried to do bad things, and I always got
They'll
caught.
take you to jail, right? They be
Yeah.
catching that stuff too. They'll walk
Yeah,
out and
I'm gonna get caught.
block you. Okay, so we know that you understand actions have consequences. We already know that. You don't steal because you might go to jail. Well, don't hit a man because you might get knocked out. Same rules
Exactly.
apply.
Agreed.
Right? So we watch you show restraint. You have emotional intelligence in every other situation, but when you deal with me, that's demeaning and degrading to me.
I do understand there are women that's like that. I agree.
That's all we saying. That's all we saying.
So, do you have data to point to the idea that women usually strike first in a domestic violence situation?
coming in the
Because
back
that's what
chat.
you're insinuating.
It's coming in the back chat. Give
Okay.
me 2 minutes.
Mhm. Women strike first in a
Hey,
domestic
Google.
violence.
I have a question. So
Nah.
what y'all are saying, the men are saying basically.
But I don't. The only reason why I speak about these type of women sometimes because it's a lot of women on this podcast who can't relate to the past stuff of those women. So I don't just like when y'all was talking about the simp and we like he's simp, and y'all like I empathize with the simp. I come from a hard ass background where I had some of these issues. So that's the reason why I talk to y'all about the thought patterns that I had to change in order to become who I am today.
I'm just trying to figure out
I
what are
do
y'all
like when I
doing?
used to be with my
What are
I
y'all
boyfriend.
think
doing?
Kim was
What are
trying
y'all?
to say
Kim had a
something.
question.
I think Kim was saying something.
Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, sorry, Di. No, so what I'm gathering is what the men were saying is Kevin Samuels was simply trying to tell his audience or his female audience that we're not taking accountability. We're becoming intolerable and sufferable. I get that, but I do see a lot of women going to therapy, especially in the Black community. We outnumber, and I'm not saying I'm not making excuses for women who don't, but I feel like we're going in that direction. We're taking accountability. We see our behavior patterns, and if you see how we move forward, a lot of times we will, from what I see, we go to therapy, we go to school. It's a big one. We excel in our careers, and that's not, I mean, right, wrong, or indifferent, but that's kind of the pattern that I see once we start to acknowledge that. And sometimes it still seems like it's not enough. It can.
Actually, yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say it's not. It's actually it's not even an accomplishment or accolade of we're outnumbering other races and going to therapy. That's actually bad. These are the numbers that we don't really want. The numbers
Out
we
of all
want is
races, we need
dual
it.
parent household, marriage rate, and all that stuff, not pursuing individual careers and
No, but
all of these. Go ahead.
we do need to address. I mean, if men are saying, look, this is what we don't like, this is what we are doing, and we're having a hard time with it, I would think that if you're addressing those issues, that would be what an individual would need to do.
Yeah, you got to address them. Yeah, but I get it. So what question is you trying to ask or statement you trying to make?
Well, whenever y'all were mentioning equality, when I think of the question that I think was posed was what, when we think of accountability or respect, when I think of respect between a man and a woman, I just simply want to be treated like a human. That's it. When it comes to equality, I'm not a man, and I never will be, and I wouldn't try to be. I don't, because I'm not. I will never be. I just think of basic human respect, meaning I don't want to go back to a time where if hands were put on me, the cops could turn away and just drive off. That's what I don't want to go to a time where I can't own anything, or where I can't have autonomy over just even my health. I'm not just talking about abortion either. I'm talking about just general health. I don't want to go back to a time where I can do absolutely nothing and everything has to be checked off by a man, not because he's not competent, but I would like to have some autonomy and say also.
If a man hit you, if your man hit you, do you expect him to hit you back?
I don't know if he would. Well, I wouldn't hit a man. Let's just start there. But if I don't expect a grown man to hit me. No, what I can't expect.
What if? Okay, so
I can expect.
What if I told you? What if I? Okay, so what if I told you that this type of man doesn't play that shit, and if you hit him, he would hit you back. If you strike this man, do you expect him to hit you back?
He likely would.
No, I'm saying, do you expect him to hit you back?
Yes, because reactions are quick. I mean, if we're talking about the man you're talking about, yeah, he would. It would be so quick.
So in a woman in this situation, she should be okay with the outcome that she would get hit back, right?
Correct. Even Di said that too. And DJ, like, yes, like it's not.
And this is a relationship. So in this situation, it would be wrong for her to call the cops, right?
That is correct, because
So why are women calling the cops or calling another man? I think Sweeney said call the brother, or uncle, or daddy to come over there, whoop this man ass when they know they shouldn't be putting their hands on this man in the first place.
I think we should encourage that man to call the cops.
Correct.
We should call the cops on that bitch.
You're being held accountable, and we're also getting charges.
You'd rather us get you a domestic violence charge, which could be career ending, and it just pop you in the
fired
mouth.
from her job, videotape it.
Right.
I won't doubt to answer that.
We
I
gotta
think you
start
muted
acting like whole B words out here. Us dudes, we fall out on the ground, roll around.
You muted, Die.
I would tell my son to protect himself and call the police. I would not want my son, and this is me talking to a grown ass man.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying.
Should I expect to get hit?
You said you'd rather the man, instead of the man pop you in the mouth, you would rather him call the police on you. What if you got a security clearance?
I just want you to call the police on me. Don't add to my.
So you'd rather risk your entire career?
Yes,
than to just take a slap.
I feel like calling the police on me could be a wake up moment versus you hitting me and I'm already hitting you. You're enabling what I'm already my
You
thought
realize you can
process.
lose your
You're
entire
enabling
career
my thought
by getting a
process. You're
domestic violence
agreeing
charge,
that
right?
you're agreeing to me by you hitting me back. You're agreeing that your anger, and once you get a certain level angry, it's okay to hit. You're enabling my thought process at that point.
No, what I'm saying, you acknowledge that if you hit this man and he just simply slap you, you're saying you don't want to slap him. You would rather him
Yes, I
call
would
the
rather him call the
police,
police on me.
you get a domestic violence charge,
Yes, I
and it
would
gets
rather that.
pinged on your
But
record,
the type
and
of
you end
person
up
I
losing your
am,
security clearance, you end up
if
getting
that's your
fired.
first charge, first off, if that's your
Yeah.
first offense, you're going to get out the next day. If he doesn't want to press charges, you're okay. So that can be a wake up call for him. I've had to do things to wake up calls from people I was in situations with. There's a
I'm
way
telling
to
you right
help
now,
people
that's
get a
not
wake up
how it
call,
works
but
with a
I'm
security.
telling
If you work
you
for DO,
guaranteed by you hitting that woman who's already hitting you, 9 times out of 10, she's already had experience with women, and you hitting her back is not going to stop her from hitting you. I'm a solution-based
what I'm
person.
trying to
The
tell
problem
you,
is
what I'm
her
trying
you
to
hitting
tell you,
you.
if you
How
have,
can you get her to stop hitting you? And hitting her back
if
is
I'm
not
trying to
gonna
tell you, if you got a DOD, let's
God.
say you got a DOD security clearance, it don't matter if you press charges. If you go to jail, if you let's just say you're in the middle, anything DOD, Department of Defense, if you go to jail for a domestic violence charge, you're gonna lose your security clearance, and you're
I'm
gonna.
just saying, whatever is solution based, but I don't believe that hitting. I know 100%
Well,
hitting her
I'm
back
asking.
is
I'm
not
not
going to
asking
fix
you.
the solution.
I'm not. I'm
So
just
you're
asking
asking me
you.
what I
In
would
this
do. I would do
situation, are
whatever
you
will
okay with
contribute to
losing your
the
clearance and losing your job, or would you rather get
Yes.
the taste slapped out of
I
your mouth?
think that sometimes that's what it takes. Some women are so in their ego. Some women are
Okay.
so entitled to putting their hands on women. I've seen people in my life lose their job because they were nurses for the same situation. And it was their wake up call. They say, I'm no longer going to crash out about a man because not only did I just crash out, but I'm also a single mother, and crashing out about a man by losing my job. I'm not doing that again. When I get this next job,
Okay,
I'm
I got
not
it.
gonna
So
allow
now
that.
you
I've
acknowledge.
seen
So
it
you
in my
now you
life.
hold on,
This
wait.
is
So now you not now
experience.
you hold on, wait. So now you acknowledge the situation that you just put this man in. Now this man can't hit you. He won't hit you, and he won't call the police on you. He's put in a corner where he has to literally submit and just let you yell at him.
No, I don't agree with that. That's called enabling. I
Well,
would
hold on,
not agree
wait.
with
I'm
that.
not
I would
asking.
not
I'm
agree
not
with that.
asking you whether you agree with it or not. I'm just telling you, a man in this situation.
He's not forced to
Listen,
do that. He's choosing to do
listen to
that
what I'm
because people
saying.
told
Listen to
him
what I'm
that's how he
saying,
was.
Di.
That's
Listen
not
to what I'm
loving.
saying,
That's
Di.
enabling. That's
I
not
am
loving.
I'm not finna call the police on my wife and she lose her clearance and lose her job and a portion of the resources that got to come in this house. A man is logically not going to do that. You know what he's going to do?
Think about it. If you hit her and she calls the police on you, you're not in the
I didn't
house
say it.
anyway.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying in a real case scenario, the man ain't gonna hit her or call the police. He's just gonna be. He don't have any option. He don't have any option.
He just don't want to use it because he's scared of how the world is gonna look at him.
No, he's not. He's not worried about the world. He's worried about the household.
Guess what? The man who called the police
He's
on the
worried
girl
about the
supposed to be
household
in
falling apart, Di.
The man who
He's
called the
worried
police,
about losing a
the man
portion
who
of the
called the
resources
police.
coming to the house, and now they gotta relocate,
man
or she gotta go try to find another job somewhere. That's how we think. We're not worried about what the world thinks.
Darwin,
We're looking at the numbers.
Darwin, you're talking about what if. I'm talking about a situation.
I'm not talking. I'm talking. This is the situation we are in, and you keep coming out of it.
The police on her. Guess what? She changed, and they're back together. And
No, it's not. The whole family is fucked if she lose her job and her clearance.
Because you're talking about what if. I'm talking about an actual situation.
I am talking about situations. I actually talk to people that's in this situation. They can't do shit.
Okay, Darwin.
They 12 years into a marriage. They can't walk away from their marriage. They can't hit nobody. They can't call the police. They can't call their mother. They can't call nobody. They just stuck.
Why?
Because it's going to destroy the family. And these men are willing to sit here and stick through it.
How would that destroy the family?
Because she will lose her fucking job.
Losing her job don't mean shit. If she care about
it does mean something. It
That
does.
don't mean anything. That don't,
It
Darwin.
does. The
like,
whole
So,
family
Doc, you gotta
requires it.
understand.
You're not listening
You know how,
to me now. You're not listening
Doc,
to me. I just
you
told
messing
you a
up. You
woman
talking
was
about
just in
pensions
that
and stuff.
situation.
We're
She
talking
lost
about
her job and their family is
She's
still
never been
there,
in
but
this
she's still
situation, so
not
she
willing
don't
to
understand the
continue to work.
significance of a situation for a man to
Doc.
be in this situation. He literally
There's a
ain't got
big
no
issue.
way to get out of it.
People don't want to
And if
lose
he
pensions.
get out of it, he's
That's
gonna
your
have to pay
retirement.
alimony for the rest of his life. So she
Your
got him on the
children's college funds, like your life, your mortggage, your bills,
401k,
everything
all that shit. Your
gone.
Choosing that over mental
his
health. You have
kids.
to find a way to get your partner help and hold them accountable for
He
their
got to find a
actions.
way.
So
That's what you just
sit
said. We got to
there,
find a
let
way,
me
and we sitting
finish
here trying to
talking.
tell you there
Let
ain't
me
no way.
finish talking. For you to hold a woman accountable, you cannot hold her accountable by just sitting there, by just taking it, by just letting her continuously hit you. You have to find an avenue. If you said this is your wife, that's the issue, not a woman that you could just walk away from. You're just enabling her by not getting her help and just being quiet. Just like a woman that's getting beat on. If a woman's getting beat on and she's not actively seeking help and she's just enduring, she's enabling that man. I
What
do
you're
not
trying to
agree
do is
on either
educate,
part
but
that
you're
you
not
should
looking
sit
at the
there and just
sensitivity
take
of the
it.
situation
I
and what
don't
the
agree
man
with
is.
that.
Hold on, Bruce. Here's the problem with the way that you're thinking. You're thinking of this as if we are equal, as if there's an equal outcome in this situation for men and women. You put a woman in that situation where a man puts his hands on her, yeah, she may lose the house, or he may lose his credentials and all of that. And women may not be thinking of it in that moment, but at some point, she can walk away from that situation and to some degree reap benefits from walking away from that situation. You have to think of it from a man's perspective. He's not going to automatically, a man who's married to a woman for 12 years is not going to automatically say, man, I'm okay with that woman losing her job, my kids losing their mother, her losing a pension, and our family falling apart in that particular
And
situation.
alimony.
The alimony that I'm going to have to pay her once we divorce
for the rest of his life.
We also forgetting that
So
you
what's
are
the
wrong.
answer? You want to hit her back? Is that going to
Hold
make
on,
you feel better?
no. But hold on,
DJ,
let me
you
just say
always
this.
Where
go
are
to
we
the
going with
strength.
this?
No, but to die, just real quick to bring the mood down a little bit because it's a little hot tempered. You were thinking, is this like at least now the men did such a good job of showing you what men have to deal with. You women run to thinking of things as victims. We have to think as the leader. It's two completely different thought process. We're the people that lead the household, right? So it's not just what the woman is doing. It's my responsibility to still protect her. This is why men have such a bad rap, is because we always, in divorce, in failed relationships, in co-parenting, we still have the leadership role to protect the image and reputation of the mother for the children.
And I can be honest, when I see a lot of men talk, I feel like they're so worried about protecting that they forget to hold their women accountable. And that's how these women in these marriages get created. This is how these women get created. Just like the, let me finish talking.
That's the
Oh my God. A
hold
woman
on.
slapped me, a woman hit
I
me.
wasn't
Do
even
you know how
finished.
many women?
Y'all
Wait,
didn't
do you know
even
how
let me
many women
finish my
get
thought.
unalived every day? The biggest
Here you go. Here
unalivers
you
of
go,
black women
DJ.
is black men. The biggest
DJ, here
unalivers
you
of
go
black men
again.
are
Here
black
you go
men.
again.
Like,
She took
stop
the light
talking to
off
us about,
us and put it back on her to
my wife
protect her.
hit me.
Hold on,
Oh, she
DJ.
striked me.
So
I
you're
think
gonna
I got a
ignore
paper
DJ,
cut.
DJ,
What do you want to
DJ,
do about it? You want to? Are you
DJ.
mad because you can't hit her back?
Notice again how you're
No,
Are you
guys,
removing.
mad
she's
because you can't hit
responding.
her back?
Hold on.
What's the
She's
issue here?
so
DJ,
Call
let me
the
say something
police.
real quick. DJ, let me
Leave.
say
DJ,
something.
DJ,
Call
let me
the
say something.
police
really
and
DJ,
leave.
hold on.
DJ, let me
This
finish
is
my thought
really
real quick.
disingenuous because DJ, you're responding to the revelation that you just realized that women start most domestic violence incidents. So now that you know that women are the ones that hit first, now it's not that big of a deal.
No,
We
I'm
just got to deal
not.
with it, right?
Don't tell me what I'm responding to. I'm just tired
Yeah,
of hearing this. Like,
You read
it's
what I
like
put in the
it's
back
come
chat.
to a peak. What are y'all upset
So
about? That you
you have
want to punch her in the face and you
nah.
can't?
No. So now that you
What is
know that
it?
women hit first, now it's y'all can take it.
I don't know that. What are you talking about?
DJ,
It just seems pretty. It
DJ
just seems
again.
pretty convenient.
Women don't
DJ
hit first.
again.
Women don't
Women do
unalive
hit first.
Hold on.
You keep saying
The
unalive.
biggest
Why does it have
unalivers
to
of
always
black
be death?
women, The biggest unalivers of black women are black men. The biggest
Proximity, yes.
unalivers of black men are black men. So
Proximity.
you guys have been sitting here playing the world's smallest violin about what?
Again,
About
DJ,
what?
I
What
read
are we
this today.
saying?
I read this today.
On
Did
how
you
they
know
can
white
do
men are
so
the biggest
other than
unalivers of
risking
white
their
women?
life and their freedom.
Hold on,
That's it.
hold on, DJ. The problem is that you keep going to death and saying, "Well, y'all are the ones that kill the most."
We're
What
talking about real
but-
consequences
No,
here. Yeah.
but we're talking about domestic violence. Women are hitting men in relationships
Unaliving is
at
part of domestic violence.
either equal to, if not more than, the men are hitting women.
Unaliving
So-
is part of
so-
domestic violence.
Okay, but why do you keep just going? Why do you keep going to the literal
Because that is
extreme?
the ultimate. That is the thing.
That is not the
women are
ultimate
dealing
thing that
with.
happens in
So
domestic violence.
Let me tell you something, right? I don't call my uncle that is a amputee and have a liver transplant and complain to him about the fact that, oh man, I
DJ,
can't
don't
remote
nobody
today.
care about that.
Wait.
You
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Hmm.
I do not call my uncle who is an amputee and has a liver transplant and complain to him about my daily mundane complaints, because in comparison,
How is complaining about domestic violence mundane?
can I finish my sentence, please?
You're
that analogy
dismissing.
is going nowhere.
This is crazy.
Wait a minute. I do not call somebody who has, in comparison, is dealing with this huge issue and complain to him about some little mundane thing, because
DV is not mundane.
You're
DV
not
is
understanding.
not mundane. Women putting their hands on men is not
Okay, y'all not gonna
mundane.
let-
No, because I'm not going to let you go out
does
there and say that.
How does a woman put her hands on a man that's detrimental to your existence? Explain that to
hurts.
me.
It harms.
I've seen women drag men.
What the hell are you talking about? That is the stupidest shit.
Okay.
Some women have the strength of a man.
Okay.
They do, DJ. It's
That
true.
is the
The
stupidest
women
Now,
that
so-
you're talking about are women
Okay.
that I see.
So-
Like,
so-
it's true, DJ. Women I see women, they be like, oh, you like this girl Facebook picture? There's little girls out here, especially the younger women, that'll smack their boyfriend because he liked another girlfriend picture. I done seen stuff come across my Facebook where a girl didn't really and I wish I could find the clip and I'll give it to the men next time just to prove to what y'all do have to go through. But I've seen a girl wake up, her boyfriend was asleep, and she literally got on the bed and jumped on his chest because he was texting another woman. It wasn't even because that, it wasn't because he hit her or anything like that. And the dude was kind of small. He like, what is you doing? If it was a guy where they was in a domestic violence relationship, he would have got up and knocked her out. But he was
This is
just
the
so concerned
equivalent
about
of
her
white people
feelings.
being like racism.
Again,
DEI
there
is
you go again.
racism.
Hold on.
This is reverse racism.
Let's bring this
Hold
down a
on.
little
So,
bit.
so DJ, real quick.
I'm
Here's the point
I'm tired.
the only point we making with that
Take your
is
ass
that
to bed, man, 'cause this is stupid.
women
sure
are
is.
inherently more violent. It's just that they're
Women are
ineffective.
inherently
as
more
far as-
violent.
No, he
Yes.
said it's not. He said
You
No, I'm
It's
saying that
more-
women
I
are
want-
more
you
violent
know.
in relationships.
You got it
Women
with
are
that
more
one. You
violent in
got it.
A close
relationships.
friend of mine
Now
died
women are
because
more
this woman
inherently
hit
more
him
Look,
with a car.
that's what the data shows. The most
Really?
The only
reported
one
cases
that-
are
that
women on
wasn't my
women. That's a
experience.
fact.
When
No,
I look
the-
around
the-
me, I do
women
see
on women
what
has the
he's
most
saying is-
cases.
other people
What he's saying
experience.
is this
Per
is
capita.
even a
Not your
problem in
experience.
lesbian relationships.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have
now
the
you
most
comparing
violence.
yourself
Wait,
to
wait.
LGBT.
No. When we
No,
say
we're
women-
stating the
Okay,
fact that
now,
women
y'all
are
wanna talk
inherently
about
more
strawman
violent
arguments?
while being less
That's
effective
one
at
for
it.
your ass.
It's not that they're
Yeah,
inherently more
exactly.
violent.
That's
They
one for
have
your
the
ass.
same capacity for
But hold
violence
on.
as
We
men
weren't
do.
supposed to do this, y'all. Y'all realize we weren't supposed to do this. We made sure that we put the disclaimer at the front whenever we're talking about these hard topics, right? Pause. And we said that it's not an excuse for anybody to put hands on anyone. I hope everybody either keeps their hands to themselves or go to the jailhouse. But DJ, I gotta call you out. You're now making an excuse for the women. You're saying you're actually antagonizing and saying that, oh, what does this domestic violence do to you? As if we're supposed to just eat that shit.
Downplayed
It was a genuine question, because when you're talking
We're not
about
making an excuse for
men,
anybody to
when
get
you're
hit.
talking about men who commit violent crimes more than 3 times than women do, when we look at the population in jails,
DJ, those
when
not
we
the
look
men
at
being
the
hit
when
though,
we look
DJ.
at
Those not the
violent,
men
when
that's
we
being
look,
hit on.
I got can
those
you
aren't
please
the men
stop
they're
talking
talking
over me
about.
because I listen to you.
Nah, you
You're
really
not
Talking
didn't.
listening. You're
over.
just
You did not
Nah, you
responding.
listen to me,
talking over me
DJ.
right
You
now.
didn't listen to nobody.
I did.
You ain't listening.
So
Not man soul up here.
so y'all
You
talk. So
didn't
y'all
listen.
gonna keep talking over me, right? When I have sat here and listened
You have
to
You
this
not
didn't,
crap.
listened.
You're ear
DJ,
graping
you
us
might have
right now.
stopped talking,
Okay.
but you never
You're
listened.
talking.
You
You're
might have stopped
talking
talking,
over me.
but
I
you
didn't
never
talk
listened.
over you.
DJ, do you
You
hit
did.
dudes?
You did.
I guarantee you she hit me. Because she
Yo,
don't
do you
care.
hit dudes? I'm genuinely
I've
Yeah,
never
curious.
hit a dude in my
No, don't do that.
life.
Don't do that. Don't
I'm
do that. Now,
genuinely
now
Put
we
curious.
putting
on
too.
men.
We
Do you
doing
no
too
the
much.
better
Don't do that. Don't
the
do that.
better
Put
no
pause
I
on
got
men.
you, Trav.
Don't
Hold
do
on.
that.
The
I
better
would have bet
question
my bottom
is
dollar she put
the
pause on
better
men.
I
question
got 20
is
on it.
the better question is do you feel threatened by my presence?
I
Because
What
why
could
the
you
never.
fuck
asking me
does
if I
that
hit dudes?
mean?
Hold on. This is the part. Hold on.
It gives you feel
Because
threatened.
you said it.
It
Right?
gives
You
you
said it.
feel threatened.
Hold on. You could
We
I could
got
never
to the
feel
crux of
threatened.
it. We got to the crux.
I could never feel threatened by your presence. You just talk too much. See, listen, I understand. I live by the
So
laws
you
of
haven't
escalation.
been talking this
Hold
whole
on.
time?
I live by the laws of
He doesn't like when
escalation.
women
Hold
talk,
on.
y'all.
Because
He's
I
one of
teach this
them. He
on this.
don't like
Hold
when
on,
women
y'all.
talk.
What is she
Hold
Why
on.
is it
I teach, you
talking?
asked the
Why is
question.
it talking?
You
Oh
asked the
my
question. Let me
God.
answer.
That
Oh
part.
my
I live
God.
by the laws
How
of
dare I
escalation.
talk
Hold
as
on.
a woman? How
What
I've
the
been
Hold
muted
hell?
on.
up and
Hold
I've
on.
been listening to y'all
Hold on. You
for
You ain't
asked the
so
heard
long.
shit.
question.
And the minute that I unmute, I'm talking too much. You niggas been
You
talking
ain't
for
heard
most
shit.
of these
DJ,
3
you have yet
hours.
to repeat anything that they asked you when
All
they
right.
asked you
So
to.
let me
I
just
don't
say
You
this
need to
because
started
repeat
talking, but you wasn't
anything. What the fuck?
listening.
What are
But
you
that
talking
just shows
about,
you
Zai?
wasn't listening. That
I
shows you
don't
wasn't
know. I
listening.
do listen, but
You
after
ain't
a
heard
while, when it
shit.
becomes redundant and it becomes dehumanizing, I'm done.
Dehumanizing is telling
You
men that,
going too
oh,
far,
that shit
DJ.
ain't gonna hurt you.
oh
That's
snap, she's from New York.
dehumanizing.
Too. She definitely hit
What's
dudes. But
dehumanizing?
let
What you
me.
just
Well, yeah,
Calling a
because
did.
you
woman a
did say that
starter
about
wife
men.
is
Like, men should be able to
dehumanizing.
take a hit from a woman and
Yeah,
it
you
shouldn't
should be able to
affect him
eat
like
that
that. And
shit,
it
man.
shouldn't
Oh,
make
who
him feel
cares if
angry
she
to the
hit
You
you?
point he
made an
want to hit a
excuse
woman
for
back
domestic
as if he's
violence.
not human.
You
That don't
better
even
than
make
that.
sense.
Who said they're
That's
not
just like me
human?
saying a
Who
man
said they're
hitting
not
me
human?
because he's so
I
big, I'm gonna
said
be too scared to
these
hit back.
men.
No, if
I
a
said these
person hits
men sound
a
upset that
person
they
is going to
can't
want
hit
to hit
her
them back.
back.
It ain't nothing that a man
They're
can do
upset that
and
they
be
can't hit
that's
her
going to make
back.
you like, oh, once he hit me, I'm going to have this certain reaction because of where we're at. Like, no, that doesn't make sense. You cannot say that. You cannot say, oh, because you're a man, when a woman hits you, you're supposed to have this reaction and we're entitled to this reaction. That doesn't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is that what I teach my son, if a girl hits you, you go tell somebody, you don't hit her back. Because you
But what
have
I
a
Knock her
hold
ass
on,
out.
you have a different type of strength than that woman. And you're gonna get yourself caught up in a whole world
So
of
what would
trouble
you tell your
sitting
You
here
just
daughter
hurt
that
that
thinking
hit the
boy for the
that
man?
rest
you
of his
that
life.
you're in
And
a
this
fair
is the
fight.
question. It's not about
You're
what you
not
tell the
okay.
man. What would
I'm
you
not
tell the
gonna have
person
this
that's causing the
conversation if you're
problem?
gonna
What would
talk
you tell
over
the woman
me.
that's hitting the
You're
man?
talking over me. I just listened to what you had to say, but you're not listening,
Because she
guy.
asked you
Go
a
You
ahead,
specific
want to
DJ.
make
So
question.
what
boys
I'm
submissive
saying,
to
what I'm
girls.
saying is, at the end of the day, we're being intellectually dishonest. If we're gonna sit here and say, no matter I'm not dismissing the
Yes, you
fact that
are.
a woman hits a man.
Hold
That's
on, let me
Yes,
wrong.
you
talk to
are.
I
him.
stated that.
Because I don't
Hold
want
on.
her to get off track.
I said that. I said that if any person hitting another person is wrong, you should not put your hands on another person. Said
So
that.
basically, what's
Right?
being said is
I
this
could
is
Wait,
hold
an
let
on,
her finish, Kim, let her
wait.
finish. Let her finish.
So I said that it's wrong that another person puts a hand on another person, right? I've also said that it's wrong if a woman puts a hand on a man puts a hand on a woman. It's wrong. But we're being intellectually dishonest in this conversation if we're going to sit here and say that it's a fair fight that a man sits here and hits a woman back with the strength,
Nobody made
with
that
his
claim.
Let
the
me me
skeletal
talk, honey. I
system
got it.
of a man, the
So now we
testosterone level of
sprung,
a man,
fellas.
we see it in sports. We see how men pummel women, even as transgender women. So are we going to really sit here and say that it's a fair fight? If a child comes up to me and strikes me,
I got
I'm
this.
not
Let
going
me
to
talk.
sit there
I
and
got it.
fight a child because, oh, they hit me. You disrespected me. We need to practice some impulse control and really
What
adjust.
the
Yeah,
Let me
impulse?
talk.
yes.
Don't
Hold on.
no trigger.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
we
Hold on. Hold on.
beginning. Y'all
I'm
finna
not going to
overdo it.
hit a
Let me
child because that's
respond.
not a
She's
fair
talking to me. Let
fight.
me respond. Let me respond. Because she's
Go ahead.
talking
I'm
about me
listening.
as a woman, and I want to respond because I don't want to make it seem like I'm defending that. I'm not saying that, DJ. What I'm saying is instead of trying to tell the men on how to
handle the situation, maybe we should address the women on why it's important not to put themselves in that situation in the first place. They're the issue. It's not that they're not talking about men. We're not
I
talking about
literally
the fact
said that.
they're not talking about men hitting them back. They're talking about the women that's hitting first. It's not women that's hitting to defend themselves. We need to get through to the importance of these women that's hitting men first, on why it's detrimental you don't hit these men first, because obviously you talk about the lack of good men in the community all the time, based on the lack of men in this community, based on the points that you've made previous on podcasts, you're most likely to get your ass whooped. So it's important that we have to start telling our women, hey, if this man puts you in a position where you feel like you want to put your hands on him, remove yourself. Don't put your hands on no man. There's no reason why you should be hitting a man.
Now, can
That's
I wrap it up?
the thing.
And
Why aren't you
I
addressing those women
hold on.
with the same? Why aren't you addressing those women with the same? Hold on. With the same aggression as you're addressing the men who's hitting them back.
Same aggression.
It's two different things.
I preface my response by first saying, again, I'll reiterate it. Nobody should be putting hands on nobody. Women shouldn't put hands on men. Men shouldn't put hands on women. I'll repeat it again for the people in the
But
back.
you
that
didn't
seem to have-
elaborate
hold
on women like you did
that
men.
seem to have a hearing problem. But when they presented the scenario as if the action is already done. If a woman hits a man, okay, we're already here. She already striked him. I am responding in the scenario given to me. They didn't say, should a woman hit a man and then what should he do? They said, if a woman hit a man, she has already hit him. That is the scenario that was presented to me, Di. Okay, so I responded based off of the scenario already presented. I'm not going to backtrack and say shoulda, coulda, woulda. I said, okay, if the woman has already been struck, if the woman has already struck the man, restrain and leave. Men, restrain and call the police. Do not strike back. Your force and your brute strength is different from a woman. I don't understand why this is a hard conversation for anybody to grasp.
Restraining help hurts our mental health over time. If we keep restraining, it's a toll on our mental health.
Well, hold on. Let me respond to her thought, because I understand her thought and I want to validate her thought too, because I agree with that. I agree with, if y'all asking us what should a man do once he puts his hands on, once a woman has already put their hands on him, that's when I was responding the way I was responding.
That's how I was responding. Now,
But
if you ask me,
I'm gonna tell you. Wait, DJ, let me finish. I understand where the man coming from, because this is what I had to tell the men, and I've noticed I've gotten good feedback from the men when I'm not just being, tit for tat, arguing the way they argue. Sometimes when I feel like they don't be holding, sometimes I don't feel like they hold men accountable. And when I express myself and get through to them and explain why, and they empathize with me. They're like, okay, I understand how it seems like we're making excuses for men just being men. And then they actually end up coming and getting down on that man. It looks like you lack, and this is just from the outside looking in. This is just from what I feel coming from the panel. It seems like you don't have empathy for men when men are in those vulnerable situations.
I have
Let me finish talking. This is just based on when it's time for you to address these situations. You're never getting on when a woman, you never get on like how the men, they don't get on the men for the part that they play. You don't get on the women, just like a lot of men on these panel. You don't get on the women like you get on the men. You get on the men harder, and you don't hold the women accountable to the same standard and to the same capacity that you hold the men.
That's your experience.
Can I ask a real question?
Yeah, that's my experience. Yeah,
I can respect how you're experiencing me. That's fine.
Real quick, DJ. Real question.
On you.
Real question. So another stat is that because women aren't as physically, like, I even want to agree with you. Right, because I think you forgetting that I said take everybody to jail. The way you teach men and women to stop doing something is through consequences. So, like I said, he gonna hit her because of flight or flight, right? If a dude gets swing on, hit in the face, and he throw it to the ground real hard, like, oh shit, I hit her. Take his ass to jail. He gonna learn how to not be in that situation in the first place. That's how you teach it, through consequences, right? But I want to also bring reality into the situation. That statistic that I shared is also inside of it because women aren't as strong. They pick up objects and throw things. That's how men get hurt. That's why they usually got gashes and stuff.
They hit people with cars.
If a girl picks up a bat
Stab people.
and
I've
holds
seen
it
that.
in swing position, like she Juan Soto, who just got a $765 million contract, what should he do in that moment? And this is your son.
Stop the
Your
threat.
son. What should he do?
What if she's
Do
coming at him
do
with a knife?
do
'Cause I've
do what you
heard
need to
situations
do
like that.
to diffuse and neutralize the threat.
All right.
Whatever
That's
that means in that moment, do what you need to do to diffuse. But I do not believe that you should use brute force. And that is a good rule of thumb for anybody, because I don't know about y'all, but in the tri-state area, if somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them in the back, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
And so this is a rule of thumb for anybody, not just men on women, women on men. But if a person is not presenting a certain level of a threat, then you don't impose brute force or excessive force in that situation. And
what I
that's what
love
I'm
it. Yeah.
and that theory is what I'm applying to a man's brute force on a woman. I am not justifying that. I've said that so many times, but people are skipping over that. I've said so many
I was
times a
trying to
woman should not
I
hit a
was trying to
man.
tell it
But if
to
he
you.
does,
Yeah.
but in a scenario that she does, do not use excessive or brute force, as you are the stronger entity in this situation. So just use your force responsibly. Be smart.
We got to get Kim in there, y'all. Go ahead, Kim.
So I think the solution is, after hearing all of this, the solution is, and this is, it's going to force women to want to evaluate, okay, what is equality? Okay, we've established that. 2, we're going to be treated, the same rules are going to apply to us. We're not talking about, anatomically, we're not talking about strength. We're talking about, if this is good for a male, then this is good for a woman. If I can work, you can work. If I get paid this, you can get paid this. If I hit you and you hit me back, I go to jail, you go to jail. So basically it's going to force women to really sit with accountability and equality, and it's going to force us to evaluate those on a deeper level. What does it actually mean? And not just in context of what we see, but like individually, on an individual basis. And the thing for me personally is, it's going to make me look at, what do I really is this what I really want? And it's going to make me analyze what I'm asking for. So that's when I think about equality and accountability. That's what I think. And when y'all speak about the subject of domestic violence, a lot of women are going to jail now. We know that. Like, a lot of women are getting charges pressed. It's becoming a thing. If they can't hit us, we simply cannot hit them back. There's a lot. I mean, I personally know. I know a nurse who got in trouble. She, whatever happened, and even though she was intoxicated, he did not hit her. She hit him, and he did not want to, just like Darwin mentioned, he did not want to pursue anything. There was other people around. There was an object involved. She kind of lost options. And having, like, when y'all mentioned degrees, it's going to make you think, like, I don't like that process of having to report to the board of nursing. You're supposed to be a nurse. Why are you hitting people with bottles? You don't want to explain that. And then, even if you don't lose your license, you can get put on, you have to go to these seminars or therapy, and you have to do these certificates, and you have to be on probation counseling for 6 months, and you have to report it to your job, and then your job has to check it. It's a mess. I don't want to, I'm not doing all that. I don't want to do all that. So again, that like DJ said, to DJ's point, it's self-restraint, because who wants to do all that? The older we get, most of us have more to lose. And even, it doesn't matter if you're 20 or 40, you still have a lot to lose. There's a lot involved when it comes to domestic violence. Impulse control is real. I see it all the time on the professional end, and then on the other end as a nurse who takes care of people who don't have impulse control. Doesn't always end in death, no, but some things you can't undo, and some decisions that are made on impulse are some of the worst decisions people make.
Yeah, I do realize we different from y'all, right?
Absolutely.
Because
from what I see,
Kim, you gave a very good example, because I got a homie in the Navy that's going through this right now. Only a woman would get a man fired from his job, then ask where her child support money at. That doesn't make much sense, does it? we
I mean,
think
no.
we think very different from y'all.
How
If
she
I
get
take
him
seen it
if
fired?
we're
happen.
hold on. If we're going to split, right? A man has to think of situations way beyond himself and his feelings in the moment. So, I know, Di, you said just leave and do things. It's like, no, I can't take away. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Take away their ability to feed themselves. That's like treacherous. That's demonic,
Sugar Mike.
right?
That's some bullshit.
Sugar
'Cause
Mike.
I'll do that to my worst enemy.
I
You
was
you
just
I
gonna
fuck
say,
wouldn't
me
do
Sugar
that
over,
to
you
Mike,
losing your
they
goddamn
can get
job.
another job. You act like them
No,
having this
no,
is
but
it's not gonna
no,
it's
hold on,
gonna
hold on,
stop
hold on,
them
hold on.
from, you
Hold
feel
on.
me?
No, they can't, because remember, we're talking about something that could be a misdemeanor or a felony,
Correct.
possibly.
Yes.
So, like,
It's just
what are
gonna
you
be
like?
harder for you to
This
get a
is why
job, but
Trev. This is
you
why
can
Trev
still
was
get a
like, "No,
job.
wait,
It
wait,
might not
wait.
be the job
We're
you
talking
want,
about
but
serious circumstances, and really, when you look at it, the reporting of this, they usually want a police report, right?
Correct.
So it's just like, now you have to explain. Jobs are not planned. This is why at will employment exists. Rather than litigate a case why they should keep you, they're just going to let you go.
As a
So
matter,
yeah, go ahead.
I
I
was about to
mean,
say,
like,
as a matter of
why
fact,
do
Di,
y'all
just
feel
think,
like I
Di,
gotta
just
deal with this?
think of
I'm
your own
confused.
personal life, right? Have you ever seen a DV case where it's gone the distance, where the woman was adamant, like, nope, I am filing charges against this man? Have you ever seen that go the distance?
Honestly, no.
All right,
But
I
I've
could tell
seen 2 instances where it's happened to women,
okay. All
and
right,
this
so,
is my honest. This is my honest, like what I've
and
seen. I've seen it happen to
then you
women,
probably
but not
noticed this.
men. The
If you seen it
women,
happen to
and most of the time, the women don't do it to the men because they be hitting back. Like they don't be wanting it because
no,
they be feeling guilty for hitting
not
back.
like the fight. I'm talking about the person actually calling the police and getting the person in trouble. Have you ever seen it play full out where the woman was adamant on him going to jail and pressing charges against him and everything? Have you ever seen it play out in full?
Yep, I seen 2 with it happening to the woman, and 1 it happening to the guy. Yes, I did see one when it happened to the guy, and he didn't even hit her. That's the crazy
Now,
part. He even hit her. He just kicked down the door.
now for that guy, did he go to court and all of that?
Yes, yes,
And he
yes,
got charged with a felony and all of
yes,
that?
yes.
What happened to him? How is his life in the aftermath of that?
He just graduated from barber school.
He had to go try to become a barber because he had to find a way to make income
He
without.
already had a talent in it, though. He was already doing it before. You feel me? This actually kind of pushed him to kind of go to barber school
But what I'm
and
saying is,
like
what
make it like actually make an actual degree out of it instead of just doing it in his
well,
basement.
yeah, there's a lot of, well, if you understand, there's a lot of fellas that wind up becoming barbers because that's one of the few things you can do
Self-employed.
with your hands and make money on your own. But the reason why he had to resort to that is because probably in that moment with a DV conviction on your paperwork, you don't get hired by nobody.
I did notice that. I did notice that his ability to get hired, it was thinned out.
So yeah, so to
And I'm gonna be honest, for the women, it seems like they have a better chances of getting a job with it
shoot,
on their
that's
record than a
worse than
man do, to be
aggravated
honest.
assault on a random
To be
person.
honest, because it seemed like the women, they were able to get back into the works of it, whereas the man, it wasn't as easy for him.
Nobody's
so,
gonna
like,
take
And
advantage of
you
that.
got to
the crazy
understand
part.
that there's people who invest in a career, right? I might have put 150,000 into my schooling, right? Maybe I was a dentist or whatever. That's all I know. I've studied that forever, right? And now all that investment is gone. I still got student loans, and I'm screwed because now
Kids'
I
college
can't
fund.
work in my own
So
field.
Trev, I have a question. This is what it sounds like to me. When it comes down to that, the women that are hitting the men, do you think they have that much to lose? These women
Yes,
that's out here with these problems, do
but
you think they
wait,
have that much to lose? Because
yes,
I feel like the women that's out here doing this, they don't have that much to lose.
yes,
Well,
because what they're doing is, this is why I put it in very strategic words. The ability to feed yourself. Like that's why I made that little joke. Like, why would you get somebody fired from their job, then ask for child support? Like you said, it makes no sense. So if the situation
Well,
starts to become toxic and
see,
it looks
Trigger,
like somebody might
listen,
leave,
but you tried to put that on her too. How did he get her fired? He probably got himself fired for putting his hands on her and not having restraint. You
no,
can't put
no,
that on her for protecting herself. And
No,
then
I'm
at
talking
that
about
point, it's up to him to figure out. Now it's harder on you to figure out how to do your child because you decide to put your
no. I
hands on
thought we
one
were
when you
talking
shouldn't.
specifically about a case where somebody reports the other person, like calls
Yeah,
it. You know
like
what I mean?
if I put my hands, if I'm, you can't blame that on the person. You can't blame the person reporting for the other person's mistake. You can't do that.
No, no, no. I'm not talking in that. Yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right
You
in
get what
that
I'm trying to
regard.
say? You can't.
What
You
I'm
can't.
saying, like, remember we were talking about the dual thing, dual
Mhm.
accountability thing. That's the situation, the context that I'm using. Both wrong. Both did something wrong. Now you want to get your get back. Tell on him.
Oh, like
Ooh,
she hit
finger
him and then
wag.
he hit her back, and then now she trying to send
And
him to
now
jail
now
after she
she's
hit him
gonna
first.
roll over the
Okay.
earth trying to hurt him. But
Okay.
this is the point I want to make.
That
Then I
makes
got to go
sense.
to bed. Damn, y'all got me up late as
No,
mother.
because what you said didn't make sense at first. I'm
No,
like, she's
let
a
me just say this
victim.
because I've been saying it for 2 years now. That this stuff was coming, but I don't know if y'all noticed since Trump got elected, he not even waiting for inauguration, bro. Like we want women are about to get policed, so we want y'all to police yourselves. And this is real. This is not
Time to go to
hyperbole.
Africa
This
on y'all
isn't fear
legs. For real,
mongering.
for real.
It's now. Did y'all hear that it's now illegal to go through your husband's phone?
Yeah, it's been like that for a little bit. Yep.
But like you see, like the states that are putting it on, all of this type of legislation, they're
It's
pulling
just
back all the DEI. Today they pulled back women being on boards. Like they are going to, because they can't regulate your behavior willingly, they're gonna regulate it through the law. I've seen this coming
I
for
hate
years.
that this is happening because I feel like a lot of issues that a lot of women have in their adulthood contribute to what men has done in their childhood. And that's fucked up. I think that they're just going to try to force women to just suppress their childhood trauma instead of trying to figure out what is the disconnect between men and women. Why is it that the communication is off? You don't always have to use brute force to get through to us.
So
And yes,
guys,
some of us might be
respectfully,
harder to get through to because of our emotions, but that's just who we are biologically.
re-
So if
yeah,
y'all really want
respect,
to fix this bond with love and stuff like
respectfully.
this, y'all have to stop thinking brute force
But
and all this other
I
shit is
also
the
think
way.
right now,
Like
like
it's
what it
not.
is like
It's patience,
respectfully,
it's
I think you're
time,
calling for soft hands when that
communication.
approach has been tried 1,000 times.
I
Like
honestly don't feel like it was tried by enough
it was
men,
tried.
and
Like
that's the
think about it.
issue.
Think about it. Think about it.
Y'all
When
are the minority when it
hold
comes
on,
to
hold on,
our
hold on.
experience
Think
with
about it.
men.
Think about it.
Y'all are not the
When
majority of men that we experience.
no, but what I'm saying is that the people that you're talking about, like with trauma and all of that, the men that have been getting a brunt of the disrespect are the men who never did anything to y'all. So the trauma, I'm acknowledging, hold on, I'm acknowledging the trauma that you went through. It's just that nobody ever really grew from it. And then those battles, it happens with each other. Like in our relationships, they suffer because of it, right? And then now the men got to take back control because the dialogue isn't working. Like
No, y'all need
look
to
at what happened
understand
on this.
psychology and try to get through to us the same way our therapist would get through to us. Y'all
Yeah,
need to
but what
understand emotional intelligence.
no,
That's the way to do it.
but
But brute force is not the
yeah.
way. All you're gonna
No,
do
no,
is create
but
a
it's
cycle
not
of
it's
history
not
that was
brute force
unhealthy.
because
Hold
like
on,
I
let
said,
me say something, Trigger Mike. Let me say something. So in the issue with the emotional intelligence, you do know restraining a man restraining himself over time plays on his emotional well-being.
Yes, I
So what
agree.
is that? Well, how is he being intelligent, knowing that restraint is going to cause him
That's
to?
why I said he
Yeah,
don't want to just do that. That's why I said that's not the only way to go about it. You just don't sit there and do with that, Darwin. I didn't agree with doing that because that's going to take a toll on his mental health.
well,
That's
exactly.
not. That's going to take
So my
away
thing
from
is,
his
so my,
performance in the family.
so my thing is with the. I would tell it. Hold on, before you go, I would just tell any man if you ever getting hit by a woman and you got nowhere to turn, you need to start recording everything. Record audio, record video, use that as evidence, especially if you go into a family court or you in a state where they award alimony if you've been married for 10 years. So make sure you use that evidence in court. Attorney might be able to get you off of that. But I think if the
And
women
think
can
about your
acknowledge the
kids too.
situation that we in, they should be trying to push for a no-fault divorce to be lifted.
it's going, bro.
I was gonna say, die. When you
It's
said
gone.
that, when
What
you
you mean it's
I agree,
gone?
Darwin.
die,
So
when,
like
Yes, Sonia.
let me put it this way real quick to Darwin. In 2016, I was only consuming news from liberal sources. CNN. So when like Trump won, I was like, where this is crazy. Like, who voted for this dude? Then I started changing my news to more conservative groups and like 2A type stuff. This stuff, the writing has been on the wall. Like they're gonna take away no fault divorce through through the Supreme Court. This is what them repealing. It started with Roe v. Wade. It's gonna end with no fault divorce. They took away Roe v. Wade basically to say, to let you know, like a little buzz, like women's rights, whatever you want left, you better do something now because we're going to take it all away. That was the reason they blocked Merrick Garland from getting on the Supreme Court. And then Trump got 3 bites at the apple, and he's going to get possibly another 2. No fault divorce will be gone by the end of Trump's first term. And for the women who are like, oh my God, y'all are trying to put us in slavery. No, what we're talking about is actual equality and fairness. All right. It's not everything in your favor. It's it's automatic joint custody. Child support is not going to go through the court. And if you ask for it, that means you keep the kid for 9 years. He pays you child support. Then he keeps the kid for 9 years and you pay him child support.
Yeah,
right.
because I was gonna ask you, Dot, when you said brute force, based off of what Trev said, it seemed like you're still thinking of it from the perspective of like, oh, you hit me, I'm about to knock your ass the fuck out type deal. No, what Trev is speaking to, hold on, go ahead. I can't hear you.
Oh, I said I was asking y'all questions on like
What would it look like?
What would be the solutions? And y'all kept telling me there is no solution. So that's why I was like, so what I need solutions. But when Darwin just said it made sense, you just like he said, start recording, start getting your proof, get the things that you need to show that what you're saying is true.
But it goes, all right, so Di, to explain to you, it goes further than that. It ain't just, it doesn't stop with us just recording and being in our personal lives. It goes to what Trigger Mike is saying, and I know you kind of took it as brute force, but what Trigger Mike is saying is that culturally, y'all are going to start being held to the same standard that men are held to. You're going to start being held to the same standard and the same consequences when it comes to the failure of a marriage, when it comes to the when it comes to the sharing of the child's custody, when it comes to the family courts, when it comes to no fault divorce. It's going to come to that point where not only are men going to have not only would men be able to like record and be able to protect themselves in the house, but then there's going to be a system behind them that also holds that woman equally accountable for the things that women do in society, just like they hold men to. So that's what he means by yeah, that's what he meant.
I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think women should be held accountable. And I think that from what I've heard, I've had a friend that was in a woman's prison system for about a year, and she was able to like get her mind right. It's more rehabilitation, I think, in a woman's it's not the best living conditions, but there is some type of mental rehabilitation in the women's system than I think in a men's, because when she came out, she instantly got on her stuff. She ended up getting a degree in managing, fast food chain restaurants. She had ideas when she came out versus when I see men who spend that time in there, they don't come out with that many resources and stuff like that. And that's why I said men, I do hate this about men. And I try to tell like people I'm in relationships with, because I do feel like that's why my relationships fail. I feel like sometimes that men can't speak up and they feel like they have to endure, and then it ends up spilling out in other ways in a relationship. But y'all gotta find a way to hold your woman accountable. And sometimes it might hurt her feelings and she might be upset at you for about a week, but I guarantee you that if you've been protecting her and loving her and doing your job as a man, that once those feelings dissipate, she can kind of respect your decision, as long as you're doing your job as a man too. And it might not always be that way. And if it's not that way, then definitely take the steps that Darwin and them have spoken about to protecting yourself. Because I feel bad that y'all really like to hear y'all be like, no, we can't do this and we can't seek for help and we don't have no one to talk to. I empathize with that. And y'all know why I empathize with that, because I felt like that was my guy's situation when it come down to it. He didn't have anyone to empathize, because before he died, he told me like,
they just expected me to just come out and know how to take care of my daughter. Like, that's not something I already want to do. They're bashing me for not being able to provide in ways as if that's something I don't already want to do, and it's already taking a toll on my mental. So to hear that y'all actually feel like this when y'all dealing with y'all women, or that these men who's in abusive relationships don't have anyone to talk to or don't find a resolution, but they also love the woman so bad that he, like, that's the ultimate love. And I honestly feel like that's why I stopped dating women. Because, like, going back to yesterday, women are selfish, and I felt unconditional love from a man before. And if I didn't have him as an example, I'm gonna tell y'all, to be honest, based on my experience with men outside of him, I wouldn't even have believed in love or understood the impact that a man's love can have on you. But until you have that impact, a lot of women do take it for granted. So that's the only thing I can really say.
She called me over.
We're gonna get into the super chats real quick. Emperor Eisen, that sister with the afro spoke clean, clear sense, and the DJ chick went right back to billionaire wives. Prime example of offering no peace. All right. Elem with the 1999. Where's the link, bro? Daily Wrap-Up Crew 99. It was a good one, everybody. Make sure you hit that like button. Jew. KC with the $5. When you think that relationship standard is not the same as job and college seeking, you're not serious for pursuing what you want. Be serious. Machine with the $2. Ashley teaches women how to be gold diggers.
Exactly. Yeah, I went and looked at. I was like, oh damn, I remember her. Yeah, she teaching women how to be gold diggers.
Who is that?
Emperizing again with the $5. Man, this grumble throat ninja worse than chick and yellow. Get the point. Laughing emojis. And I thought she was logical at first. Casey, the only one with sense. Yeah. Champ Talk reactions with the $9.99. That's false. I boxed for 15 years. Our hands are not registered or deadly weapons. We can't just go starting fights because we train, so the punishment in court will be harsher. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. That's absolutely false that their hands are registered. It's a myth that came from a Hollywood movie. Champ Talk reactions with the $1.99. Registered. We got you, champ.
You should have fixed R. I'm just saying.
Big Ant 11 with the $10. Or, oh, my bad. I guess it's Big Ant with the 11. All right. Man or woman, if you hit me, you then don't get to tell me how to respond to your BS. It's not up to you. So don't make that first move.
Appreciate everybody.
Appreciate everybody. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You guys do that.
Yeah, please.